The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. The final day of Rapid flew by at the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz Croatia in Zagreb. Following his impressive run, Gukesh D slowed down, getting 2 draws and a win to remain in clear first. Jan-Krzysztof Duda continued his solid event, sitting in second place going into the faster time control. The leader after the Rapid section has the historical edge to win it all, but with the 8-time World Blitz champion in the field, no lead is safe. Day 4 of Can't Miss Chess. Coming up next.
Ladies and gentlemen, chess fans across the globe, welcome to day 4 of action-packed chess from Zagreb, Croatia. We had an amazing start to this event. The rapid portion was absolutely thrilling. And right now, with Gukesh leading the pack, but Magnus Carlsen and Jan-Krzysztof Duda closely behind, it's going to be a thrilling 2 days of blitz action. Let's go to the studio and start day 4 with Nazi, Yasser, and Miro.
Fast chess is about to get faster as we move from rapid to blitz in Croatia. The best players in the world are chasing the world champion as our live coverage from Zagreb starts right now. Hello everyone, welcome to our show. I'm your host Nazi Paikidze and I'm here with 2 amazing grandmasters, Yasser Seirawan and Evgenij Miroshnichenko.
Amazing, nice to be with you, Evgenij. Hello everyone and welcome to our live coverage of the Grand Chess Tour. The Rapid was very impressive. World champion Gukesh stunned us all as he stormed to the lead. But it is Blitz, baby, and it's a brave new world. Nasi, do the honors. Tell us the standings after the Rapids.
Let's have a look. We know that Gukesh has been leading the event with 14 points now. He has extended his lead. Jan-Krzysztof Duda in clear second with 11 points, and one and only Magnus Carlsen in clear third, trying to catch up with the leaders.
Yeah, 4-point gap. Can he close that gap? Tell us about the format.
Well, we moved on to the Blitz. We'll have 2 days of it. We'll have 18 games total. Time control is 5+2, still no draw offers allowed, and we're back to regular scoring system, 1 point for a win.
Not much left, but tell us the schedule.
Today, the players will play first 9 rounds. Tomorrow, they'll reverse the colors, play the other 9, and if there's a tie on the top, we'll have playoffs.
Wonderful. And Miro, tell us about the best Blitz players in the whole world.
Well, of course, since we're moving to Blitz, let's take a look at world top 10 Blitz rated players and try to find our lineup players over there. So Fabiano Caruana finds himself in the 8th position. Then we have Wesley So, position number 6. Third in the world Blitz rating is Alireza Firouzja, and our wild card, Magnus Carlsen, on top of world Blitz rating, seems for years. And the reason for that, we will find out just about now on his next slide. 8 times and reigning world Blitz champion, Magnus Carlsen. He has a gap of 4 points to cover, but he might as well do that. And I would say, as long as it's mathematically possible, do not count out Magnus Carlsen in Blitz. So once again, warm welcome from the studio in St. Louis. And on that note, I want to throw it to Zagreb, to Anastasiya and Cristian.
Thank you, Miro, and welcome back, chess fans, to the first day of Blitz from Zagreb, Croatia. Just an incredible start to this one. The rapid portion, I have to say, has been so much fun. But right now, the action is getting faster. The story of the tournament so far has been the world champion, Gukesh D, who set a record-breaking 14 out of 18 points in the rapid portion. And I asked Fabiano yesterday during the interview about his statement on Gukesh's performance and the expectations going into the event as well. Take a look.
Okay, I think Gukesh is a really strong player. We already knew this. He's a top player in the world. He's the world champion. Like, okay, it's not a big surprise that he can have some really good runs. So I don't see it. I also think that he's been underestimated in Rapid. Like, I never felt he was an easy opponent at all in Rapid. I mean, obviously not in any time control. Classical has been traditionally his best. But I always felt like, you know, in Rapid he's underestimated, and in Blitz he's definitely shaky. But, you know, he hasn't had bad results in these events in the Rapid portion from my experience. You know, usually not going away with victory, but still a top player who's capable of winning many games or potentially winning a tournament.
I can guarantee you right now, nobody is underestimating Gukesh in Rapid time controls, and the Blitz is just about to arrive. Anastasiya, your take on Gukesh's performance, but also maybe the players chasing him.
Yeah, you know, Gukesh started not so well in this tournament. He started with a loss against Jan-Krzysztof Duda in the first round, but look at the lineup to understand like what happened after. You can see all these two points. It means 5 consecutive victories over the field of Grand Chess Tour, including this amazing game against Magnus Carlsen, top-rated player in the world. Then he slowed down a little bit with 2 draws, just to finish the tournament on a high note. I mean, the Rapid portion of it on a high note, winning in the last round yesterday, and absolutely ready for the Blitz today. But, you know, he has like 4 points difference with Magnus Carlsen, another player who likes different records. 2 years ago in Croatia, here in Zagreb, he scored 9 out of 9 on the first Blitz day. And now it's a big question if he's going to repeat his success again or not. But let's actually check what Magnus thinks himself about his score in Rapid Chess and what he's thinking about upcoming Blitz event. Just let's read exactly what he said. Not going to lie, Rapid has been frustrating. Blitz tomorrow, let's try to get back on the horse. It seems that Magnus was frustrated, but he is a bit optimistic about Blitz, and he has all, he actually can be optimistic if we remember how well he performed in the previous Grand Chess Tour events. Now we see him on the camera, and if somebody is looking forward to the head-to-head match between him and Gukesh, expect it on round 4 today, as well as round 4 tomorrow.
Absolutely. Still 2 more games between these 2 players, but I have to say the whole pack is just incredible, and every single round of today's action is going to be exciting. We're going to call all the action, give you the interviews and the behind the scenes as well from Zagreb, Croatia. For the moment, before the round starts, back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Anastasiya, and thank you, Cristian. Day 1 of Blitz. Tell us about the pairings for the first round. Here
Let's
it comes.
have a look. We have Ivan Saric playing Praggnanandhaa, Anish Giri against Magnus Carlsen,
Nice start.
Alireza Firouzja playing Jan-Krzysztof Duda.
Huge matchup.
Absolutely. Duda's having a great event. Fabiano Caruana against Nodirbek, and tournament leader Gukesh is facing Wesley So.
The players have been fighting really hard. What are they fighting for, Nasi?
They're fighting for GCT points and a lot of money. Total prize fund is $175,000 for this 5-day event. First place winner gets $40,000, second $30,000, third $25,000. Beautiful prizes for everybody.
Top 4 Grand Chess Tour point participants get to go to the playoffs in Sao Paulo, Brazil for the final event. As we go to the playing hall in Zagreb, as the players getting ready for Blitz. Again, there's going to be 9 rounds of Blitz today, 9 rounds of Blitz tomorrow, 18 points up for grabs. Can anybody match 14 out of 18? That's a lot of victories. Yeah, and because the games are so quick, we're gonna focus on Gukesh versus Wesley So.
We're gonna follow the leader.
Yeah, as our marquee matchup. Wesley So, as you heard Miro explain, one of the world's top Blitz players, looking to slow down the current world champion.
And as we saw the top 10, we didn't see Gukesh on that list.
No. He's so young, though. I mean, it's
He hasn't played that much Blitz yet.
Exactly. He's got to play more. And in case Gukesh and Wesley peter out, we're going to keep an eye on Firouzja and Duda. Again, Firouzja is one of the top Blitz players in the world. Duda in second place. And this could be a very important clash. My pick, Firouzja, needs to get on a scoring bonanza.
A lot of the players need to start a new tournament today, right?
Exactly.
Of course, Olizan or Magnus, everyone expects him to pull another Magnus.
Yeah, well, at the opening there, Anastasiya is talking in the social media. Magnus was frustrated. And I think he wore that openly. We saw him on a number of times walking off stage. Aha, sorry, we have
Grandmaster Natalia Zhukova making ceremonial first move for Gukesh, and that's e4.
Good move. Natalie.
She's many-time Ukrainian champion
Yes.
and Olympic champion with the Ukrainian team.
Seems like Wesley was enthusiastic about her move, like e4. Let's give that a good round of applause.
And the handshakes games are off.
And here we go.
Knight f3. They played last round yesterday, and it was knight f3, d5, b3 what Gukesh played.
Yeah, c5, and there was this queen b6. Aha, this is from the Cairns Cup. We saw quite a number of games with this reverse Grunfeld, especially Canero, Humpy was on the white side.
Now
Ooh,
we're in the
bishop
Catalan.
E3.
Whoa, bishop e3.
Okay,
What prep?
bishop e3.
I've been a Catalan player my whole life. You're very familiar with it. Have you seen bishop e3 before?
I know, because of knight d5, similar idea. Just go after the dark square bishop. You'd ask yourself, why bishop e3 in that position? Provoking knight d5 and or, as
Knight
we're looking,
G4.
knight g4.
Now we go
Whoa.
bishop g5. This is some, I'm sure we're already in novelty territory that we're witnessing.
Okay, so what can be the big idea? f6.
Maybe
I can
h3
only
first.
imagine h3.
Oh, it's on the board.
Take the bishop, take the knight, take the pawn.
How do you like those
Narrow.
4 pawns on the g file?
I hate them. I don't understand what's going on. Are we in
Knight
novel?
f2.
Are we in novel territory, or is this actually known? Oops, excuse me. I'm just going to say knight takes f2, rook takes f2. Apologies. When you try to do analysis in blitz, it doesn't end well. Are we in any type of familiar territory?
Well, as you could guess, it's a rare line, and then bishop g5 was a first new move on move 8, which is quite unusual.
Very much so. Current position, I mean, black looks for choice. He's already won 2 pawns, has he? Yeah, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6.
It's hard to count. There's some misplaced. All the pawns are all over the board.
Exactly. But it is a 2-pawn.
On the other hand, f-file is open, and the black might have trouble castling. So that's the whole compensation for these pawns.
Well, you're looking for something positive, and I don't see much else beside what you just said. At the moment, by the way, the f-file is not, you're not controlling f8. So if you play a move, I wanted to say like queen a4.
And this last move by Gukesh was not liked by the engines. We saw the Valbar drop in favor for black.
By the way,
But practically speaking, in blitz, this is not an easy position to play with black.
well, queen b6, castle's long.
Oh,
that
you want
kinda-
to quickly castle and hide on b8.
Yeah, that kind of. By the way, you know, when we took on f2, we did damage the pawn.
The problem is if you want queen b6, I would take on g5, though. And then e6 would hang. So
Good point.
it's really not that simple. Maybe it's a good choice for the blitz, but blitz only this opening.
Do not. Okay. By the way, now just preventing the castling.
e6 pawn is hanging.
Knight takes d4, queen takes d4, bishop f6. That prepares
d4.
queen b6.
Okay, I think we're going to see an endgame. White is forced to take, otherwise bishop d4 is a threat from black.
Absolutely. Bishop d4, massive threat.
And
But
how would you evaluate this endgame? We take the queen and play knight c4
Terrible.
for white.
For white. Your material down, 2 bishops. And by the way, your rook on f2 is still vulnerable
Yeah, it's still hanging.
to the bishop d4. This is an opening that just did not go well. Now, if you want to play queen a3, it would be nice, but b2 pawn is hanging.
I mean, he could consider sacrificing an exchange, maybe queen e4, bishop d4, and
You know what? Queen e4 castles, but you're right. Bishop to d4 might be more than in an exchange is
You're
the
right.
problem.
We might lose a full rook.
But
Gukesh
that's not good.
is thinking he still hasn't exchanged the queen, so he's definitely considering it.
Well, something went wrong. I don't know. He played bishop e3 very quickly as if he prepped it, but I can't believe he prepped this position. This looks terrible.
He was not expecting knight g4, so either he forgot what he was supposed to do after knight g4, or he messed up the move order.
Exactly. We do have knight c4 on the board, and I'm telling you, this move...
Play b5?
King e7 would kind of be more or less my choice. King e7, castles, short, I mean. But somehow I like
So
the
many
king.
good options, right?
Yeah, I like the king in the center. I like offering up the b6 pawn so I can play bishop d4.
b5 is on the board. Now maybe knight b6. Probably
And
only move, actually, to
yeah,
not lose more
exactly.
material.
Exactly.
It's got a question mark, as it was the only move. No, not question, I mean exclamation point.
Right. I'm curious move by Wesley b5, and now he's thinking
Rook d8.
rook d8 again. Bishop b2. Bishop takes bishop
No,
to d4.
I think Gukesh is getting closer to equality now because he can play e3 next move.
He
And we have
will.
opposite color bishops.
Yeah, that's why I wasn't really happy about the move b5. I was
However, you can play bishop d4 right now.
trapping the knight.
Knight. Oh, he
Then you
didn't.
would play knight e5.
Oh, I see.
And then e3 nonetheless. No e3, rook.
Ooh. But now rook d2? I didn't want
Bishop.
to allow black rook on the second rank.
For good reasons.
Rook
It's not
d2
a-
is so unpleasant.
I'm a pawn grubber. Bishop takes b2 would have
Rook
my
d1?
attention.
And then rook d2.
And then rook d2.
That also looks very good.
Rook to
He started
d2
with it.
immediately. Okay. By the way, e2 peshki, b2 peshki.
Also, yesterday we were talking about how good was Gukesh times management. In this game, he is much lower on the clock. He has less than 2 minutes, while Wesley still has 3.
Right. By the way, rook takes kind of an indication that we might play bishop to d4 check. And this
the other rook.
is, yes, that's precisely what I was thinking. This other rook could come sliding to the f2 square. So bishop d4, it's lost. It's just a winning.
I'm seeing the engine doesn't evaluate it as loss. It says it's equal.
I'm missing something.
Miro, help us out. What is white supposed to play here?
Rook takes b7. Okay, I take a pawn. Bishop takes, so you can play rook f1. So then in that case, I start with bishop to d4 check, followed by rook f2, right?
Yes, yes. And now we can play rook d1 and just stop the check from happening.
Sorry, he can do what?
Rook d1.
Rook
So no bishop
David
d4.
Rook f1 is also an option.
Yeah.
And if you would have gone check and rook f2, rook f1 would probably save white.
Still, because
Yes.
you've got, I don't
checkmate
have
there.
rook takes g2. I missed.
So white
Yes.
is saving this because of some tactics.
Well,
the last rank.
So we're going to have 4 pawns. We're going to play like something like e5, followed by bishop to d4,
Oh, that still looks scary.
or maybe just h5.
So if you go e5, maybe I can just play rook d7, double up myself, because you cut off your bishop from defending g7.
And after bishop d4 check, king
King
h1.
h1. Yeah,
I can't play e4 anymore.
yeah.
Okay.
Seems to be working out, this defense for white.
Bishop back to e5, saying, give me the pawn. I'm still ready to play. I thought we were going to play h5, actually, so that we could play rook f2 without worrying about a back rank mate.
Can white play bishop f1 with the idea of bishop c4 if you play rook e3?
Bishop f1.
Gukesh down to 25 seconds, and he's played it.
Played it.
And let's remind everyone, they don't have 10-second increment here. It's
No.
only 2.
Hey,
You can't really gain time with this time control.
Not much at all. Rook takes a2, bishop to c4, rook to a3. Give
Take
me
on
the pawn.
e6. And now rook b3 is available.
And then I'm going to be 2 pawns up, right? We'll trade bishops of opposite color. Maybe
But one of the extra pawn is doubled, so it looks very defendable.
Exactly. We do not have the game. There we go. Now we're on to the Gukesh game. But bishop takes g3. Okay. I'm going to suggest that
we can switch now.
We can switch. It's a 2-pawn advantage. It's still a lot of work for Wesley, but
Let's go to Duda's
it's a
game,
technical game. Let's go to Duda.
who's in second place right now, and he's playing Alireza. I see he has 10 seconds left. That's a huge time trouble against Alireza's 1 minute and 40 seconds.
That is it. And the position's incredibly dynamic.
White looks much better here.
Does it? Because e4 is hanging with check.
Look at that last move. Alireza played
Whoa,
knight
whoa, whoa, whoa,
g5.
whoa.
Beautiful.
He is focusing all of his firepower down the f-file, and he was eyeballing this f7 pawn. But what is this move?
Rook f6?
Rook takes f6.
Yeah,
Rook
it's
takes
just-
f6 is a winning move.
It's completely
He's missed it.
winning for white.
Rook takes
I don't even
f6.
think he missed it. There's no defense. Duda was already lost.
Bishop takes c4, queen takes d4 is the idea. He's done it. Here comes queen. What?
Bishop
Oh.
takes d6 in between move. Do we take on f8 with a check? Oh, he just took on d4. I like that.
I love that because you're threatening rook takes
resignation.
f7. What a
Alireza is
spectacular
back.
finish. I want to go to Giri versus Magnus, if we don't mind.
We have an endgame. 2 rooks and
I
9 on
love
d6.
White's position.
Oh, the knight on d6 is beautiful.
Oh, that is a monster knight.
But a low on time. Anish, he has 13 seconds at the moment.
You always have to be mindful of tactics. Like knight
How do we
takes
improve?
f7.
We have a great... Oh, he just traded that. What? But all his advantage is gone.
Well,
love that
I
knight.
think he wants to trade and play rook to c6.
Right. He wanted to simplify. He's in big time trouble, so it's understandable. He wants to play easier endgame. Including this check. King f7,
King f7.
rook c6, rook a8, okay.
That is a little surprise move. I thought he would start with the move rook c6. I don't know exactly why he felt he needed to play.
So now maybe rook d5, right? We take
Yes.
the Will you play f4? Then
then I'm worried about rook
exactly.
d4. Well,
Ooh, starting with g5.
so you don't have f4 as a defense to
see.
rook d5.
He's given a check first, king g3, and now we expect rook d5.
But it's a surprise to allow the activation of the king, no?
4 seconds for Anish, 3, 2, he made a move. a4, okay. A lot of pawns are going to
And
come
this
off.
is going to be a draw.
Rook e5, yeah, it's 3 versus 3. Should be a very easy draw.
3 versus 3. A very easy draw.
Yeah, they're just going to repeat and handshake. Should we switch to Fabiano?
Absolutely. Fabi versus Nodirbek. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I'm seeing pawns all the way. Fabi
Fabi's
is
completely
winning.
Here's an extra piece. There's
There
a
you
handshake
go.
too.
And
Games
the
are ending so
woes.
fast. Let's go back to the world champion. Gukesh.
Gukesh.
Yeah, I think they're also repeating. Or no, not yet. Wesley still has 2 extra pawns, but we have this opposite color bishop endgame, which is a simple draw. Maybe it's not that simple.
Is it
but
simple? Nothing simple when you're 2 pawns down. King, but Wesley,
especially with this time control.
why
it's not
Wesley
simple.
hasn't played king to h6 is a mystery. You get
Maybe
that
he's-
king, and you'll always be safe. There's no checkmates. What? Bishop to b2?
He needs to make some
something
progress.
is confusing me.
Bishop d3. Both players with 10 seconds. Yeah, honestly, it's actually very easy to lose this with the 2-second increment.
Absolutely. Because also, you just kind of forget about the clock
Exactly.
times. It
Yeah, in
slides away.
classical, this would be an easy draw, but not in blitz.
confusion.
Ooh, I don't like White's king on h1. This is lost. Dropped a piece, but
Whoa. Now
happening?
it's winning. G4?
I think it was winning. It's not any longer.
Why did he play rook h4?
He missed it. That now he's going to lose the h5 pawn. Is there some mating ideas? Oh, he
Could
touched
be.
the pawn. He blundered a piece.
But maybe it's still... Oh, very important. Bishop e5 check. And
Wesley wins.
our tournament leader gets nicked in the opening.
So close to a draw, but he touched that pawn. He realized immediately it was a blunder, but of course the touch move.
Oh, my goodness. Touch move.
So he had to take it.
That still is touch move in blitz.
And is the round over?
Yes.
I believe so.
And I think we had
3 decisive games.
3 decisive games. But Ivan Saric, I've been told.
Missed the win against
Miro,
Prague.
jump in. What happened in this round? We got caught up.
Show us whatever you were looking at.
Yes, Saric with Prague. It was up and down game, to be honest, because there's a lot happening. Straight from the opening, I imagine Saric was trying to be solid, and unexpectedly he's gotten a winning position. So he didn't know what to do. Over here, after rook f8, computer screaming, white is winning, and up to a point he was doing okay, and then basically we can say one doesn't need to analyze it much.
Yeah.
White has a pawn up, everything's much more active, winning. Then later on, over here, he misses the advantage, and they go and go on and on and on. And basically what happens, it was fairly balanced all the way to move 60. And black just captured white's outside passed pawn, so white is running to collect all the pieces.
G4.
And then king b5 is a terrible oversight by Prague. And then g4 would have won.
Of course.
So it's a very simple breakthrough, but you just keep forgetting it. Yeah, so instead of king b5, of course, if black captures and does the same and runs to h8, it's a draw. So that's... And yeah, this slip was not punished by Saric, and after that, of course, black corrected himself, captured on h4, and was a draw. There was one other moment that I wanted to look at. Well, nothing too deep, but just how do you play this kind of Meran positions being Magnus Carlsen? So that's from Carlsen Giri, e4, e5, bishop e3, a6. Okay, we get to these structures. That's one instructive moment. Black wants to play c5. White goes knight e2 in order to install the bishop on c5. And black says, no, I want to play c5 nonetheless. And that's approved by the engine, the strongest continuation. Bishop takes queen c7, and it turns out you cannot really stop bishop b2 because rook c8 is a threat and so on. So f2, f3, the pawn was, f2, f3, the pawn was defended. Bishop b2, queen c5, queen d4 with fairly balanced endgame, which after that, Giri almost outplayed Magnus, but as you guys shown, the end was a draw. So that's all from me.
Thank you, Miro. Let's take a look at the standings after a very eventful.
Right, both leaders, Gukesh and Duda, both lost their games. They're still in the first and second, but others can catch up now. Magnus drew his game, he's still in third, and Fabi in clear fourth now because he won his game.
And the gap between my pick, Alireza, is narrowed to 5 points as we toss it to Zagreb for further insights. Over to you, Cristian and Anastasiya.
Thanks, Yasser. Yes, indeed, it was a great first round, and I have to say the action is heating up, and the race is heating up as well, especially with the leader Gukesh losing his game and the others trying to catch up with some ground. Now, Anastasiya, what was the game that you were watching?
I was checking the game which you caught at the very end, the game between Jan-Krzysztof Duda and Alireza Firouzja. You saw the ending, it was really beautiful, yes. But what happened actually? What went wrong for Jan-Krzysztof, a Polish player? So things were quite normal. Fabiano is on the board, and look at this. I just wanted to draw your attention to the fact that black has done the castling, but white is still waiting with it. And this is crucial. This bishop on e7 is a bad piece. So Jan-Krzysztof was trying all his best to actually exchange this bishop for one of the pieces. But look at this, bishop g5. Nobody wants this bishop. And the knight also is leaving, knight f1, not to have it. So, and after that, Firouzja told to Jan-Krzysztof, bishop go away. So bishop came back again to e7. And it was a very interesting battle. And of course, you don't do it normally in classical chess. But here, Alireza decided to go for the long castling. Now we have the opposite castling. And what we know about this type of games, you have to attack. And the one who is faster is normally the one who is winning. So
it's all about dynamic play.
Exactly. And both players were trying to make this attack possible. But what went wrong for Jan-Krzysztof, it's just unbelievable. He just
I like this center, by the way. That
center is good, you're right. But
Alireza
look, it's also this b file, yes? So this rook on b8 somehow looks towards this queen on b3 and also this king on b1. So he just needed to find the best way how to break through with c6, b5, something like that. Probably the best solution would be bishop d7 and then threaten to play b5 and maybe later c6. This was the best way. He played move c6, very logical move. I mean, everybody would play it automatically.
You want to go b5?
Exactly,
yeah.
And it seems like things are going really well for black. But queen b6 stops any kind of play for black. And after that, Alireza actually took over. And after rook f1, it's really, really hard to find the way to defend for black right now because knight g5 is coming. This center, which you mentioned, is also like really strong. And yes, you caught the end of it. Rook f6.
This was the moment where they saw the game. After this one, it was just all over. After
so after queen d4, like try to find a way to defend, right? So Jan-Krzysztof Duda resigned. I think it's very important to start the tournament with the high note, and Alireza is one of the best blitz players in the world, showed once again that he can turn things around very quickly.
He can definitely hang. Now, I was looking at the game between Fabiano and Nodirbek because this one was back and forth, and in fact, Fabiano, it looked at the end of the game that he won easily, but it was not the case. In fact, Nodirbek was better throughout the game. At this point, after bishop to c8, queen to h5, you can see the battle between black trying to disrupt white's position on the queen side, on the left side of the board, and of course, white is trying to deliver the checkmating attack, utilize the two bishops and deliver the checkmating attack on the king side. But it's not that easy. Rook takes a4, so white sacrifices a pawn, bishop takes e4, rook takes a3, not taking the bishop on e4, and now is the battle between the light square bishop and the knight, and of course, these two pawns which are going to storm down the board. Queen to c2, queen to d7, queen to b3, checking up the pawn on d5, defending with rook to c4. And this was the critical moment. Nodirbek was doing a tremendous job, by the way. I really like this move, knight d6, putting pressure on the pawn on d4. And you know what? I'm just simply going to push my pawns. If I get it all the way to b2 and I manage to bring his friend on a7 as well, then I'm just simply going to be winning.
So you have
f5.
to do something on the king's side, right? To some counterplay is needed.
Absolutely.
Here.
And this was the moment. Queen takes d5 was played. And look at the clock as well. 5 seconds for Fabiano. He was really down on time against 45 seconds for Nodirbek. If he would have stopped and think, he would have found the very important rook e to c8. I'm looking at ideas of rook to c1. I'm the one that's going to be first in this race that we're seeing. He did not do that. He took on d5. And after bishop to a2, I'm trapping your pawn. Your pawn is never going to promote. And guess what? d5, e6 is coming. And this one is really tough to play for black. In fact, Nodirbek just simply collapsed. He did not find a way to stop white's pawns. And you guys saw the end of it. Just an incredible bounce back victory after a very difficult opening for Fabiano. But he's back in the mix. He is right now 5 points behind the leader, Gukesh, and still thinking, I'm sure, in his mind, still thinking to defend his title. Back to you in St. Louis for the moment. We'll be here with round 2 action.
Thank you, Anastasia and Cristian. And let's take a look at the standings after an eventful
Once more,
first round.
yes. So we have Gukesh with 14 points, Jan-Krzysztof with 11, and only half point behind now is Magnus Carlsen. And our peak Christian Fabiano is back. He's in clear fourth now with 10 points. He has a chance to catch up with the leaders.
Go Alireza, I agree. And let's take a look at the probabilities with Ben Underwood's pie charts. Well, pre-tournament, Nazi.
Well, no surprise there. Magnus Carlsen was a huge favorite with 68%, Firouzja in second, and Fabi in third. Gukesh at 0.3%.
Exactly. No chance for Gukesh whatsoever. After 3 rounds?
After day 1, Carlsen only increased his chances, reached to 80. Wow. And where is Gukesh?
Gukesh came from nowhere and got an extra 0.1%.
Yes. But after day 2, that changed a lot.
Then we reshuffled them very much. Look at Gukesh surging through the ring. Yeah.
He was leading, I believe, but he was still in 4th percentage-wise here.
Right.
Carlsen's chances decreased at 56. And let's see now the newest
And then
one.
when he had a big 3-point lead
After
coming,
day 3.
let's see what happened.
Magnus is still the favorite, but not by that much. Gukesh now in second, just 3% behind him, and Duda in third with 27%. But it's these 3 players who are leading, who have the best chances.
Exactly. Firouzja is way down there. Okay. And Miro, do you agree with those stats? 30% each for those top 3 players?
Honestly, it's quite hard to agree, like knowing the scores.
Right.
Right, and it's just that Magnus's dominance in Blitz, he taught us for years how good he is, and that must be why even an AI thinks that, okay, these 4 points do not matter that much. Okay, it's 3.5 left with 17 games to go, so everything is possible. I'm thinking...
Let's not forget, Magnus has to play Gukesh twice. So
Absolutely.
Yeah,
So let's say he wins 2 games and he catches up a lot.
Yeah.
Alireza, though, right? It's a it's a very, very low start, so to speak. But like winning this game, winning that game, and he's another one capable of scoring a lot.
Street. And again, well, what to say? The GOAT.
Let's not forget, 8-time World Blitz champion and reigning co-champion.
And world's #1 rated Blitz player.
And
but
once
8
he picks
times.
up that momentum, when he starts winning in Blitz, he becomes unstoppable.
Exactly. Tell us about round 2.
We have exciting pairings coming up. Look at that first board. Magnus Carlsen against Alireza Firouzja.
That's such a huge matchup. We're going to make that the marquee game.
We'll follow that. Then Duda, who's in second place, is playing Fabi. See, if Fabi wins, he will catch up with Duda. It's a critical match for Fabi.
Right.
Then Pragg is playing against Wesley. Ivan is playing Anish. And the leader, Gukesh, is facing Nodirbek, who still needs to win a game in this event.
He just hasn't found his form. And for Gukesh, it's very, very important that he actually performs well early, because Blitz, it's confidence. And you get into these cycles where you lose a few games and it's sort of like you get in a bad mood. Contrarily, you win a few games and your confidence is just soaring.
Gukesh played a decent game and he was worse, but then in the end game he was fine. It's just in time trouble then. Did you notice that moment when he grabbed the pawn on h5 and realized it was a blunder?
Rook h4.
And then Wesley was like, touch move.
He
had to take, and then it was just over.
And then it could have been a draw. Woo, we're getting ready for round 2 as the players return to stage. Ivan Saric. I must say that is a missed chance, but the moment somebody says, you missed a win, you don't even...
It's so hard to come back from this one, like playing the next Blitz game.
Right.
Yeah, you keep returning.
G4,
yeah, I was winning 1 move.
Yeah, you're carrying that baggage with you of what might have been.
Yeah. And one thing you were talking about, the confidence in Blitz, in fact, it's kind of hourglass shaped. So, you get more confidence and then your opponents kind of feel it.
And losing, losing their confidence.
So that's for all of those who hoping to perform well, it's very important to start Blitz on a high note.
Yeah.
Which Alireza has done, by the way. He won such a beautiful game against Duda.
Magnus, for those of you joining us late, made a draw in his first game as a black against Anish Giri, as the crowd is beginning to fill up.
It's very exciting to watch the Blitz, but at the same time, it's hard to follow all the games because things happen so quickly.
Exactly.
They go from winning to losing to a draw, and just every second it changes.
Very, very big game coming up here for Alireza. He's playing Magnus with the black pieces, a big challenge.
And pre-tournament.
Yeah, and he's on the outside looking in. Alireza knows he gets past this game, he could go on a rampage.
Absolutely.
And then suddenly, he's right there too.
In pre-tournament, Magnus said in the interview that Alireza is his toughest opponent in this event and in this time format.
Yeah.
Even though we know Alireza didn't do so well in the rapid portion,
he's
absolutely capable of winning a lot of games in the Blitz.
Anastasiya, in her opening comments, spoke about Magnus, saying he's frustrated. Let the blitz begin. What happened to him in the rapid? He just didn't. It wasn't the Magnus that we've come to expect.
Yeah, it was a slow start, which we're used to that actually. In rapid and blitz, he starts slow and then he picks up the pace.
He does.
But he does need to pick up the pace now, right? It's time.
Guys, wouldn't you say that he was not taking, well, as many opportunities as he usually does? Because it's not
taking
like
as many
it was
risks.
not going his way. He had some good chances. He was not converting.
Well, most especially for me, it was that game of Gukesh. He had the two bishops versus the two knights. The computer felt he had a +2 advantage. Then
Knight
suddenly
C3.
came B4 and he was worse. Knight C3 again. Just throwing his opponents a little bit off.
He did this yesterday against Anish. So now this
London.
is Jabava London, right?
Right? Transposing to a London. After
Pretty
Knight
tricky
C3.
opening for the blitz.
Yeah. E6.
E6. Yeah, I remember seeing a lot of C6 or A6 just to not allow this knight B5 move.
Right. But quickly, play castles, get your king out of dodge.
These players must have played each other so many times in blitz that you have to come up with some sidelines to surprise your opponent.
Exactly. Okay, knight d7, that's a little bit off the track. I was expecting a6 just to drive the knight back.
But maybe there's no rush to kick that knight off.
No, it's not doing anything in
Because
particular.
you're not sure if you're going to do it with C6 or A6. A6 definitely looks more likely the move to play. A4 included. But I don't know, you can play C6 and go bishop C7. That's an option if you want to trade a lot of minor pieces.
c6, I'd probably go after the two bishops, even though it's
It's a
not.
closed position, so-
Yeah, it's a closed position. A6. The reason why I might have played A6 a moment ago is it did give me the possibility of B5, bishop B7, and so forth.
Right, but now after knight A3, will you play C5 immediately? This is
I
challenge the
don't
center.
think I can get away with it, right? So we're like,
B4.
B4. Maybe
is
Magnus
interesting.
was, pardon me, maybe, yes, maybe Magnus was afraid of C5, so he wanted to include this move.
Do you
So
take the knight or move the bishop?
I definitely want to take the knight. AB takes.
But you know what? On
takes.
AB, I can take AB. I don't have to take your bishop right away. That's the trick. Because you're pinned.
Is it? Okay. So, sorry
Let's
for
show
some
it.
arrows. Arrow, AB, AB. I understand the pin, but I just wanted to ask a question. Takes.
Here I might take the bishop.
I don't think that was the intention
that
when you
was not
played
the
AB,
intention,
because this exchange sacrifice in Blitz,
Not
where
fun.
I'm playing
Does
knight
knight E4
D6
come in?
and knight E4.
No, I would take the bishop. for sure.
Okay. Let's see. An intriguing moment.
You were just taking a long think.
And there's also another move here. Bishop takes B4. It's a little weird. Bishop takes B4 was another
Well,
possibility.
Right, because I do have bishop C7 in between move, but you have a
Bishop
check.
C3 check.
Very interesting.
That could have been a very fun position for
So
Blitz.
Magnus took
Here
with
we
it.
go.
We might see this line, bishop B4, and definitely pawn takes back.
Exactly. The other possibility for black here is C5.
Wow. I have 3 pawns against C5, and you're still managing to play it.
I'm very insistent. See,
Nothing can stop you.
Mira, this has been a very unusual, let's say, London. Happened early, and the players are burning clock. By the way, after bishop takes b4, Magnus said,
takes
"You're not
b4.
having any fun. I am going to shut down. I am not going to allow that exchange
But
sacrifice."
unlike White's pawn structure now, right? Yes, we have open C file that we can target C7 pawn, but
The knight could go back to e8
D6.
and then to d6. That, in a certain way, protects the c7 pawn.
and attacks our B5 pawn.
Exactly. Knight e5. Okay, knight e4 is another way of making a a beeline to the d6 square.
Do you think white has chance to do something on the king side eventually after we castle, maybe f3, and we have a white squared bishop that could be useful on the king side?
Well, I think that's where the chances lie, because it's not queen side, right? You're not...
Well, there's some options. I want to play queen a7, but after you go knight d6, I feel like, what is
am
my
I
queen
doing there? Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, here we see it right away. Knight to d6, and Alireza is saying, gift me your pawn.
So do we defend it with queen a5? It's such an
Awkward
ugly-looking
looking move, right?
Yeah.
So queen a5. I think I want to play bishop e8. Queen b1.
He's going for the king side. Provoking either h6 or g6 or f5.
I definitely don't like f5 because I wanted to keep that in reserve.
just gonna
That
play
move
g6.
f6.
Oh, he went h6.
I don't want to play g6 when I don't have the dark square bishop.
Right.
So h6 was pretty much
Best choice, yes.
Yeah, the best choice. Bishop takes b5 on the agenda. Are we playing knight takes d7?
I think if we want to not lose material, we have to take on d7 and then take on d6 as well.
Or you could take on d7 and include rook c1 because c7 is actually still hanging.
Yes, but then knight comes to c4.
I hear you. I didn't say chess was an easy
So
sport.
Magnus is hoping for queen g4 and creating some chances on the king side.
Is he bluffing?
He's definitely semi-bluffing.
I mean, you could play knight to c4 and say, how queen g4 then f5?
Or even king h8 should be fine.
Is he considering bishop takes h6 and queen h5?
But I can always play f5 and bring the queen over to defend the king.
I'll munch a few pawns, but yeah. I'm thinking knight on b6 to c4 in order... This knight might be needed on the king side, I'm not sure. But this knight on b6 has to play a role. And by the way, the queen also has to play a role.
It's too many options.
Rook
A8
a8. That was a surprise.
And f5. Now queen g6?
Queen g6, queen f7?
Right. Are we happy with the queen trade?
Is black? Yes. I think that I have a superior end game. I'm worried about the attack.
If you go immediately queen f7, I'll take and then take on d6 and mess up your pawns.
True.
Although I still have a worse bishop against the knight.
Exactly. Exactly. So because of the threat of bishop h6, I'm expecting queen f7. Although I must say it's kind of an empty threat.
Yeah, you could play rook a3 right now.
Yeah, just as a tickle.
And what do I do, right? I don't have good squares for that bishop.
The more I look at it,
yeah, rook a3 looks very strong.
Rook a3 looks like the right move.
And he's done it.
Clock times, if you don't mind us.
Magnus has 1 extra minute over Alireza, but they're still not in huge time trouble.
But those seconds go by so fast in Blitz. Okay, I have got to play bishop e2. I don't see bishop b1 or bishop c2 as being helpful after queen f7.
We could include bishop d6, but is that really helpful?
Bishop d6, I want to recapture with the pawn. Bishop e2. Okay, now is it time for queen f7, king f8. King f8 is not ridiculous.
King f8, yeah. I'll probably play rook c1.
I mean, kind of.
Yeah.
You could try to worm in over on the king side, but no, I'm playing queen f7.
Alireza going down to 1 minute. And we're hearing that Pragg won his game against Wesley. Wesley made some huge blunder.
Whoa. Okay, that was a big turnaround, especially when Wesley took down our tournament leader, Gukesh.
This is what we like about Blitz, that this 2,800 players just blunder so easily.
Reminds us that they are human beings.
They're still humans, yes.
Okay, rook a2. Now I'm inclined to continue with bishop h5.
Does that stop queen f7?
No, it doesn't.
Not really, right?
Well,
it does, because you take twice and then c7 hangs.
It does.
Yeah. So we have our answer.
Let's go.
Bishop h5.
Magnus is ready to... And by the way, the clock times You told me
Alireza's
Magnus
down
had a minute extra, right?
He still does. Alireza's down to 40 seconds.
I'm not liking what I'm seeing here. The inclusion of Rook A2 and Knight C4. I feel it's mistimed.
I think maybe Alireza's risking too much now.
Well, he does have an idea of getting some counterplay against the F2 pawn.
I guess I play F3.
F3. Pause, pause, pause.
Where does the knight go? Do you go back to D2?
No,
You're heading back to F6.
Yeah,
But then bishop G.
I feel it's time I've got to eliminate some of those attackers.
It's honestly not easy to find moves here.
And the players have definitely slowed their tempo.
Yeah, they're both taking their time.
Big moments suddenly. Wait, I think it's F3 though.
I think we have to do F3. What else could
Bishop F4, Knight F2, or Rook F2?
What else
I could
Magnus be
reposition.
considering?
Bishop F4, Bishop E5, repositioning his bishop.
Maybe some in-between moves. Does B6 do anything?
Yes, B6 is another one of those little
He's playing.
flicks.
There you go. That's what he was thinking about.
Well, the idea is that pieces, knights love protection. Knights love to be protected.
Look at those knights on C4 and E4.
Exactly. But a moment ago, the pawn on C7 protected the knight on D6, which is why we saw that little flick. Now, the problem is this bishop is actually really...
It's not doing much.
At all.
I think we still have to play F3. Oh, it's gone Bishop G3.
There was something about F3. Just
He really didn't like it.
He didn't like it.
But notice how White's queen doesn't have many moves. It can't be trapped either, but also, if we're trying to attack, we need to use our queen, but we can't.
Somebody's...
3 seconds for Magnus.
Whoa, Magnus's clock went down.
Time.
I thought it was Alireza who was behind on the clock.
This last couple of moves, Magnus took a lot of time to figure out how to defend F2.
By the way, I love that move H3. A kind of a... I
Nice
want to play
prophylaxis move.
G4. I want to get off the back rank mate.
We might see some perpetual now with Queen D8. But Alireza...
When was Magnus ever anxious to make a perpetual?
Do we still think he's better here?
No.
No, but I mean, knight on C4 is very good.
The knight on C4. And you can always take on E5. And
Well, then, if I control this C file, I might have some attacking chances.
yes, that is a good point, of course.
Yeah, I think now they might repeat. Oh, no, Magnus is
F2 is
putting
hanging?
pressure.
F2 is hanging? What?
No,
What?
Queen H4. Queen H4, trap.
Thank you. That clears the cobwebs.
But unfortunately for Magnus, outside his queen, he doesn't have any attacking pieces.
Still F2
Ooh,
is
he
hanging,
wants
but
to
no.
play G4, maybe.
Ooh.
No, Knight E3 is hanging. Oh, this was a terrible move. Now Magnus is completely winning. Rook
Knight
A8, that's it.
E3.
Rook A8, and there's going to be just
Oh,
picking up
Magnus is
everything.
picking up everything with a check.
Oh.
Oh.
Now even the rook endgame. E6 pawn. Just
E6.
unstoppable. And there's resignation.
Wow, did he miss? Well, I think Alireza with Knight E3 could have turned the tables. We are going to go to Gukesh.
Let's go back to the tournament leader, Gukesh. And Nodirbek about to have his first win. He's an exchange up. It's a technical endgame.
Yeah, but it's 2 versus 2 on the same side, which makes the task of the defender virtually impossible to hold. Rook to the F-file check. This is the way you want to drive the
Yeah, black is just really
King E7.
passive
Ooh,
here.
that's a nasty move. King E7, complete
Black's going to run out of moves. very soon.
domination. Yeah.
Wow, this will be 2 losses in a row for Gukesh. That's a terrible start in the Blitz.
For sure. So Rook F7 check. Oh, Rook F7 check, King G6, King E6, and it was almost Zugzwang.
It's the same position
Oh, it's
now.
the same. Yeah, the King
Transposed
F5, and it is Zugzwang.
There's resignation. Wow.
And Nodirbek
Congrats to
gets his
Nodirbek.
first victory.
Only one game
Finally,
left.
we have Duda.
Duda against Fabi. I saw
Huge
earlier.
game, by the way.
Earlier, Duda was completely winning, but now looks like Fabi has found a way to save it.
It's a fight for second, but
Yeah, he's only down a pawn, but he has this counterplay on the king side.
with the light squares, yes.
Both players with just 5 seconds. It's so easy to blunder a mate here.
Truly. I mean, I would be frightened to be white, fearing that I'm blundering a mate on
I
almost
think I'd
any
rather
turn.
be black
Yeah.
in this position. Are they... Is
Duda
someone...
is defending this very... No! Oh, I was about to say young as H-pawn. No, Queen D5 defended the H-pawn.
So it's Fabi who's refusing the repetition,
It feels
right?
like it,
Yeah.
yes. He's had his queen on F3. Kind of
2
surprised
seconds for Duda.
he hasn't played King G6 at
Queen
some
F1.
certain
Oh,
moment.
but now Engine likes white again because A-pawn can start moving. Ooh, maybe Fabi overplayed his hand.
For sure.
Now Bishop D4 and I go A7.
Yeah, no, now
is
it's
not good.
definitely white. I'm really surprised he hasn't put his king on G6 just to make sure that he has... Oh, he's blundered his
You're
H-pawn.
so right, yes, sir. He had to put the king on G6. Now Duda completely winning again.
And by the way, in this fight for second place, this is a huge game
Duda
for
might
Duda.
become a sole leader because Gukesh just lost
And
his game.
he has resigned, Fabi.
Wow.
Wow. Big win. Big win for Duda.
Yeah. What do you have for us, Miro?
Wow, I just wanted to mention that Saric's game went like very fair and there's not much to analyze. However, Prague beating Wesley was a very short but also quite eventful game. I wanted to stop in this moment in the opening, sorry for that, but there is one really funny idea that computer mentions. This is very normal, by the way, what black does. Goes e5, uses this pin to win the pawn back, but usually it's done after white has castled already. And here computer says you could go knight c3, after knight e5 you trade, you go queen d2, castle long, all of a sudden go h4, and white is much better. So that's computer's take on that. However, white just castled short. We've gotten some very normal position, and then I want to stop here on move 17. So Wesley decided to trade on d5, which was absolutely okay. Would he continue with knight e7? This knight goes to d6, very solid position. And then this is where he thought, I'll be clever, I'll go queen e5. Your queen is not defended. If you trade on e5, knight on e5, black is fine. And what he missed is a quirky queen c1 move, so that not only the c6 knight is attacked, but the h6 knight as well. So it was one move blunder, and of course, against Prague, you cannot really come back from being a piece down. So nice win for Prague, and a terrible blunder by Wesley So.
The old double attack, and we throw it to you, Cristian and Anastasiya in Zagreb.
Just me this round, and let's take a look at this game between Nodirbek and Gukesh, because there was a very critical moment. In fact, the world champion played a very good game, and at this point, it was more or less equal. All he had to do was to just simply take on e2 with the bishop. Take on e2, I take on b5. Now we have equal pawns, rook versus knight, rook and knight versus rook and knight. So this one is an easy draw. If you take on f5, then I just simply go to g8, and I'm attacking your b5 pawn twice, so there's no way you can defend this. For example, if you try to keep it and go b6, well, that's a discovery check with bishop to d3, and you lose the rook on f5, so you even lose this game. What he missed was, after rook takes e2, which makes a lot of sense, the problem is that you cannot continue taking that rook on e2, because now I'm not going to touch the bishop on e2. After knight to d4, this would be a fork and an easy draw for black. But what I will do is go b6. There's no way to catch that pawn anymore. You can do that with the knight, but then I just simply take the bishop on e2, push the b pawn next move, and this is pretty much going to be an easy win for white. So a huge blunder by Gukesh, in time trouble with rook takes e2, and after bishop to b5, you guys caught the last moments of the game. That's an exchange up for white, and Nodirbek put the finishing touches quite nicely. Let's take a look at where that leaves us in terms of standings. 2 losses in the first 2 rounds for Gukesh, and right now he's only 2 points in the lead, 14 points against 12 points for Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who won a critical game against Fabiano, and of course the podium is completed by Magnus Carlsen with 11.5 points. So definitely we're having a very tight race. Let's go on a short break and we'll be back in just a couple of minutes. Stay with us.
Welcome back to Grand Chess Tour Prague. Actually, you're coming directly from Uzbekistan, from the tournament you just recently won, and our huge congratulations on this.
Thank you.
It seems like this year is really great for you. You won Paikidze first, and then Romanian Grand Chess Tour event, and then also Uzbekistan tournament. So, do you feel like you found the secret how to win these events?
No, I don't think so. It's just that playing good chess with good mindset and trying to fight for the top spot, and it's going my way in those critical moments.
Your tiebreak performances were really incredible this year. Can you say that you kind of like to play them?
No, not really. Yeah, I mean, these tiebreaks games, they can go either way. We're playing a lot with like few seconds on the clock, and as I said, like it can go any ways. And yeah, some moments I was definitely lucky, but also I guess there is some skill involved in that as well. So I wouldn't really say I'm like great at tiebreaks. I'd much rather want to win tournaments straight outright. Yeah, so.
Yeah, you're playing so many events. The schedule is really busy. So what is about your energy level before Zagreb event?
Yeah, I'm feeling okay. Like I had a few days rest before Zagreb. I was here 2-3 days back. But in general, yeah, when you play a lot of these tournaments, and also they are important ones and tiring ones as well. Energy levels you do have to manage, and I think so far I'm doing a decent job of it. During Tashkent, I was at some point I was feeling down on energy, but then I decided to cut down on prep and try to save my energy. I think that did work a bit, so I'll probably try to do the same, just less prep and try to rest and give my best on the board.
After this tournament in Uzbekistan, you actually climbed to the 4th position in FIDE rankings and became #1 player in India. What is more important for you?
Yeah, I don't think many things change. I'm still the same person trying to play tournaments, and also these 1 or 2 points doesn't really matter when you're playing such strong events every tournament. That like it's all about one game. Yeah, like next game over plays is going to change in some way. So I don't think that matters so much. And yeah, as I said, for me, I take one tournament at a time, and right now my focus is on this tournament. And yeah, I'm hoping to give my best here.
Are you a little bit affected about, let's say, the media in India? Because I think it's still, they bring a lot of attention to the fact who is #1, who is #2, 3 in India, and like, are you affected a little bit?
No, I mean, at some point I was affected with all these like comments coming about, but I think now I'm like used to all these things, and I think I can handle them well.
What did you change maybe, or did you make any changes in your team last year that you think the results started to come your way?
Yeah, there were changes in my team, but yeah, they are giving me a lot of help and support, which is definitely showing on the board. But also, like, I think it's just not about chess. There's also like a lot about psychology, and which we worked on, and I think that is like the key to what is happening.
What do you think about the field this year in Zagreb, and whom are you looking forward to play against?
Yeah, field is extremely strong, and I mean, I haven't played a lot of Grand Chess Tour. This is my second year, but so far all the wildcards are extremely strong, who are coming and taking our points. So, and we have Magnus this time, so I don't think that's a great thing. But yeah, I'm excited for the event. I want to give my best, because usually in Rapid and Blitz events I haven't done like extremely well, but also like I've always done in like this middle finishes. I finished 3rd in Poland last year and this year as well. So yeah, and also for the Grand Chess Tour finals, it's extremely important. Every tournament you have to give your best and try to be on the top to qualify for the finals.
Whom are you looking forward to play against this time in this event?
Yeah, for sure Magnus. It's been some time since I played him over the board. Normal chess, I played him in freestyle in Paris, but yeah, normal chess, it's been like 1 year. Maybe my last game was in Norway. So yeah, I'm looking forward to playing.
Recently, you played against like most of the top chess players. So whose style and play you admire the most?
Yeah, I think Magnus comes to mind at top. Yeah, everyone is different in their own way. Yeah, for example, Arjun is as he has his name, yeah, madman. He just tries to get opponent's throat. So there are different styles, and Nodirbek also like just keeps playing for win. Doesn't matter if he has worst position or winning position, just tries to win every time. Yeah, I mean, I try to take good things from all the top players and try to take inspirations from them.
Thank you so much, Pragg, for joining us, and all the best of luck for you in the tournament.
Yeah, thank you.
When you come to Croatia, you have to bring your compass with you.
You have to visit our national parks.
You have to climb the highest peaks.
And ride the wildest winds.
You will never walk alone on these hiking trails.
You have to raft here.
Fly there.
Cycle everywhere.
You have to come to Croatia.
Croatia, full of adventures, full of life.
10 years, one legacy. The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest, then off to Zagreb for the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
When you come to Croatia, you have to bring your appetite with you.
And you have to taste our food.
You have to try the world's most awarded cheese.
And enjoy wine tasting in any of our wineries.
You have to surprise your taste buds with truffles.
You have to eat here.
Drink there.
Enjoy everywhere.
You have to come to Croatia.
Croatia, full of flavors, full of life.
Welcome back, everyone. What an exciting round one we had in the Blitz. Let's take a look at the updated standings.
And round two as well.
Round two, yes. So Gukesh lost again now, and Duda won. So catching up with the leader, Gukesh with 14 still, Duda with 12. Magnus won his game. He's with 11.5. But Fabi lost, so he falls behind. And Pragg now in clear fourth.
Exactly. Pairings for this round three coming up. Nazi?
Let's have a look. We have, I think, some leaders playing each other.
Big
we have
games
Gukesh against Duda, first and second.
There it is.
Wesley against Nodirbek, also Fabi against Magnus.
Fantastic. Two
Which game
huge
do we
games.
watch?
I guess it's number one versus number two, Gukesh. But if for those of you who want to see a Fabi Magnus game, I understand that as well.
Alireza's facing Ivan Saric and Anish against Pragg.
And through the magic of a television, we just want to replay the Magnus Carlsen game against Firouzja.
The finale. It was absolutely equal right before this, and then all of a sudden Magnus got both of his major pieces on the last rank and started taking up all the pawns on the king side and winning the game. Oh, he dropped the piece. Yeah, this was just a huge blunder from Alireza when he took the bishop on e3.
For those of you watching, very, very sportive that Magnus did not press the clock when his piece was prostrate on the board, but rather adjusted it, and there was a handshake. Very important victory for Magnus over Alireza. And Alireza could knight takes e3. Ooh.
We had a costume change.
Well, thank you
during
very
the
much.
break.
It's like a warm day here in St. Louis, and Miro and I looked at each other and said, "You look great in polo shirts."
Oh, well, thank you, Yasser. Likewise.
Thank you. I was waiting for the return. All right, here we go as we get ready for this round 3. And I made an executive decision over Gukesh. Jan, were you happy with my choice there?
Sure.
You didn't.
And if we get some boring opening, then we can switch to Fabi Carlsen.
I felt the jab. I felt the poke. There we go. Yeah, we got Gukesh. It's funny. Seriously, on our break, you said to me, I feel sorry for Gukesh. He lost it. I said, wait a minute. The guy came in with one of the greatest results in rapid effort, and then suddenly you felt bad for him because, he got upset in the first 2 rounds?
Yeah, and it's mostly because of the first round.
He should have drawn that
yes.
against Wesley.
All right, we have another knight f3, the ready opening.
G3 and...
Bishop g2, e6.
Again, I always call this the Barksa, the double fianchetto, and then you're very flexible as white in the center. You either play c4, d4, or sometimes you even play for e4, d3, knight, d2, and e4. So, okay.
I'm keeping my eye on Fabi and Magnus. There's a very surprising opening. If you don't mind.
Okay, I knew it was coming. I felt
switch.
the poke earlier. I'm going to go to the game between Fabi and Magnus. Apologies. But it's the 4 pawns attack to the double fianchetto. Bishop on g7, a perk.
I saw 4 pawns on the 4th rank, and we have to go to that one.
Okay, this is very... when Magnus goes a little bit in tilt mode, tends to reach for the perk. He does some strange...
I don't think he's in tilt mode, though. He just won his game. He just really wants to win again. I think it's because Fabi just lost a very difficult game.
So he wants to keep the pressure.
Exactly. He wants to just make it difficult for Fabi to bounce back.
Okay.
And what did they do in Rapid? Did Magnus beat Fabi? Yes, he beat Fabi. So yeah, that's why he chose this opening. You're a pure player.
Yes. With this very, very big center, and also with the flank as well, oftentimes it's about this knight. And you're not happy when the knight comes to f6 because it tends to put pressure on the e-pawn. If I'm in white shoes, I'm trying to make the life of this knight a little bit ugly in the sense that
looks good.
It has to go to e7, which means you have to play e6.
Yes, and that takes too much time, right?
Exactly.
I was also thinking about f4. That looks fantastic, but Fabi chose knight e2.
Knight e2. Okay, this is absolutely encouraging now. Knight, sorry, that's supposed to be knight f6. Absolutely encouraging knight
and then
f6.
after g5, you trade and
I will go
you
knight,
go to g4. Yes.
Unless I get my knight trapped, which could easily happen.
It
but
could happen. We do have knight f6. We'll see.
If I could provoke f3, then it's a whole different story because I can go knight d7, c5, or even e5.
Yeah.
Okay, no, I was about to say things we're going to get calm. No, I was going to go to Gukesh a moment, but I stopped myself.
No, because I think Magnus just made a bad move, so we should stay here.
b4, knight to d5?
Is that why it's so bad?
Or is it simply knight?
Yeah, I think knight d5 looks... Knight d5, if I take, then white has way too much space.
And we've...
G5.
This I don't like. Now I feel good. I feel good. Wait a minute. I want to take with the e-pawn, and then I feel I've got actually a very decent
Do you want to include
safety.
h takes g and trade the rooks as well?
I'm not sure.
Yeah,
I'm genuinely undecided. But yeah, I can... Hold on, I can take on b2. Right? So he did include hg, and Magnus could take on b2. Oh, you take on g7. Sorry.
Yeah,
That's a queen.
Yeah. But it's very surprising Fabi didn't go knight d5. It looked like such a beautiful
natural move.
Yeah, and easy to play.
We're kind of seeing an effects of allowing
we can't guess any moves.
Right.
No b takes c3.
If you had played g5 and the knight had been on g8, it's a completely different story. By the way, he didn't take on c3 and recapture on f6.
Now Fabi
Very
has a chance
surprising.
to go knight d5 again.
Knight d5, tickling the pawn.
Tickling.
I don't see what.
Why are they both ignoring knight d5?
Central pieces, centralize your pieces. Okay, in favor of knight a4.
No, I like the
I do
c5
have
move.
a3.
Knight c6. This is what black wants in the modern.
Okay, but hold on. So if I start with a3
Knight c6.
and you go knight c6, I will then go d5.
Knight e5.
And then I will take this pawn on.
Okay, I'll take back. Nothing's hanging.
Yeah, but I'll be so happy that my knight. I'll then play bishop to d4.
And we're not going to switch, but just an update to our audience. Gukesh is much worse again.
Much worse. He could start with 3 losses. Ooh, that would be a brutal start. c5 on the board. I'm expecting a3 clock times, if you don't mind, I see.
Over 2
Evenish?
minutes for both of them.
Nobody's seriously
Should
behind.
Should we check Gukesh? Because this is a very long game, right?
Sure. We're going to switch back. Our apologies. To the game of Gukesh and Duda.
Duda's about to become a sole leader, first time in this event, if he converts this game.
He's just played, if you don't mind, just going to see the last few moves. So right now...
Or no, he will catch Gukesh.
He's a piece up. At the moment, he's just a piece up. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Wait, what? It's a full piece?
A full piece. There is... Black has 1 knight less.
Yeah, I just noticed that.
Me too. I was like, why does the board look weird? And the problem is this. So the knight moves, presumably knight a4. The knight moves, presumably knight c6. Queen d7 or queen e8. And
yeah, knight d7.
Okay.
Giving up
I thought
c6.
knight a4. That's just a piece for a pawn. And by the way,
the c4 is still hanging, yes.
Can I play bishop takes c4 immediately?
Yeah, why not? Wait, queen c4? A8 won't be hanging, you will take with that rook. Yes.
Exactly. Bishop takes c4 looks like a stone-cold winner. Nothing to be said.
Queen e8. You're still down a piece.
Exactly.
And c4, you can't defend even after this trade on e7.
Yeah.
So that goes for bishop c4 and...
I think it's the most direct. Maybe not the most exact, but definitely direct. Knight takes d8, bishop takes e2, knight back to c6. You don't have to take the rook. You can move the
Gukesh decided not to trade queens. Rook
but
c1.
now bishop a3. There's an old principle that's been used for thousands of years. Went ahead material, trade. Knight b6, another good move.
A couple of moves to get his pieces out of this upward position, and that's about it. Then we'll
that
see
was
resignation.
a very, very strong move. I like this move. Knight
piece.
b6 a lot. Yeah, and just quickly rook to b8.
Yeah, don't blunder bishop before. I'm sure black is still winning after that, but let's not give any material back.
I like it.
Queen.
Yeah.
D7?
This is over. Sorry, I'm going to call this. This is a piece for a pawn.
Do you think Gukesh will keep playing?
Not for too much longer, unless Duda just plays a lot of good moves for the next 10 moves. He's got this. I'm going to go back, if you don't mind, to the match up between Fabi and Magnus, because when we left it, the game was so very interesting and complex. A3, as expected, no knight c6. An immediate capture by Magnus, and I had given up on this variation because I saw queen h8, and I didn't think black wanted to play that. He didn't play queen h8.
No check.
Wow.
I don't think queen d2 was a good move.
Wow.
Queen H8, it's hard to stop yourself from playing that move.
Yeah, I mean, every instinct.
And now, after E5, I like Magnus' position. He looks much better. Bishop A6, nice.
The position is flipped and flopped. For a moment there,
And Duda did beat Gukesh.
Taking the lead. Or
catching up. We'll see in the standings afterwards.
The reason why I really liked A3 a while ago is I was rescuing the knight was stranded. Somehow, Magnus has managed to connive a possibility of a bishop b5 when the knight is left high and dry. Whoa, 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 whoa.
Knight d4.
Something I don't like about
now
this.
Now we take on a3.
Bishop b5?
Oh, is the knight trapped?
That's my worry, that bishop b5 may just trap the knight. What am I missing?
Some tactics.
Missing something.
Bishop b5.
Knight c5, queen b6.
Oh yeah, knight c5 is an option.
Knight c5, queen b6.
Can I go to b3?
Yes.
No, I can go rook d5. Rook d5 there.
Okay, same idea. Magnus is trying to leave the knight stranded. Clock times, if you don't mind, Nazi?
12 seconds for Fabi.
12? Okay. Okay, that happened fast.
And 50 for Magnus.
Queen f6. Oh my goodness. Queen
rook
f6.
C8.
There's a...
This looks so much...
Careful, there's a skewer. Rook C8.
Yeah. I'm defending the
mate
skewer
in one.
and threatening mate, yes. C3, oof.
Okay, now are we about to witness bishop b5?
Or just taking on a3 looks so good. Let's weaken the king side completely. He's done it. I like bishop b5 now, and then how do you protect c3? That's it.
That's a good point. Bishop b5 looks awfully good. Rook takes d6 will threaten the knight, though. That can maybe be my source of...
Oh, knight d7. This is a nice inclusion of this move. And now bishop b5.
And like you said, c3. By the way, this bishop is terrible.
Yes.
Terrible.
That bishop has been
not
participating
rook
at all.
Yeah. By the way, if you play bishop
he's
g2...
winning that piece.
Rook c2.
That's it. Knight d7, bishop takes. Okay, king e7.
By the way, I was thinking
it's equal material, but black is completely winning this endgame.
True.
And 7 seconds for Fabi.
Yeah, but the rook, king e7, and the rook is coming to either e3 or g3.
This will be second win in a row for Magnus and second loss in a row for Fabi.
That hurts.
Yeah.
I would probably play bishop check and followed by a4. He played, that was weird.
This is just...
Why didn't he play? Okay, still winning, but maybe a little
Technical
bit.
Conversion now. 2 extra pawns, right? Rook he just made a move with 1 second.
Yeah, but it's a tricky move. Rook e5.
Oh, bishop f7.
Bishop f7.
Right? Nice trick.
Oh. And a skewer. Where would you like us to go? What's remaining? Wesley versus Nodirbek?
Anish Prague we have on the screen. Let's see what's happening here.
Anish Prague, I found you.
It's a rook ending.
Rook ending.
Yeah, looks like a draw.
3 versus 3. Should be a draw.
But with 2 seconds, anything can happen.
Who's got the 2 seconds?
Both of them have 2 seconds.
Both have the 2 seconds.
Either could blunder.
Easily. H3.
We know Prague is one of those players who does not like to take a draw, no matter how drawn the position is.
Right.
He likes to keep fighting. Rook c4.
Well, king takes g4.
Ooh. Okay, now it'll be a draw. Yes.
I like how the momentum of the
We're
players.
going to see the stalemate. There we go. 1 game left.
Let's
Wesley.
jump to Wesley.
And he's an exchange up. And now looks like he's winning. Earlier it looked like a draw. Wesley, yeah, completely winning.
Why is he completely winning?
I just said the eval part. Say like +4.
+4 even. Wow. Okay,
Doesn't look easy though. I guess we take on G6 and some point play F5 and we win the D3 pawn. That's not how players are playing.
Well, for a moment there, I was wondering why Nodirbek couldn't take on B4 and take on H5.
Right?
I'm confused.
At the moment, yeah. Can he?
Okay, Wesley is now threatening Rook F6 check. I get it. That's a big threat. That Rook F6 check should win.
Oh, it's just yeah, he just won the pawn.
Right. Funny he didn't do it with Rook F6. But Wesley's not about to allow Bishop C5 check.
Yeah, and Nodirbek is running out of moves and 2 1-second in flags. And Wesley wins.
Wow. Okay.
I think that's it. All the games have finished.
I'm still trying to catch up on the standings there, just in what happened. It just happened so very, very quickly. Miro, I'm going to throw it to you as you can bring us up to date on the action.
Well, first and foremost, absolutely strange game. I do not have a better word from Gukesh. It all started with a bit of a confusion, I want to say, in the opening. So this D4 move, which leads you kind of to a normal structure. That's how you would set up the pawns, but not with black bishop being already on A6, not with the queen being on E2. So D2, D3 would be much more normal for this particular structure. Right, and then after D4, A4, very clever move from Duda. Knight takes B5, but there was still no need to panic entirely or go all in. Knight C3, you are worse, but you're still fighting. Knight C5, Knight C5, Knight E5, to be perfectly honest, looks like he had some idea and just, how we say, glitched. Because, yeah, when you guys in the studio, when you switched to this position and you started to discuss it, and it even took you some time to realize that black is a knight up.
Yes.
Yeah. Absolutely. So that's, yeah, seriously, inexplicable mistake by Gukesh, and he's on 0-3. Wow. That's not the best start.
Nope.
And then I wanted to show, well, the moment the technology allows me, I wanted to show this one, Wesley with Nodirbek. It's impossible to analyze, of course, a blitz game of how many, 90 moves long or whatever, but there were a couple of very, very key moments. And particularly, let me find, there was a
particularly
moment.
on move 4.
Yeah, no, not on move 4, but there was a moment when Nodirbek could have gotten a better position. Yeah, so over here, for instance, yeah, it was a ready opening, well, the B pawn exchange for the C pawn. So it's a very, very strange setup. C2 is the backward pawn, B7 is the backward pawn. Black has the bishop on H7, which is, well, not active for now, but the moment you try to move white's structure, immediately this bishop is very annoying. White's bishops are also not very great. And then rook A1 to A2, and the computer says rook B2 to A2 was the better move. And in fact, white is slightly better because eventually the queen is going to get evicted with bishop d4. Instead, the other rook went to b2, to a2 pawn, and there was a move, bishop takes a3. The explanation why it wasn't played, because it looks like bishop d4 wins the queen, but if you could spend some time on the resulting position, you would understand that this rook is completely locked out of the game, and black is just so much better here. Then after b6, and honestly, it went back and forth so many times, and then I think the endgame you were looking at, right before this h4, h5 happened, black still had over here, yeah, wouldn't he play bishop c1, but bishop to e7, stopping h4, stopping this idea. Computer still favors white, but I can see it's very hard to win, to be honest. It might as well be a fortress. And then after h4 was allowed, Wesley's technique, all of a sudden, on 2 seconds increment, was pretty much spot on. So very well played at the end, but it was, of course, like back and forth a couple of times in this game.
Thank you, Miro. Let's take a look at the standing after 4 very fast rounds of Blitz. It just happened very quickly.
We are trying to catch up.
3,
with the
sorry.
Blitz. Okay, Duda still... I'm still thinking that they're getting 2 points for a win. That's why I was thinking that Duda caught Gukesh.
You're an influencer because I was convinced you were right.
So Gukesh is still in the lead, 1 point ahead. Duda now in second, and Magnus catching up with them, only half point behind Duda in clear third.
There was a 4-point gap at the start of today's play. Suddenly it's become a 1.5 point gap with our GOAT. We're going to throw it to Zagreb and Cristian.
It's becoming a very tight race in that one at the top. And another game that I was having my eyes on is the one between Anish and Praggnanandhaa. And Praggnanandhaa, as you could see from the standings, he's picking up some steam as well.
He's my pick, so I'm really rooting for him.
You're very happy about that. Anish, at this point, obviously he has the space advantage on the queen side, and he played the move b5. This might have been an oversight, but it played in his favor as well, because knight takes c5. It just seems like you're losing a pawn. You've blundered the pawn. If you take on c5, then bishop takes b2. I have the two bishops. I have the extra pawn. Obviously, black is winning. But what he can do is play the move rook to c1, which he did, and now take advantage of the fact that this diagonal has opened up with this move bishop to a3. There's no more castling short. There's definitely no long castling, because with a c file open, you would get absolutely massacred on that side. So you have to find a way to get your king to safety. And he did with this move, bishop to f8, queen takes a3, the queen replaces the bishop on that diagonal. So now still the king needs to find a way out, right? And they got to this position. Plenty of compensation, by the way, for the pawn, perhaps even a better position for white. In fact, at this point, after a6, take on c6, take on c6, what he had to do, and it seems like objectively he had a winning position after rook takes c6. Take, and we have this imbalance in the position, the queen versus the two rooks. The problem is the queen has a lot of targets, especially related to the weakness of the black king. If this pawn would be on g7, it would be much better for black, but it's not, and this would have been not an easy win. I'm not going to call it an easy win.
Still quite difficult to understand, right?
But a much better position for white. And he did not play this. He played a move queen to b3, queen to c2. And we got to this position very wild. Obviously, the black king is still very unsafe. But it does seem like this exchange of the queens and the transition into the endgame played into Prague's favor. Anastasia, I think you were watching the Alireza versus Saric game.
Yes, Alireza managed to come back after this unfortunate loss against Magnus Carlsen. And actually, if I would describe this game, I think it was a little bit of a tragedy here, because Saric had quite good position. Look at this. I mean, balanced position. Yes, of course, Alireza has two bishops and some hopes in the ending. But you know, you don't need to play move knight b6 after bishop f3. He wanted to defend a pawn and choose the wrong square for the knight. I believe that after knight f6, position would be just normal. I don't know, maybe he was afraid of bishop g5, but you just move your queen, let's say, away from this diagonal, and you should be looking really fine.
I think this is what he was worried about.
I think so, but still, d5 was actually protected indirectly. Like if you take here, for example, bishop d5, you always have this nice trick with bishop g3, right? Absolutely. So perhaps he didn't see all this, and he played knight b6, and I would say that after that, Alireza played just fantastic game, using the fact that this knight is really on the wrong place. So he later just improved his pieces, his pawns, and found a nice way to get rid of the knight and simply win this d5 pawn. And you know that it's just huge. If you lose a central pawn, your position cannot be good after that, obviously. And he never gave any chances to Ivan Saric to come back in this game, and definitely just, I mean, crushed him.
Good bounce back for Alireza after losing against Magnus. And guess what? We have Magnus versus Gukesh in the next round, and we have a very special guest that will be here with us in the studio helping us with the assignment of doing commentary on that one. So don't miss it, grab your popcorn, and we will be back very soon from Zagreb, Croatia.
Good advice, Cristian. Popcorn.
We're missing some popcorn, yeah.
Standings. Let's do it.
Let's update our viewers again. Gukesh is in first place with 14 points, but Duda and Magnus are only point and a half behind him. So this is getting critical.
Tell us about the pairings coming up for round 4.
And this is why we were suggesting audience gets popcorn. It's Magnus versus Gukesh in the next round.
Greatest show on chess.
Absolutely. And I mean, all eyes will be on that game. We're not going to switch.
No, we're not going to switch. And
let's take a look at the current standings in the overall GCT. Maxim Zagreb is in the first place with 20 points, Prague in second, and Alireza in third. And some of these players are here in Croatia playing right now, but MVL and Livon are missing.
Exactly, and it's those GCT points in the middle of that graph that you want to keep a careful eye on, because it's the top 4 finishers that make the playoffs. Miro, grudge match coming up?
Yeah, well, and of course, like, it's important for Gukesh, it's important for Magnus, but one Jan-Krzysztof Duda will be looking at this match as well, because he finds himself in between these 2 players.
Right.
He's 1 point away from Gukesh, so if Magnus beats Gukesh, there is a theoretical chance to catch Gukesh, but there is a chance to be caught by Magnus, who is half a point behind Duda before this round.
Right.
So that's a really pivotal moment for all of them.
Gary described Gukesh's victory as a changing of an era. The Magnus domination is over. Magnus doesn't feel that way, not one little bit, does he?
Yeah, well, I guess Gary would know better, but to me it would be if Gukesh beats Magnus in a classical match. That I would safely say that's a change of an era.
But I kind of agree with Gary. He didn't necessarily say that it's over. He said it's the beginning of the Gukesh domination, and it's hard to disagree with that.
Well, except I'll disagree with that. I mean, Magnus remains the world's #1. You can see what he's doing in this Blitz event. He's coming in and he's smashing players left and right. And this round 4 is a perfect setup. I mean, I understand they're going to play each other twice, of course. Colors reverse tomorrow. But this is what it's all about right here.
Yeah, by tomorrow, someone can be running away with the tournament.
Right.
So right now, when they're so close with points, it's absolutely crucial round.
And if you look there, 12.5 points for Magnus. He's trailing by 1.5 points. A victory in this game means that he will only be trailing by 0.5 point, and he started the tournament, he started today 4 points behind, and he'll almost have caught up. So a big game.
Yeah,
and for Gukesh, imagine if he were to win. Gary would be like thumping his chest. I told you.
Look at it. Like, we were talking, can somebody catch up? Discover these 4 points in 18 rounds. He's almost done it in 4 rounds.
Right. Pretty remarkable.
That's absolutely.
And then you were saying about Duda, he's up against Wesley So. What just happened with Wesley? He just had some really flip-flop results.
All decisive games today, I feel like.
Yeah. And he blunders against Prague, one move.
Yeah, one move hanging a knight, then, well, relatively nice play against Nodirbek. So Wesley is doing the Wesley thing, except he shouldn't blunder.
Well, I thought the Wesley thing was like drawing 2 games, winning a game, drawing 2 games, winning a game. Yeah, but it's very, very impressive, and by Magnus to lower the gap. But Duda also standing out in my mind. He's very, very deserving player in the second place.
Players are tired. They're not.
They're so tired.
They're taking their time to rest, even though there's only 2 minutes before the round begins. Nobody's there.
And let's just look at this for a second, because Ivan Saric, he had a very, I want to say, solid result in the Rapid, but I haven't followed all of his results in the Blitz so far. I see he just lost Anish Giri at 19, Alireza.
I think Nodirbek only won 1 game, and he defeated the world champion, Gukesh. So that still feels good, even though you're having a terrible tournament. It feels good, of course, to defeat the leader.
Exactly. So help me. Fabi came into today 5 points behind? 5.
Yes.
And Alireza 6.
Yes.
So Alireza's closing the gap as well to 5 points. Is that Gukesh taking?
Yes. Alireza's at his board, and Gukesh just walked in.
Yeah.
Now, the toughest part for Gukesh is just forgetting about the first 3 rounds.
Exactly. Each day is a different. Each game is a different universe. The previous universes never happened. Don't pay attention, but it's almost impossible to detach.
Yeah, sometimes the chess players need short-term memory loss.
Yes, never happened. By the way, again, for me, I really admire what Gukesh is doing. He comes to the playing hall early. He kind of gets into this game zone, play Zen mode, make sure that his pieces are all properly set up. And make sure he's ahead on the clock.
Yeah, but
Clock
the
is
last
set
two
in his
games with
favor.
white were not very impressive. This
Well,
very
especially
strange
Duda.
opening
No,
against Wesley.
One thing that's
Duda
really
too.
hard is to adjust to the time change. You're used to the 10-second increment, and
Right.
then all of a sudden you realize 2 seconds doesn't give you any time. And we saw him lose because of, like, once he goes down to 5 seconds, then he makes big mistakes.
Exactly. I'm sorry to throw this out to the Grand Chess Tour organizers, but I never play this time control. No, seriously. I do not play 5+2. I play 3 in 2. I play 3-0. I play 5-0. But I never play 5+2. And I don't think any of these players, whether it be Title Tuesday or otherwise, ever play 5+2 except
That's
on
a
the Grand Chess Tour.
unique time control exclusive for Grand Chess Tour.
Yeah, but we say it's blitz. And blitz has always been 5 minutes or less, meaning
Yes.
3+2.
It's a long blitz.
It's a long
There is
blitz.
Magnus coming in.
Hey man, slap me, but I swear those look like jeans.
I think half of them are wearing jeans. I think they've loosened the rules a little bit.
A little bit?
Dress code. All right, I have a good feeling, guys. What do you think? I think Gukesh will not lose this one.
I hear a mighty
rooting for
cheer
him.
from the Indian fans there. No, I think Magnus is motivated as he's ever been.
Yeah, but so is Gukesh.
And he's
E4,
thinking,
E5.
you know, it's victory or bust. I think he's going to go all out here.
I mean, from tournament standings point of view, a draw is still fine for Magnus. He can still catch up with Gukesh later. There's still so many games.
Sure.
So he doesn't have to go all in and take too many risks.
No. But he will.
But he will.
With all the psychological aspects in play, I'll go and say that who plays better wins this game.
Oh,
Controversial take, I know.
Knight c3. Now that's a little bit of a twist. We're so used to seeing bishop takes c6 that.
Yeah, this is already a sideline for sure.
Yeah, committing the knight to c3 so early is a bit of a twist. Normally with the knight on b1, you could imagine in such a structure the knight would find better pasture.
Yeah, I was
on
thinking
c4.
where would the knight go now from c3? e2 and then f5? g3, f5? Is that the idea?
I suppose so. But it does
guess
look
we'll
a
find
little
out.
bit peculiar to commit the knight in this duration.
Yeah, I'm checking the database. This is already a new position. 0 games in this position.
Yeah, it feels, well, wrong, I think is strong, but...
I mean, if knight wasn't on c3, we would have hundreds of games. but-
exactly.
Yeah.
Okay, so there's a bit of an awkward pin here on this bishop. Whoa.
Okay, trade.
Did
and
not see this coming.
I think Gukesh wants to trade everything. Maybe knight d7 is coming next move.
Okay.
Or will you take on f6 yourself now and play knight versus bishop?
I would.
Yes, that's what Magnus
just
has
because
done.
we need this imbalance. This knight, again, is not on a good square. It needs to reroute itself. At the same time, you're trying to limit the ability of this bishop. On a great day, your dream is to play
F5.
h5 and put a knight on
I think
f5.
Magnus is going to play g4 now.
Let's pause our analysis and toss it to Zagreb, where Cristian is with Garry Kasparov.
Plays that long castle.
Thank you, Yasser. It's the same time of the day, right? This game between Magnus versus Gukesh, we had a lot of fun in the Rapid.
Yeah.
Now let's have a lot of fun in the Blitz as well. Your expectations, you see Gukesh is struggling at the beginning. Magnus seems to be picking up steam at the same time.
Yeah.
Your expectations about this game, Gary?
It's a very important game psychologically. So, because as you said, Gukesh had a very poor start. Magnus had a very decent start. And if Magnus manages to win the game, that will be a big boost for him. And the opposite. And it's will not work nicely for Gukesh. And if Gukesh can break this unfortunate series, so I hope if it happens, Magnus will not blame me for bringing good luck for Gukesh. But it doesn't look good to Gukesh now.
It's one of those positions.
It's now doesn't look good because bishop d4 was a bad move, and it seems that Magnus has a very easy game now because look, bishop on b6 is doing nothing. So yeah, okay, it's he has to find a way. There's knight g3, okay, king g7, and then probably
knight to g3.
Yes,
okay.
if knight goes on g3, yes, f5 is no go. But now its position is still solid because it's after king g7. I think Gukesh should play bishop c5. Queen c5. I didn't like queen. I would suggest bishop c5, and because again but now just earlier. I think this is here you have to play bishop c5 because bishop on b6 is doing absolutely nothing.
Mm-hmm.
Here is with on c5, it's basically you can put bishop on e7, and then after h5 bishop goes on g5. Yes, this is a great square.
Mm-hmm.
So this you have to. I mean, in theory you can put a queen here, but I think the bishop on e7 would be better protection.
Yes.
And then you can start pushing pawns in and center. a5, b5, a4. So it's more difficult for white to make any progress because bishop could come back
with a bishop.
With a bishop coming back, yes. Because I don't know bishop on b6. It's still probably okay because I mean it's definitely Gukesh has a plan of just look at the game to attack f2. I mean he wants to be more aggressive. I don't know.
With rook f6 perhaps at some point.
Rook f6, and you play f3.
So obviously g5 would be terrible right now. You cannot move that g6 pawn.
Now you have to rook. You see, this is rook h8. Queen g5 is end game. It's just I don't know the same game is.
Against Magnus,
it's not. Yeah, you see, bishop. With bishop on e7, h5 would not be an option because then bishop comes on g5. It's always protected.
Yeah.
Here you have a problem. So you just have to find a way to defend.
And if you go rook h8, maybe now I can focus my idea to go f4 and look at the pawn on f7.
Also possible. Yes. So this.
See, did he make a move?
Did he play queen g5?
Just played queen g5. Yes.
Then rook. But now black is very passive. So rook, he takes the rook away from a1. So just it's somewhere just to make sure that the bishop,
Maybe. Let's see where he put it. Yep. No, knight to f1 he played.
Knight to f1?
Yes.
Yeah. What about f5? What about f5 now?
f5.
What about f5?
What
about f5?
That's a good move. That is a good move.
This is how it's. What do you do? f5. This is his best chance now. I think that's it.
I think he wants to
take
and knight g3 back.
No, but I take on e4.
Knight takes e4.
No. Just it's the. Yeah. You want to take this one.
Yes.
Maybe
this is his plan.
This is true. Yes. And this is the. It's still very unpleasant.
But I'm seeing a huge difference on the clock, Gary. A minute 45 for Gukesh.
And we know that Magnus started by giving him a kind of handicap for
15
seconds.
Yeah.
Also, I think psychologically. Maybe rook f6, rook f6, then f3, yes? Then f3, that's no.
Let's see, he played a move. Rook f6, f3. Yes.
F3, yes. Now back on d6, maybe bishop d4 first, bishop d4. I would probably start with bishop, but bishop of knight d2. He wants knight on c4, yes. He wants.
And if you
take and bishop c3, yes. No, that's the. So you have to start with maybe rook b1 or rook a2. I don't know, rook b1 probably.
Yes.
But rook b1 maybe you can play b5 at least. At least just try to.
He placed his rook on f4. He's still trying to go for that f5. Take knight to d2 or rook to h3. It feels like Magnus is slowly getting what he wants. Knight d2, rook h1 is a big threat.
It's bad.
It's bad.
It's very bad because e5 is weak, a5 is weak. I mean everything is weak. So this is Magnus. This is his. And again, this is going back. This. It's all started with this problem. With queen e7. So
yes.
This is again. You see bishop on b6. Yeah, it had an illusion of attacking the pawn on f2, but it happened to be just an illusion.
Yes.
Just an illusion.
I think that was the good spot when you mentioned here.
Actually, I'm still insisting that f5 was the best chance.
Even after 92, bishop c5, he could have played bishop c5 first.
Yeah, anyway, but bishop b6. But key here, you had to put bishop on e7. But even in the game, you see that's f5 was the best chance here.
f5 here.
Still, I agree with you that this. It's terrible, but at least it's just.
You get something.
Yeah, rook comes on f4, so that's it. I don't know. Just maybe there's a chance. It's a terrible position. Yes.
What about what we have right now?
Right now is just.
The bar is saying absolutely completely winning. What's the plan? Where's the plan?
What was?
Can I take that? Probably not.
He doesn't have to. He can play b3. I mean, maybe see what. He doesn't have to take. He doesn't have to take b3 because this check is just. You can just move the king first.
Yes. I think
no, but you can move the king because he wants to go c4 check, but you don't have to.
Yes. What's Gukesh's plan right now?
No, his plan is wait. His plan is wait. There's no plan. His plan is wait.
He took on a5. It's a bit surprising.
But it's still winning, actually. He took on e5, and maybe it's not a bad idea.
Rook to d6.
King.
King goes up.
King goes...
Or
e2, I think e2, yes. E2 is the...
E2, and you go here, and then we... C4. King goes up, okay. He decides to go to c4.
That's also good, yes. Actually, it's the best moves Magnus playing.
Yes.
Yeah, that's it.
Rook a6, maybe I can take
Knight
that.
Takes b7, yes. Knight takes b7. King d5. King b6, yes. King, rook a4 check.
20 seconds right now for Gukesh against 2 minutes.
Before, yes. So that doesn't matter.
Oh,
time is irrelevant here. Yep, time is irrelevant. Yep, Magnus. Yep.
He takes his revenge.
Something terrible, yes.
Yes.
Something terrible.
Rook to d1. Get a rook to d7 or rook to d3 to defend that pawn on f3. Oh, this is hopeless.
Bishop d4, c4.
Rook d3, looking at c3 perhaps.
Yeah.
And knight a5, knight c4, bring the knight back perhaps.
Winning the rook.
Let's see, rook to d7.
Bishop e1. Should I know? Knight c5 then.
And we see resignation. Magnus wins the game, and right now he's only half a point behind Gukesh.
Yeah, but it's something is wrong with Gukesh. So I think he played very. I mean, yesterday was already. Was not a great day. So this is the way his game was very feeble. Mm-hmm. Okay, he beat So, but So played so poorly. But the game was Giri. I mean, it was already just a sign of, for me, it was a sign of trouble.
Yes.
Because it's he had a very, at one point he had a very promising position. So it was, and the final position he was nearly lost. So
let's take a look at Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who with a win would actually catch up with the leader Gukesh against Wesley So. Let's see what's happening in that one. Seems close to equal right now, but Duda only has 3 seconds on his clock. He made his last move with 1 second. Playing with fire a little bit.
Yeah, but it's... He has a bishop, so bishop can go on g5, both pawn goes... pawn goes on h4. The idea is bishop g5, pawn on h4, and then...
Target the pawn on...
Bishop b3 he played.
If anybody, who has chances to win this one?
Rook h6.
Is it white with the bishop, or is it black with the connected passers, potentially?
So h4, rook h7 check, now bishop g5.
Knight f5.
Rook h7 check, bishop g5.
He's going for it.
But take and pawn's coming. But bishop is a bishop. And pawn h5, it should be a draw, I mean, it's objectively, but I don't know how, how you can just...
yeah, your feeling is quite immaculate. It does seem like white has a slight advantage right now.
Yeah, because it's bishop. That's what I learned. Yeah, so it's the h7 and rook f8. H7 and rook f8. H7 you could have played. King g7, rook f8, win the piece.
Yeah,
he just
missed h6.
He can miss the chance. Yes.
This is going to be a draw.
Yeah.
Oh,
no, that's a draw. Rook takes h3.
Yes,
draw. So what's happening in other games? Just very quickly.
Firouzja has won his game against Anish, And then let's take a look at Fabiano with the black pieces, trying to win his game against Anish, against Ivan Saric.
Not even trying. He has two extra pieces.
That's right.
He's no longer trying. he's winning. Yes.
That is a lot indeed.
Yes.
Saric is still hoping for some sort of an attack. Queen to d5.
King c7. Oh, wait.
Okay, 6, king c7.
That's enough.
He's going to...
No.
He's not even taking the pawn on h7 because of the check. Yes, this seems to be...
No.
Let's see the resignation. If it comes.
Who else?
I think this is the last game.
But what's the...
We still have
Giri lost to
Praggnanandhaa versus...
No.
Yes.
Firouzja won.
Firouzja did win his game.
Yes.
Nodirbek just made a draw, and this one is the last one.
Okay.
Let's see the finishing touches from Fabiano. We're only 4 rounds in the Blitz. Gukesh still leading, but only half a point ahead of Duda and Magnus. Your prediction, Gary? I'm going to put you on the spot. Who do you think is going to win it all?
I think Magnus is a favorite.
Favorite already,
favorite
right now.
Look, he definitely recovered after this disaster, and I mean, just statistically, so what do you expect? So it's Magnus is just within just one game behind the leader. Leader.
Gukesh is still the leader.
Yeah, okay, but and so it's still long distance, only 4. So we have 5 now, 14 rounds to go. I feel pity because again, Gukesh played such a great rapid tournament.
Portion,
yes, rapid portion. But as I said, I think it's the game they played, which is a great game. That's we followed here in the studio 2 days ago, day before yesterday. Gukesh versus Magnus. I think the game had huge effect on Gukesh. I think psychologically, it's such a big win. Again, I thought his game was feeble yesterday. I think today, because it's very fast, and he's not probably ready for just to show his skills in Blitz. Mm-hmm. So I think he's still probably living through this game. And in Blitz, it's every gram of your energy that is being wasted for something else, it just has very negative effect. And I mean, the games he lost today, some of them are, just terrible. So it's not. Yeah. Losing to Magnus, I understand, but it's anybody can lose the game. But even this game, we didn't see some tenacity. So
But it does seem like he's getting better in classical. Obviously, he's going to become better and better with time. In rapid as well, he has one more platform to cover, and that is the Blitz. And I'm sure we're going to see that.
No, exactly. Yeah. But it's still having just losing 4 games in a row. Painful. So it's somehow it's now resembles on the negative side his outstanding performance in rapid. So he won 5 in a row. I hope it will not be, this is laws of physics, the impact and reflection.
How do you mentally recover from that, Gary?
I don't know.
What's your advice?
If he's watching? I don't know. I think he should now start somehow recover his composure, and there's also forget about the tournament. just start playing. I think it's probably just too much pressure. So I have to play well. I have to. Okay. Maybe next time. So he's still doing fine. He finds many great moves, but needs to somehow drop this luggage, which is not easy. I understand. So it's just losing all these games in a row, and it's this little time to recover. But he's just he's too young. So I wish you well, because we want to see just more competition. But there will be competition. How far is Firouzja?
We have an incredible race right now. Let's take a look.
How's Firouzja from
standings?
Because
right now.
Firouzja lost an important game to Magnus, which again was, I think, Magnus' big boost. He was not having good position. Magnus, I think, was.
Firouzja is quite far behind, 3 points behind Fabiano, 3 points behind Prague, 2.5, and then Jan-Krzysztof, Duda and Magnus only half a point behind Gukesh.
But Firouzja can win many games.
Yes.
We know.
Oh, yes.
No, the big game was Magnus Firouzja, but we'll see. So Magnus is clearly favorite now.
Gary, as always, a pleasure to have you in the studio and so insightful.
Yes.
Go follow the games.
Yes,
thank you very much. Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Gary, and thank you, Cristian, indeed. And wow, we are seeing a resurgent Magnus. But tell us about are we saying pairings or standings?
Yeah, let's take a look at the standings.
Once more, it's just a half a point.
Gukesh still remains in the lead with 14 points, but Magnus and Duda are now only half point behind him. Other players still struggling to catch up.
4-point gap sure closed fast as Fabi and Alireza also, they're still lurking. Let's put it that way. Tell us about the pairings for round 5 coming up.
All right, let's have a look. We have Fabi against Anish, Wesley against Magnus. We will follow that game. Gukesh is playing Ivan Saric. Gukesh has a chance to bounce back now.
Yep.
Alireza is facing Duda, and
Alireza is facing Prague. Very impressive play by Alireza.
Supposed to be Fabi. We'll find out who.
Exactly. Well, what's our marquee matchup game?
We'll make a decision.
Magnus.
But Miro.
All right. Tell us, Miro, where the action was.
Well, a lot of games were already covered, but there was Prague against Nodirbek, which did not get all the attention, I guess. I'll try to compensate for that. Nodirbek, by going d4, shutting down this bishop on b2. Well, I guess plays for advantage in this moment. And then, again, very strange move by Prague. And from what I see, this 800 players, when it comes to blitz, sometimes they do make, well, relatively simple mistakes. Because after b5, well, it's not like it was a plan to provoke a weakness, but he decided to go back to d2. Point being, knight e5, just straight. Bishop goes to d6, the rook has to drop back, black captures, this bishop's bad, this bishop's not so bad, but yeah, like knight d5, all in all, terrible position for white. So guess what, after losing a couple of tempi, black is better. Nice. The white lost a couple of tempi, black is better, that is. Yeah. And we've gotten somewhere here where with knight d5, once again, Nodirbek would have a dominant position. He didn't do so, and the game goes back and forth, back and forth, back and forth, and somewhere over here, move 30, Nodirbek finds himself completely winning. So he won this f4 pawn in the process. White gets sort of a compensation with a pair of bishops, but here, yeah, black wins. I guess queen a6 was a tricky move, then knight d4 attacking the bishop. However, after knight c to d4, lets the advantage slip till certain point. Well, there was one particular moment I wanted to stop. So bishop f4, knight f4. By the way, here already, after queen g4, white's almost equal. Bishop f4, here. Okay, over there, queen g3. Black's pawn up. Fantastic knight on f4. And I think for blitz, you just want to keep shuffling. And eventually white's going to make a mistake by himself. And black goes for what's called to be a very good move, a brilliant move, a combination, winning the queen, because after queen takes as a check. However, queen returns back, knight takes, pawn takes, and then you realize, you know what, it's actually quite a challenging task to win this position. Fortress. I suspect it might not be winning at all.
Right.
So this could be a fortress, and to be fair, in a couple of more moves, f5 particularly, f5, h5. So you cannot dislodge this rook from f4. I'm guessing it's just a fortress. So he's captured on h5, and then, by the way, Prague captured here. Rook h4, rook f4 already looks like a fortress to me. You don't need to take this pawn, to be honest. But even this was perfectly enough to make a draw. So sometimes I would call, yeah, sometimes in practical decisions, but again, you're in 2 seconds, it's not so easy. And again, there is one more game I wanted to briefly show, just an illustration how harsh a game of chess is. Because Giri and Alireza, they've played pretty much a perfect game till move 39. White's up a pawn, black has enough compensation for the pawn. And here, if white would have said pass, not move at all.
Yeah.
Okay, f5, return the pawn, just pass. It's an equal position. And this is where Giri goes rook d4, double question mark, and it turns out you cannot recapture the bishop because after this check, again, rook on the e file, you block with the rook. But just like that. So 39 good moves, 1 bad move, and you're out. So that's why this game is so hard to play.
Ouch.
Chess can be so cruel.
That is very, very, very cruel indeed. Thank you, Miro. And our GCT
Current
standings.
Let's have a look.
As
we know that MVL is leading this tour so far with 20 points. Prague is only 2 points behind him. And Alireza in third place with 16. So all these players are trying to gain as many Grandchester points as possible to make it into the final 4.
well, tell us about the GC Tour and the tournaments coming up. After this, we're going to have the
our
schedule.
So in August, we'll have St. Louis Rapid Blitz, then Sinquefield Cup. And after that, we'll know who qualifies in the finals. There'll be only 4 players in Sao Paulo, Brazil.
Yeah, knockout for that playoffs final. But the Sinquefield Cup, the granddaddy of tournaments here in the United States. That one is really, really fun to be in town for.
Yeah.
Absolutely.
I mean, you go down through the central West End and you run into, you can't help but run into grandmasters.
And it's not just grandmasters, it's super grandmasters.
Exactly.
Right? Everyone's above 2,700.
Exactly. Yeah. Well, unfortunately, the changing of the era, the changing of the guard is going to be put on hold because Gukesh is actually, even though he's in the lead, he had a 4-point lead coming in over Magnus today, and that has dwindled to a half a point because he started very, very, very badly. You said...
I know, I still believe in him. He can win now next game, and then he will get the confidence back, and we can see Gukesh that we saw in the last 3 days.
You say he can win now against Ivan Saric, many times champion of Croatia. I understand he's the local player, but he's nobody's weaker sister.
No,
I mean, if I'm Ivan Saric, I'm thinking, you know what? I don't mind playing spoiler. I would love to defeat the world champion in a game of Blitz and make my hometown crowd very, very happy. Jump in, Miro. Lose 4 in a row.
Never happened to me.
No, nothing like that. But that's shocking. I didn't see that.
It is shocking. I guess it's less shocking in Blitz, because you do not have this time to reflect and talk to yourself. Maybe say, okay, should I just make a draw, calm down, stop the bleeding. It is hard to come back from, but there is still a lot of distance. So as Nazi said, 1 win, and we stop talking about this 4 out of 4. Yeah, well, if he can win 5 in a row. Well, losing 4 in a row is painful, but maybe he wins 5 now and we forget about that.
Well, in that probability chart, I had issues with that coming in. Then Underwood's probability saw Duda having a 30% chance, Magnus having a 30% chance, Gukesh having 30% chance. So that between those 3 players, they had a 90% chance of winning the tournament. And I just somehow, in Blitz, I didn't feel that giving the rest of the field a mere 10% was...
Well, right now, those 3 are still the ones who are leading.
Yeah,
so
but
it
Firouzja...
can change tomorrow,
Yeah, easily.
for sure.
Well, you've got so many games, 9 and...
Yes, the 18 Blitz games. I mean, that's like 2 whole tournaments.
Exactly.
In 2 days,
If Gukesh can score 14 out of 18 in the Rapids, somebody can score 14 out of 18 in the Blitz.
Right, so our schedule is 2 days of Blitz. Today, total 18 games. They're playing 9 rounds today. There'll be other 9 tomorrow. They'll just switch the colors. And as you already know, time control is 5+2, what we call the long Blitz.
The long Blitz. And traditional point scoring system of 1 point for a win and half a point for a draw. We had to catch ourselves because we were calculating 2 points per game in our minds.
And again, Alireza and Gukesh, first ones to arrive.
Yeah. I like that consistency.
They're punctual players.
Yes. And let us choose who we would like as our marquee matchup. We have some nice games. Wesley So versus Magnus.
I want to watch Magnus because he's on a roll now. He won 3 in a row.
Yeah, Gukesh versus Saric, will our world champion.
That will be our backup. But
Okay.
I'll keep an eye on it. If it's a more interesting position, we can switch.
Nodirbek versus Duda.
Yeah, we have too many exciting games going on.
Exactly. I'm guessing we're going to go with Wesley So versus Magnus Carlsen. Again, these two players on the World Blitz rankings.
They're in top 5, I believe. Both of Magnus is first, and Wesley was either 5th or 6th currently.
5th or 6th, yeah. And, well, whenever you have these clashes of these titans, and we've seen that they've played a lot of chess amongst one another. I'm not sure what their head-to-head in Blitz is like, but I wouldn't doubt for a moment that they've played 100 Blitz games. And online games?
Just the American... Oh, we're talking about Wesley and Mag. I was thinking Wesley and Fabi for some reason.
No. Wesley's
they've
at the
played
board.
a lot in the chess.com competitions. They always face each other, yeah.
I was trying to think, because we saw some of those head-to-heads. You know, who's been your most frequent opponent, Nasina? Who did you play the most often in your career?
In the U.S., definitely Arena Crush.
Definitely Arena, because of all of your championships. And for you, your most frequent opponent?
Well, it must be some Ukrainian grandmasters, like a choice between those born in 1980s.
And you, Yasser?
I was going to say Victor's Pooples. Victor's Pooples of Seattle, Washington. Victor's and I would play...
Games have started, by the way.
Days and days of Blitz, I want to say.
We have another Pirk.
Magnus, he's back with his Pirk.
A risky opening against these top players.
This particular setup for White, you know, waxes and wanes. At one moment, it was very popular in the 80s, and then it just kind of became a forgotten line.
I think once engines were invented, people stopped playing this.
They figured out a way of equalizing. And this move, C7, C5 in particular, I think is a very good choice, because you get to play Queen C7 and you just get freedom for your piece. Whoa, C4 came in.
Sacrifice, yes, I've seen this before. Just you get a lot of activity very quickly. Knight C6, bishop goes to F5.
And rook comes to C8.
Yeah, White's just behind in development.
So you get the two bishops, and you just get a very safe king, too. That bishop on G7 does a great job at protecting the king. Maybe it's time to already start to think in terms of Queen H4 and Bishop.
Would you just give the pawn back? And
No, I would play Rook E1 first. Rook E1.
I forgot who am I asking.
Yeah. But if you played Bishop F5, so I would start with Rook E1. If you played Bishop F5, then I would
after
go.
Rook E1, I can still take on E5. Oh no, you have Queen F1.
Let me show you what you might have missed.
Yes, I've noticed.
So I was about to say, Rook E1,
Played.
defend the pawn. Give up the C2 pawn. Just go Queen H4. Go ahead, take my pawn if you wish. And then I want to play Bishop H6. I think this bishop is really an important
Yes, sir, you could
defensive.
start with C3 and then still do your plan with Queen H4, Bishop H6. Wouldn't that work still?
Yeah, I prefer this because I'm
Wesley's listening to you.
I'm kind of thinking Bishop H6 and maybe on a good day Knight G5.
But now Knight E5 does work. You don't have Queen F1 anymore.
What? Oh no.
Right?
Really?
Yes.
No.
Yes.
He thought he was sacrificing the C2 pawn, guys, but
Yeah, it's
Black
the
can
E5.
actually take on E5.
No, Knight takes E5. That is a no,
You
he's
take,
missed
took
it.
on C2.
That is a very unusual tactic.
Yeah.
Where the bishop on C1's unprotected.
Yeah. And because it wasn't hanging a move ago, you forget about it.
Right.
Yeah.
And no Bishop H6, by the way, from Wesley. He included Knight C3. I was thinking Bishop H6, Knight G5, ASAP.
By the way, what do you think about pushing E6 now for White?
For Black. Or
No,
White.
for White. If Black doesn't, let's say Queen some move, Queen B6 or something. That's a terrible move.
Queen B6,
actually,
good,
it's not
terrible
bad.
move. E6, good,
Actually,
terrible
Queen B6
move.
is not that terrible. I thought I was blundering Knight D5, but it's fine. Yeah, and then just push E6.
Okay. I would love the trade of the dark square bishops, but I get it. I get it. Yeah, I can see
Because
E5,
you can cement
E6.
your pawn on E6 and
Yeah.
yeah,
I
that will
think-
dictate rest of the game.
I think for for Magnus, the bishop is actually misplaced on c2. Obviously, the bishop would prefer, I don't know,
What's a
being
good
on
square?
g6.
Oh,
Yeah.
ideally, yes.
Yeah.
But you're not happy on f5 either.
If I'm in Magnus's shoes, I'm seriously considering the move h5. He has played queen a5, teeing up.
So e5 is now hanging.
But e7, so I'll go bishop h6 and just ask the salient question. Queen
b4.
Okay, I was
If
wondering.
queens come off, there's no longer any attack.
Yeah, I was wondering how we're going to deal with knight g5, but queen b4 is a very nice.
But Wesley would play knight e4 just to keep the queens on the board.
I like it. Knight e4.
I am giving up the b2 pawn, however, which after bishop e4, rook e4, I think is hanging with a tempo.
Yep. There's still a lot of lurking danger over there. Can we just have a look at that? Knight e4? Would you really want to? I am not
It's
sure
a bit
how.
risky, yes, but we could also end up checkmate in the black king.
Exactly, because knight g5 and bishop g7's on white's agenda.
Well,
We'll keep an eye on this to see.
Wesley has traded the queens.
Okay, and very importantly, taken away that g7 bishop. Okay.
G4.
Gaining a little space. You mentioned a moment ago that e5, e6 could
He can
be.
play knight d4 now, and yes,
He's
we're
done
going to
it?
take on e6. But is that even a real advantage?
I don't think so.
Yeah.
No, even
Black
though
is fine.
I'm not a fan of double pawns. In that particular case, the open f file. By the way, that's a surprise move. Rook. I was expecting the
other
rook.
Right?
Yeah.
Just in case f file opens up, keep
Yeah.
the rook on the open file.
I'm not a fan of Aaron Nimzovich, but I found him to be a very witty writer at times. And he was very famous for saying in his annotations, wrong rook.
Wrong rook.
It's the wrong rook that went to d8. King g2. Knight g5 is a little bit of a tickle.
Rook c6, probably.
Okay.
But yeah, I mean, black has this control of both open files.
Normally speaking, you want to play a move like rook to d3 there.
Is this, again, that type of endgame that Magnus can squeeze for a long time and actually win?
Well, he will try. We know that.
It worked the first time in Rapid against Wesley.
Exactly.
I'm
Okay.
sure Wesley
so
painfully remembers it.
the question is, should Wesley play f4 and rook f1? No, he's gone for knight g5 immediately. Maybe he's thinking he shouldn't play f4, or maybe he should just keep the king side.
Yeah, it's not required. So isn't that like a golden rule in endgame? If you don't have to, don't push the pawns because you can never take them back?
I didn't know that golden rule. I was trying to push my pawns
But
and
f4
promote
would be
them.
a target, right?
By the way, I just saw a little bit of a trick. Knight f4, knight e2 is a check. But rook,
I can play rook d2.
okay.
Yeah.
For a moment
I like
there,
this rook
you know,
d1
just
move.
kind of. You do. Okay. How are we handling h6?
Maybe the other rook to d2, rook e d2, and I'll just trade the knights. h6 is on the board. Or I can even take on e6 first.
Okay.
Just making sure I'm not
Blundering
my
something.
knight. Yeah, knight e6 and then rook d2.
So I can go knight takes e6 check, rook takes e6, rook d2. So something like knight takes b2, right?
Right, rook d4. Wait, how many pawns are you up?
Funny,
It's a bit much. Oh, I have rook d7 at the end.
but
So I'm getting one of them back.
correct. All right.
that's-
So that's likely an
But-
equal position.
Ooh, Wesley played knight f3.
Okay, Wesley
passive.
could have played knight takes e6 and pretty much secured a draw at exactly that moment. I don't think he's taking any risks, but that knight on d3 does make a
Magnus's
powerful.
last move, he wants to keep the knight on d3. So if now we play rook d2, yes, he wants to double up.
And he has done that.
Yeah, it's As long as he keeps the knight on d3, black is always better. Slightly, I mean, it's not a huge advantage, but...
yeah, by the way, I was really anxious as white to play the move g5. What I'm thinking in my mind's eye is that I would love, after putting my pawn on g5, to route my knight to the f4 square.
But then I will take 95, right?
I'm dropping that pawn. Okay.
Yeah.
Who's on move?
It is Wesley to play.
Rook back to e2?
But rook c2 is also possible. I think
yeah,
you
sorry,
can go for
rook c2.
Rook c6 ideas.
Rook c2 makes a lot of sense to me.
I think this is the longest Wesley has thought in this game on one move.
And what are the clock times, now that you mention it?
He's now down to 1 minute.
Versus?
1:47.
So 40, that's a big time edge for Magnus in a position that Magnus looks to have a little bit better control.
Now. Yes,
but rook c2, it was a whole minute went into that. And now we can activate our rook.
Wesley's just being extra careful because he knows Magnus can win this type of positions, even though it looks very equal. It's very tricky.
He sure is. I would probably include rook to d2 because I'm thinking that whenever you play knight e5, I'll get to play rook takes, and the double pawns do not frighten me, especially when I have this very, very active rook.
Yes. Sorry, I checked on the other game. Gukesh is completely losing again.
Completely losing with Ivan Saric.
He blundered. He was better, but it's just a blunder.
Uh-oh.
In time trouble.
Our world champion is having a devil of a day, devilish day. Rook to c7.
c6. Is this a rapid? Oh, 95. But now I'm starting to like white after rook e6.
Very much so. Rook takes e6, and
I mean, objectively it's still equal. Of
yes,
course.
objectively it's still equal, but we always look at
King
the pawn structure in every type of ending, actually, and by the way, for Gukesh fans, a disastrous start. Ivan Saric, the wild card from Croatia, has taken down the world champion for his 5th loss. 5 wins in Rapid, 5 losses in the Blitz.
Again, I think it's all about time management. In every game today, he just got in time trouble, and that's when he blundered.
By the way, we have seen these pawn breakthroughs. There was a moment there, kind of funny, G6, G5. And there you go. I mean, what Bobby Fischer famously
in this case, it's
called
just trade and everything, right?
Yeah, the Mongolian tactic.
Well, we can play G6 check.
Yep.
King G7, then take on G4. No? Oh, he's gone F4.
He's thinking that
he's
his king is in the square.
Black's the G pawn?
Yeah, he's thinking. Wesley's thinking that his king is in the square. G3.
But I can go G3 and then Rook F5.
Yep. Agreed. A G3, Rook F5, Rook to. I have to come back. But I'm thinking G3, Rook to F5. Oh, G3, King E3, Rook F5, Rook C6, E5.
Oh,
and
nice.
Easy draw. Easy draw for Magnus.
Trades, yeah.
Magnus, clock time, sorry?
15 seconds now for Magnus.
I was about to say, didn't Magnus really slow down? Oh, E5 allowing F5.
Mistake. F5 or G6, both completely winning now for Wesley.
Oh, definitely.
What did Magnus miss?
F5,
what a
G6.
For Wesley.
Here it comes, F5. That's a winning move. Wesley So with
now,
F4, F5.
He just needs to play F5. Don't take on E5. Perfect.
And he's going to play Rook A7 check.
Rook A7. King F2 is fine as well.
Yeah, but always get, always.
Oh, no.
Ooh.
Check, check, and play King F2. Perfect. E4.
And now we have Rook F7?
Yes, Rook F7 is good. And then you start pushing the pawns.
Uh-oh, he's throwing in some extra checks to try to get some...
Get time.
time.
Wesley's down to 5 seconds. This is not 3, right? Just needs to play rook f7.
He's done it. He's done it. King takes g2, king f1. He's got this. He's got it. It's game over. Magnus. Wow.
And he just had the chance to overtake Gukesh as Gukesh lost his game. But Magnus also losing. f6, rook e6. I mean, this should be pretty easy now, right?
Well, is it? Why?
Rook a7 and start taking the queenside pawns.
Oh, rook a7. I forgot about the queenside pawns, of course.
Yes.
And he forgot. And he says, no, I'm going to...
g7, king e2, that's it. Oh, wait, what? It's a draw. It's a draw. He just blundered. Wesley, Magnus is saving this.
He could have taken the a pawn and just given up the g pawn.
He took the wrong pawn.
Oh, my goodness.
Unbelievable. Magnus still saves this.
He is a Houdini.
The king of endgames.
Wow.
Unreal.
Truly, the white king can't cross the 4th rank.
And it's a draw, wow.
Wesley, he had the game. An amazing save. Let's go to the remaining game, which is Prague versus Alireza.
And it's 2 pawns against the bishop, but who's playing for a win? I think it's just a draw. Because when you promote to a queen, you under-promoted.
When you promote to a knight,
all right, this...
You could lose the game. It's rook and bishop versus rook.
Wait, are we winning this knight on f4?
No, we're not, unfortunately.
No. So it should be an easy draw then.
Yeah. That was funny.
I'm still recovering from that endgame we just saw Wesley and Magnus.
We all thought that Wesley was going to defeat Magnus.
And this is a draw.
Oh, my goodness.
How did Duda do?
I don't know, but Miro, we're going to throw it to you. And
all the leaders.
Tell us, where did Wesley let it slip?
Well, first of all, it's such a dramatic round because we know Gukesh has lost. Duda, who had a great chance to catch up with Gukesh, has lost. And Magnus was that close of losing himself. So Gukesh, despite scoring 0 out of today's 5, he remains in the lead, and he could have been in the sole lead.
Wow.
Anyway, let's start with this rook endgame, which was, yeah, you were absolutely right. E5 was the, before that, it's like black slightly better, white slightly better, nothing special. E5, terrible oversight. It's hard to explain what exactly Magnus missed. I'm guessing over here, E4, that's what was played, yeah. He did not believe that the king can deal with both pawns, right? So basically,
rook check.
Yeah, when rook check. Yeah, where we've gotten some. Nah, here was it? Okay, here. Yeah. So the king blocks the e pawn, and the rook and 2 pawns should normally win the game. Then,
move 66,
what I didn't like, to be honest, is the move of 6. Even though it is winning in this position, but then you are getting stuck like that, right? And then check king f8, your pawn is hanging. You go here, the rook is tied to the attack, to the defense of this pawn, and the king cannot move. But luckily for Wesley, rook a7 should have won. Rook takes f6, and then you
rook takes a5.
Just take a5, or yeah, g7, king here, and you just take a5, and it's not a lot black can do. It's not a lot black can do, because rook e6, guess what? They'll be intricate, because rook g5, you go behind this one, rook e4, and then we inevitably get into some zugzwang, and black has to drop one of the pawns.
Probably both.
Probably both, eventually. Right, so went over here, and after king e2, rook f5, it happens to be a draw. Yeah, this g7 pawn does not really matter. It's absolutely unbelievable.
Crazy.
And then, if you'd allow me, I wanted to show Gukesh's game. That was really, his struggle continues, to be honest. Because
but was it better at some point?
It was, not only was it better, it looked like he has the flow of the game, so he's supposed to be like winning the short game, not losing the short game. So this is, for those of you guys at home do not know, that's Reti opening as intended. So it's like one of the first games would be Reti playing it himself in 1920s. all this maneuver with queen a1 and so on. And then black does something which seems to be sensible, bishop d6, in order to play queen e7, in order to go e5, but in this particular moment, it's not great. Because e4, d takes, you have to take this pawn, otherwise e5 wins a piece. But when you do take this pawn, guess what? Bishop g7. Right, and you have a world champion in a dominant position like that, and after 15 moves, he was lost. So that's something really strange happened. So here, for instance, White, you'd be surprised why it's not winning immediately. White should be better, much better. So maybe not the most precise moves, but anyway, we've gotten somewhere here, and moreover, we've gotten somewhere here where White's advantage is serious because of the f5 square, because of knight f5. So what he had to take care of was the knight on d3. One of the ways computer plays this position is knight to c1, knight c1, queen c1. If rooks are getting swapped, the problem of the king on g8 remains. And instead, queen f1, which is already a bad move, and then knight to c5. And you understand your trade, and rook d1 happens, and rook g4 was the end of it. Rook g4, king h7. There is absolutely no way back. So knight c1, but that was more or less agony. Here, Saric is up a piece, and he has the attack. So that's absolutely a disastrous game for Gukesh. I don't have much to say.
Wow. Well, let's head over to Zagreb and Cristian and Anastasiya.
Absolutely wild round in this one. Obviously, the leaders losing, Gukesh, Duda, and Magnus barely saving it, but also Fabiano is catching up with the leaders as well. Anastasiya, what was the game that you were following?
I was following the game of Jan-Krzysztof Duda, a very important game for the overall standings. And actually, Jan-Krzysztof played against Nodirbek Abdusattorov, who said very early in the game, let's just go for the ending, let's exchange the queens and just play it on. And I really like how Jan-Krzysztof was playing on the king side and Nodirbek was playing on the queen side. It was like a huge battle, ending battle, but I would like just to go to one of the critical moments, which happened on move like 24. So there is some kind of action with knights, right? I mean, it's such a battle, and here, these knights are jumping from both sides. And
but I'm taking more pawns at the same time.
It seems like I took 2. Let's count: 4 pawns against 6, 5. Something is wrong here. So White is doing better. So at this moment, before it happened, and now you have to make a decision where this knight goes. Yes. So we know that it's not a good idea to go at the edge of the board, and it turned out not the great decision. After rook d4, once again, like where the knight belongs to. After c4, the only square knight could go is c7, but you don't want to play this position. After rook f4, I win another pawn, and that's it. So Jan-Krzysztof decided to give up the knight, hoping for some kind of compensation, but there was no any compensation here, and I mean, eventually he lost this game. Important victory for the standings, as I said. Nodirbek managed to win, but now Jan-Krzysztof is losing the pace at the moment.
Absolutely, and I was following this one between Fabiano and Anish, and I'm just going to keep it very short because it abruptly ended, this one, as you will see in just a second. Anish decides to sacrifice a pawn for the dark square bishop. Now Anish with the black pieces has the 2 bishops. That's plenty of compensation. And we got to this position. Fabiano was trying to find a way to utilize his extra pawn, but there's not a way to do that. But at this point, after rook to c1, a lot of shuffling. As you can see, bishop to b1, looking at ideas of queen to d3, queen to h7. And it does seem like the move rook to c3 came a second too late. It seems like Anish lost on time in an equal position. So Fabiano gets a critical victory, and right now he's only 2 points behind the leaders, Gukesh and Magnus. And in fact, let's take a look at the standings. Magnus finally takes the lead, the co-lead in this event. Gukesh, he cannot find his groove right now. 0 out of 5. Jan-Krzysztof Duda lost as well, just following closely behind, half a point behind the leaders, and Fabiano Praggnanandhaa as well, tied for 4th position. We will go on a short commercial break. We'll be back in just a couple of minutes with the next round.
how do you approach psychological aspects of chess, such as handling pressure or maintaining focus during the critical moments of the game?
Yeah, they're not always easy, but I think I keep getting better at it with practice, and there are some other good habits, like apart from chess, that I follow that I believe helps me in handling certain situations.
I think it depends. It's quite hard to always not only be able to sense the moments, but also handle them calmly. I think for a lot of players, when they're kind of in the zone, it happens naturally, but getting there is something we're all kind of struggling to figure out. So you try and prepare as well as possible to try and keep sort of a level head, level blood sugar during the game, but yeah, it's not easy.
I think the correct answer is it comes with experience. Only I think experience can make you truly as a great player, because you have to get through these kind of situations in many tournaments, and with that you gain experience, and you'll understand how to handle it better. So yeah, the key aspect is experience.
I don't know if I handle it too well, but concentration is, I think it's a bit easier when you're a bit younger, and then it takes a bit more, like it comes totally naturally when you're in your early 20s or even late teens, as some players in this tournament are. And then it becomes a bit more difficult, where you have to kind of force yourself sometimes to concentrate and stay motivated for a 6-hour game. In Rapid and Blitz, not as important, I think, because then it's so intense and you have the adrenaline, you don't really have time to ever relax. But in classical, that can be an issue, and like psychology is of course a huge part. I think we've seen players who have tremendous ability don't make the most of their ability because of some psychological factors, and some players who maybe don't have as much ability but they achieve much more because their psychology is a bit better.
For me, I try to keep it simple. I try to take one decision at a time and not think ahead and think about like result and so on. Just try to take that one decision and then see.
Yeah, normally I think with experience you get the way you should handle the pressure, so you will find ways, but still it's always very difficult, because in the tense moments when especially you don't have so much time on the clock, let's say, or you have tough position, still it's very tough for even very top level, but there is not a special techniques, just like you should try to find best move.
Yeah, I think experience really helps there. You don't do everything the first time. You've been through all these kind of situations. You've tried dealing with it in all kinds of ways, and you saw what works for you, what doesn't. I think that really helps. And by now I have a pretty healthy way of dealing with stuff, and I'm able to get over bad and good results as well.
Yeah, you have to be very mentally strong to have a great chess career. As you can see, some other players, many other players, they hire psychologists or psychiatrists to help them. So it requires training, just because in order to be a successful chess player, it requires many different things to fall in the right place at the right time. So practice it.
What you're doing?
Oh, what am I doing? I could be better. Could be better, certainly. One of the things that could be better, especially for me in the past, when I have a loss or two, it could easily put me in a bad place. For me, I try to be happy and relaxed. Obviously, you want to win, you want to do well, but it's not always possible, so you gotta take it. I try to take it one day, one game at a time, and try to be my usual happy self.
Well, I don't do anything in particular. I think it's just about practice. I have played a lot of chess games in my life. I've been under pressure, of course, numerous times, because the stronger your opponent is, the more pressure there is, obviously. At some point, it's you're just getting used to it, I think. Or at least I would wish to think that. Yeah, there is nothing in particular that I do. Like, no psychological tricks or stuff like that.
Okay, depends a lot on the time control. For the classical chess,
I'm kind of used to it because I've been playing most of my life classical chess. So that part is, I don't know, kind of now automatic, I would say. But in Blitz and Rapid, it's sometimes difficult to find the right moment to stop to think, or sometimes you play a move too quickly and when you should think, sometimes it's the other way around. So probably that makes a huge difference in Blitz and Rapid to know when to think and when to just blitz out the moves and not to lose on time even in the end.
When you come to Croatia, you have to bring your compass with you.
You have to visit our national parks.
You have to climb the highest peaks.
And ride the wildest winds.
You will never walk alone on these hiking trails.
You have to raft here.
Fly there.
Cycle everywhere.
You have to come to Croatia.
Croatia, full of adventures, full of life.
Welcome back, everyone. Let's take a look at our standings before we jump into round 6. Wow, now we have two co-leaders. Magnus Carlsen finally caught up with Gukesh and they're sharing first. In clear third, that's Jan-Krzysztof Duda, and he's only half point behind the leaders.
Fabi and Prag are lurking as well. Tell us about the pairings for this round 6 coming up.
All right, let's see who the leaders are playing. Anish Giri is playing Gukesh and Magnus is playing Nodirbek. So those will be our two key matchups. We'll start with Magnus's game for sure. And Duda is playing Prag. That's another key matchup as well.
And I'm seeing Firouzja versus Fabi. Normally speaking, that might have been a game that would have been electrifying. But it's this one. Magnus versus Nodirbek. Nodirbek having a very, very difficult tournament. He has his moment in the sun. Can he make the most of it?
And he was so close to defeating Prag as well, but didn't work out. We have the Rui Lopez, right?
But really, I want to say the classical line with bishop to c5.
Yeah, we haven't seen a lot of classical. We've been seeing sidelines this whole event.
Exactly.
And knight is on g6. I actually remember Gukesh played this variation a lot with the black pieces last year in this event. I think we're already reaching some new territory.
Magnus is playing like not only did he expect this line from Nodirbek, but the move bishop e3, which is a very, very consequential move, he played it very quickly. Because after bishop takes e3, f takes e3, there's always going to be a f5 to break up the team. And the doubled e-pawns could be a source of liability.
I'm surprised that didn't happen.
It did not. A castle, so I would be eager to capture
d6?
And play d6.
It looks so good, right? Or
d6 immediately.
Yeah, he can take on a7 on the next move.
He's thinking that maybe any trades, the pawn on e3 could cover the square f4, restricting the knight, so d6.
I mean, short term, the double pawns will be good, but if you end up in the end game with those pawns, you will not be happy. So you could just avoid it and take on a7 yourself.
By the way, this pawn on...
Play knight c6 and just not take on d6?
Of course. Knight c6, probably something like knight to d2. If you capture on... I can't play knight c4.
b5, right?
b5. Knight...
You wanted to put knight on d6?
I did. Knight c6. Good move. In this case, maybe I should play knight a3.
Oh, but you still can play knight c4. So you'll take on d6 with the queen?
Well, I'm kind of saying to you, what do you do to improve your position? I go knight a3.
c4 just to stop b5 from happening.
A different idea by Magnus. He's thinking that c4, as you just said, prevents b5, and he's thinking that with the knight going to c3, it's ready to jump to d5. By the way, this pawn is a real wedge It makes it very difficult for this bishop to
And
develop.
normally when that happens, bishop can be fianchettoed, but after c4, you can't even do b5, bishop b7.
No.
I'm
Okay.
starting to really like Magnus's position
So,
here.
well, you got to play b6. It's not joy.
It's not a good-looking move. He's taken on d6. Now just
Queen
knight
takes
c3.
b-
What's
oh,
the
you
rush?
are.
Yeah, I want to just play, completely dominate positionally, knight c3.
Knight c3. The d6 pawn is not running away. Good point.
Mm-hmm.
And Magnus believes you. In case of queen b6, knight d5, queen c5.
I don't think your queen's too happy there. Eventually, I'll have a3, b4. Ooh,
Well, Nodirbek, he kind of wakes up to this sense that this bishop on a6.
It's too uncomfortable to sit there. And
Yeah,
wait.
bishop on c8, pardon me. It's going to go to a6, but that bishop on c8 was uncomfortable.
He did like the Benko sacrifice.
You just get rid of it. Okay, but that is
Take
a
on
peshki.
b6. That's a healthy extra pawn.
Well, especially as they are passed.
What about
pawns.
queen b6?
Pardon me?
Attacking queen b6 for black.
Queen b6 for black.
Attacking e3 and b2.
I'd probably want to defend the
two
d2
connected
pawn.
passers,
Okay,
yes.
but there is queen to d2 as well. Queen
Oh,
to
you don't
d.
even have to give any of the pawns back.
I'm greedy like that. Queen d2, knight d5. From Magnus's point of view, if he resets with queen d2 and knight d5, well, the two connected passers just roll up the board,
What if
and
he
that's
gets
easy.
like a4, knight b5? That'll be it.
A queen
No
trade.
question. Do we take or come back queen d2?
I would take queens off the board, and I would just say,
done that?
I've got a 2-result game. I'll
Two.
defend the pawn. I'll play rook to d2, by the way, just because I am greedy like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's minimal compensation for black. It's because of the doubled pawns, but other than that, I don't see much for black.
No.
Six.
Listing the strengths and weaknesses of black's position is not a long list of positives to talk about. I would start to think about this knight. This knight
Would be
I'm
happier on
thinking
c4, right?
would be joyful on c4 square.
Do you think to play actively on the king side here with white?
No,
Right.
because I'm thinking that when I win the game, I'm going to win the game on the queen side. So if I put my knight on c4, I start thinking about bringing my king to b2,
Oh.
going a3,
Just
b4.
to protect those pawns.
Yeah, and just to nurse them up the board. And putting the knight on c4, if I go knight h4, knight f5, then I start becoming distracted. Then I start thinking, oh, I should be checkmating you. That
Yes.
was my great idea. No, my trumps are these guys, a2 and b3.
Yeah, there's absolutely no reason to start playing on the king side when you have such huge advantage on the queen side.
Exactly. I can win the game.
I like your idea of bringing the king all the way to b2.
Okay, but first of all, I can also positionally increase my positional dominance. And I think this was a very good move, by the way.
And
Knight-
also, Magnus
Whoa,
already
whoa,
has
whoa,
a
whoa, whoa.
2-minute advantage on the clock.
Can I, do I spot a pawn?
Wait, which
Knight
pawn?
a5 and rook takes d7? I am greedy
Yes.
that way.
Or knight, maybe rook c8?
Okay.
Yeah, it does look like a free pawn. But
Another
also play
point.
knight d6.
Another point. Knight d6 looks really, really good too,
And he's done just that.
because you can just follow up with rook d2, maybe knight b5. Remember where I'm winning the game? I'm winning the game on the queen side.
You have such good choices now. Knight d5, knight b5. Hard to
This is-
decide which way to
was
go.
nice. By the way, where does this rook
this is
go? I
just-
think it's going back to a7, and now rook to c2. That
Or we can even start like b4 and start pushing the pawns. They're protected.
b4.
Yeah. And he's playing
By the
b4.
way, the knights kind of cover all of the escorting.
They're also covering black king. It can't even come close to e7.
No.
Completely cut off.
Impressive game thus far by
Yeah, black is just paralyzed
Magnus.
in this position.
I'm keeping the knight.
You can play knight c8.
What?
Just a cute move.
Oh my goodness. That is cute. Knight to c8. I've got a knight e7 fork, and I'm doing it with tempo. I thought I was playing knight b5, by the way.
That's probably
just so I can play like a3 and knight back to c3. Again, I'm just keeping all, well, just domination. Yeah. I'm probably playing a3.
A4 next move also.
Oh, a4 even. Also very nice. A4
Black
protecting
would love
the
to
knight.
just trade one pair of knights just to get some breathing room, but Magnus is not allowing it.
No, Magnus is playing a beautiful control game. It's sort of like a soccer game where white has the ball the whole time. I mean, white's the one. Yeah, I'm playing a2, a3. I'm playing rook d2, and I'm just saying, you can't move. I'll keep you paralyzed.
Yeah, now he can also play knight d5 with the tempo, or a5. Yes, this is such a nice game to play with white.
You just feel...
And Nodirbek down to his last 30 seconds.
And after rook b2, followed by maybe rook to b3 too. Just making sure everything is super well protected.
Can also play knight d5.
Knight to d5.
I just want to put one rook on the c file if you take on e4, and that's it.
I believe you.
Look at the knight on b7. It's a very
Pathetic.
sad knight.
I am playing rook b2. I'm kind of happy if you capture on e4, just kind of for what you said. Go ahead and take my pawn. Knight takes e4. I'll put, and then I'll bring the rook to c1, just as you suggested, Nessie. That looks... Yeah, he's actually... he's like,
He's provoking it.
please.
He's like, take my pawn, please.
Do me a favor.
C1, there he goes.
This knight, I'm threatening check, followed by check.
Is not rook c7 just winning the knight?
Yes. What? Oh, he wants to go
he wants to play a6, b5.
That's cruel.
Oh, that's over. That's so over. a6. Yeah, Nodirbek just gave the knight.
c6.
But how, you still can't stop those pawns,
c6
right?
and rook b7.
Yeah, the black
a beautiful
pawn
control
e4 is
game.
too far away to stop white's pawns.
Magnus, he played a great game.
Yeah.
Just he controlled the action
Start to
from
finish.
Yeah.
And there's
Really,
resignation.
really
Let's
impressive.
jump to Duda's game because he's very
Let's do
close
it.
to winning.
He is playing against Prague, and Duda with
Look
the
at his pawn on b2.
passed pawns. But there is an extra piece for Prague, right? It's the knight on g5.
For 3 pawns.
For 3 pawns. I didn't like the way he said 3 pawns. I was like, oh, that's a lot of pawns suddenly.
Yeah, I mean, now how do you stop b1?
I'm not sure.
It's
I
just
can't.
b1
In
queen?
fact, I can't. b1 equals queen should win the game.
Yeah, you have to just sacrifice your queen. But you don't have enough here. Black has queen, rook, and bunch of pawns.
Absolutely. Well, the weird part was that Prague made a fortress in the previous game
Yes.
with with a rook and knight and bishop versus queen. Now he's desperate to try to make a fortress with rook and
But
knight.
here there's pawns on the side, and Prague just played with 1 second, by the way.
Did he really? 1
Again,
second.
twice in a row.
Oh no! But now he's losing the f4 pawn.
Yeah.
Queen takes f4.
His king is very weak here, so no fortresses.
Not at all. Yep.
I like that king f8 move. He's getting out of the... he flagged. Duda wins. Let's jump to the world champion, Gukesh. How is he doing?
Okay, and he
That was a very
is
important
up
win for
against
Duda.
Anish. It's
Looks equal.
But wait a minute, Anish has an extra pawn, right? There's a b.
Yeah,
3?
but it's the extra pawn is on b2. Looks
So
like
king h3.
they've been moving back and forth for a while. Just check and rook a6. Can white make some progress?
I don't know. It's going to be hard.
I think you'll have to sacrifice a pawn back if you want to activate your rook, like rook d1 or something.
Right? Oh, surprise. Inviting... No, I was about to say inviting rook b4, which would liberate the rook on b1. He did not do
By
that.
the way, both of them was just less than 10 seconds on the clock.
Rook rook b4, rook d3, rook h1, rook b. Excuse me,
Do
rook
we push
g1.
g5? Okay.
Well,
that was
that's
maybe a little aggressive.
now the extra pawn is suddenly starting to be a little bit
Now
meaningful.
white has some play, yes, and activity.
Okay, so I was about to suggest rook to b5 there for a moment. No, this should be a draw now.
Yeah, it's still a draw because white's one rook was stuck on f1, so
Exactly.
can't win with just one rook. King f7. But Gukesh can still play faster.
Gukesh can still play faster.
He went down to 1 second.
Rook a2. Rook d2.
Do we just stand with the king? Well, 1 second. Whew.
No.
Gave me a heart attack.
Did he really? He almost. Oh, whoa.
It's not
Checkmate.
mate, right? No. King f6. You start running forward.
But now I can trade rooks. I can check and trade rooks.
Yeah, it's still.
So now it's suddenly chances flare anew.
King f.
A5. A5. Oh, I can't. Okay, I
How do you
pause.
make progress, though?
A6.
I asked it at the wrong time.
I'm going to push
Gave
back.
you a very easy question.
Thanks for the setup.
Now
how
we
do
just
you
stand,
make,
right?
How do you
Can
make
white's
progress?
king come out?
That's the question. Okay, I think Giri is playing quick moves in order to gain some time before he does go for the king f1 plan.
This is our last game. All the others have finished.
And by the way, depending on the outcome of this game, Magnus may be our clear leader.
Yeah, unless Gukesh wins this, which is very unlikely.
Exactly.
Magnus will be in the clear lead.
Well, I mean, when you're playing with 2-second increments, losing on time is
Always
not...
possibility.
Yes, exactly. Okay, certain things are getting a little weird again.
Yeah, if the pawn was already on the 7th rank, then white king could waltz all the way to the b file. But here it's hard because you don't want to give up the f2 pawn.
Exactly.
So
No,
it is holding, yeah.
It's an easy hold. I'm a little bit surprised Gukesh hasn't just put his rook on a3 and moved his king around. There we go.
He heard you.
Now he gets the right idea. Just move with the king.
But still, like with this 2 seconds, neither player can really gain time. So
You don't gain time,
no,
do you?
It's too quick.
Yeah.
It disappears way too quickly. So they're both under 5 seconds still. Okay, 2. I think they're repeating this position.
Like, have we repeated this position already?
It's hard to make a claim. He'd rather just keep playing. I think he does want to make a claim, though. And in case it's not correct, then Anish would get an extra minute, right?
Correct. But that's not the worst penalty ever.
Okay. This is a thermal repetition, actually. We see it. Yeah, it's a draw. Nice save. And Gukesh stops the bleeding.
Wow, it's such an important half point. I mean, that could be the tide that turns his fortunes around.
Absolutely.
But through the magic of television.
Yeah. Let's take a look again how Gukesh made a move with 1 second. It got really close. Look at it.
I'm seeing
down
3,
to 2. His hand is not even moving yet.
And then
How
suddenly,
did he manage?
whoop!
That's incredible, actually. He was very close to flagging this.
Wow. Yeah, the Grand Chess Tour, we have seen on numerous occasions where 1 second. Miro, take it away.
Well, the game I've picked originally was relatively boring, so let me show this one. Anish against Gukesh, the game you looked at.
Right.
So your opinion, guys, it was about 80 moves game, played in blitz. So you would expect a lot of back and forth, a lot of mistakes, a lot of things.
Look at that accuracy.
Precision, 98.4, 98.3. And my version of it is the last time Giri had the real chance was on move 18. All right, so that's a relatively known line of the Queen's Gambit. H3, according to my database, is a new move. I imagine somebody has tried it and, you know, against secret computer or something, but it's not as popular. Bishop f6, knight f3, h6, rook to b1, defend it. Yeah, by the way, you would think you can take, but then white can capture on h7. Go queen c2 or b1 if you feel fancy. Take it back, and usually that's very bad for black because you've lost a very important pawn which defends the king. Anyway, so h6, rook to b1, a5, a3, stopping knight b4, d4, and that's normally how you try to get rid of this isolated pawn with black. d4, e4, rook e8, and this is where white, I guess, misplays it slightly, even though queen d2 looks so natural. Queen d2 and this rook to e1. I've heard Yasser mentioning something about this rook, that rook.
Right.
Yeah, but that just gave black a tempo for a4, rook e1, and queen a5. And surprisingly, the moment you trade the queens, it's not much for black, for white, pardon. So the idea was that you just play rook e1, and you tend to play e5 as soon as possible. And then, okay, I mean, g5 is one of computer suggestions, it would never have been played. But yeah, something normal like bishop e6. Yeah, let's assume black develops. You go e5. You actually put this queen on e2, this rook on d1, and then you are planning, yeah, what's the bishop d2, yeah, bishop d5, sorry. You go here, and then one of your ideas is bishop e4, very boring, trade the bishops, win the d4 pawn. The other one is less so boring because bishop b1 and then double on this diagonal, queen in front of the bishop, and go after the king. And this one, engine likes for white. Later on, seriously, I cannot stop and show them, okay, this is where finally Giri has a chance, or this is where finally Gukesh has to be precise. It was this rook endgame pawn up, and really, it's little to be done. There were some tricks, there were some funny moments, but not much really.
Thank you, Miro. As we check our standings,
we have a change now in the standings. We have a new sole leader. It's Magnus Carlsen. This is first time he's leading the event.
Exactly. Boy, he closed that 4-point gap quickly. Only 6 rounds, but look at the fight for second.
Yeah, the two players, Duda and Gukesh, are only half point behind him. And now Fabi is in clear fourth with 12.5. He's still behind though.
And let's send it to Zagreb for Anastasiya and insights from Cristian.
Well, it was a big story, this game between Praggnanandhaa and Jan-Krzysztof, because Jan-Krzysztof obviously is playing tremendous chess so far in the Rapid. He had a good performance, and right now in the Blitz, he's finally come back after those very painful defeats. And this one, Praggnanandhaa versus Jan-Krzysztof, take a look at this. It's going to be a fight between Jan-Krzysztof's attack on the queen side and, of course, Prag's attack on the king side against the king on g8. A4, and this was, I would say, I'm not going to call this one the critical mistake, but it was a pretty big mistake. What you have to do is not what was played in the game, and that was b4, because once you play this move b4, you're creating a huge hook for me. At some point, I will play the move c5, and that's going to bring tremendous compensation against the attack that you're obviously having on the king side. What white had to do was just simply continue with g4, and perhaps he would have had quite good chances for a successful attack. Yes, yes, but after b4, I'm the one that's striking first, is the problem. It looks good. It looks like you're getting a nice attack on the king side, but I'm the one that's striking first on the queen side as black. And after this, to be honest, it was never in Prag's hands. Jan-Krzysztof played a tremendous game, and he finished in style, as you can see. Rook to c8, bishop takes f5, knight to f3, and I'm getting another queen on the board. That should be enough. Anastasiya, what were you watching?
I was watching the game, actually, which would decide the fate of the fourth place. It was a game between Fabiano, Caruana, and Alireza Firouzja. Alireza played with white pieces, and I would say it was like kind of a grandmaster draw, because not much has happened during the whole game. If we go for the moves, I will say that Alireza started slowly with like G3, you know, this like very solid opening, and then played also A3, something what Alireza likes to do. And at the end, actually, he got the position with two bishops against knight and bishop in the ending, and other pieces, of course, in the ending. And let's say was trying maybe to squeeze the water out of stone, I would say, in this position. But you know, Fabiano is not. It's not so easy to crack Fabiano, and he was just defending so well, and nobody had actually a chance to win this game, or there were nothing crazy was happening. So the game eventually finished in a draw. All pieces were like slowly exchanged, and we can see that not much happened after all. Yes,
I would say you said it correctly. It's just a grandmaster draw in Blitz. We generally see this in Classic, right? But
I agree.
This time we see it in Blitz as well. It can definitely happen. This derails Fabiano a little bit because he needs to keep contact with the leaders, of course, who are winning right now. Magnus just in tremendous shape so far. We'll be here with next round action for the moment. Back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Cristian and Anastasiya. And we are looking at those standings because we are seeing one of the biggest turnarounds in chess history being made here. Look at what Magnus is doing.
He's finally in the lead with 15 points, but half point behind him are two players, Duda and Gukesh. And let's have a look at the pairings.
Because we have a clash in this next round.
Magnus is playing someone who is following him, just half point behind him, Duda Carlsen next match. And Gukesh also a tough match against Alireza Firouzja.
My pick, Alireza. I mean, now or never, right? This is the time you have to win and pull Gukesh further behind. But the game of Duda versus Magnus, I recall, Miro, in a Grand Chess Tour event in Poland, where it was really a two-horse race, and Duda and Magnus were stride for stride, you know, all the way to the
playoff.
Yeah, that was just such a great.
And then eventually Magnus came on out, as he always does.
He is a goat for a reason.
He always does. Yeah. My first kind of moment of realization how good Duda is in Blitz was Rapid and Blitz in St. Petersburg. I want to say 2017, when Magnus won the event, but then I'm checking the scores, and Duda scored. Duda takes second place, and Duda scored something ridiculous, like 19.5 out of 23, for example. 3 points clear of the third place.
Right.
So if not for Magnus, this is like champion's result, and we would be praising like its total domination, and yet Magnus scores 1 point more.
Amazing.
So that's crazy. This too.
You had a highlight for us from the previous round.
I didn't want to steal Cristian's game, but there was one moment where the move is not even approved by the engine, but I thought if you were going for style points, you could have captured the knight with the queen, but which is it's nothing special. But one could say that this is very common occurrence. The bishop check with the rook pinned, and then you have to go here, b1 anything, b1 rook if you want to show off, because you still win. The queen's attacked and g1 rook's attacked.
Very nice.
Yeah, so that's not much. It's
Queen
just like, you know, this
G5.
little witty move that could have been played. But of course you don't need to, and what Duda has done was perfectly fine. Yeah.
No, but queen takes g5. That's definitely style. I mean, we would have all been very oohs and ahs after that.
Right.
Nice. But let's talk about Magnus. What happened? He just switched gears and said, enough of this rapid. I am Magnus Carlsen. We saw at the opening of the show, Anastasiya says, very frustrated Magnus coming out of the rapid, some social media reports of his frustration.
He's been very vocal that he prefers faster time controls. Do you remember, Yasser, if he loves Blitz the most, or it's a tie between Rapid and Blitz?
Exactly. I think that's exactly the way to put it. He prefers the faster time controls, and I mean, he's very, very good at Bullet, don't get me wrong, but Bullet is just a completely different skill set, and I'm sure he likes the Rapid and a little bit more than the Blitz. But what he's doing now is just fantastic stuff.
Yeah,
I mean, it switches gears.
If I may, I understand Guy's argument that classical chess is too much effort and so on, because now he has played Blitz, and that was like, you know, stop engine moves and possibly a preparation. Really amazing.
Yeah. And we said at the top of the show that he's the #1 rated player in the world in Blitz. Co-champion today, World Blitz champion, along with Jan, that you were about to say.
But yes, to win the World Blitz Championship 8 times.
Well, to win it once.
It's gonna break that record.
Yeah, to win it once is pretty tough. I mean, Lanier, Dominguez, Liam has won it.
The only multiple, as far as I know, apart from Magnus, is Alexander Grishuk, who has won it thrice.
Thrice?
Which is very impressive.
And then, 8 times.
8 times.
And, some club players, they say, well, whenever it's a Swiss tournament in Blitz, it's a lottery. So this guy hit lottery for 8 times. Hit jackpot.
Yeah. 8 times. Our congratulations. This is the players getting ready for this round 7. Hold on, everybody. Take your seats, because this is the big match. Magnus Carlsen, in the lead by a half a point, plays against Duda, who is a half a point behind. And let me pull up my round 7.
Only 3 rounds left today.
It went by fast.
It went by really fast. And so far, it's been between amongst these 3 players: Gukesh, Duda, and Magnus.
Although you have to say the trend is these 2 players.
Right.
As Gukesh
Gukesh had such a huge lead that even though he's having a terrible day today, he's still in 2nd place right now.
I think the fact that he went 0-5 to start today, Gukesh, that is to say, and was still leading, goes to show what an outstanding performance he had in the Rapid. He had such a large lead from the Rapid that he, after an 0-5 start, he was still tied for first. Or, pardon me, was clear first. Magnus has been playing G6 and Bishop G7. I don't think we're going to see that anymore. I think that Magnus had said... Pardon?
Does Duda play E4?
Well, more or less...
He's more of a D4 player, right?
Yeah, G6 is a kind of a universal pattern. You can play G6. I was about to say, I don't expect Magnus to go and play frivolously. I don't
we have exchange Queen's Gambit.
Yeah, Queen's Gambit
I'm
decline.
forgetting opening names.
Yeah. In this particular case, Magnus has often had this position with his pawn on A6. He plays those systems with the early A6. Now he has the luxury of being able to play regular chess with C6.
I think when I first started playing chess, this was my first opening with white.
Really?
Yeah. But I haven't played it since.
I thought all coaches teach their students to play the Joko piano.
See, I've never played E4 with white, never played E5 with black.
The move A7, A5 has a very specific idea behind it to prevent what we call the minority attack. Black has the majority on the queen side, but it's white's minority attack. The move F2, F3, well, clearly designed to prep the move
I think
E3,
black
E4.
plays B5 here, yes. I've seen some games in the current position.
Oftentimes.
King H1.
King H1. Sometimes the queen comes to B6 and the pawn on E3 is a little weak. The diagonal, the king on G1. Oftentimes white plays bishop F2.
But with this last move, bishop A6, Magnus is planning to play B4 and trade those bishops on D3. But I don't think white opposes it so much because queen on D3 is also supporting that E4 plan.
Precisely, and that is exactly what white is gearing up for. Maybe one more little touch of preparation, knight to G3, followed by E4. But definitely what you're aspiring to do is play E4, E5, boot this knight to Timbuktu, and then play F4, F5.
What do you think about this queen B8 move? That I didn't expect. Does he plan to play bishop D6 and set up on this diagonal?
I think his idea, funnily enough, is sometimes to play with the knight on A4, I wanted to say, was to play queen B5. With the knight on E2, you can play C5. So that you get to play knight takes C5. Weak pawn, weak pawn.
Yes, but white minor pieces are not well placed against the isolated pawn in this one. mean,
the knight's
one of
going to
them
go to
will
d4. The knight's going to go to, I suspect, to f5. I think both players can say they're relatively comfortable with the outcome of the opening.
I still like black better. What about a4 and b3? What if I just take as much space as I can on the queen side?
Okay, there is knight to f4.
Just provoking knight d4?
A surprise move for me, yes, because you definitely are provoking. But knight f4, Bent Larsen.
I'm gonna go a4, take the pawn.
Bent Larsen says, who likes blockading isolated queen pawns? Win them. Take them. Queen d3.
Now if knight e6, do we take? You could take with the pawn just to defend the d5.
Yeah.
I know, we are weakening the g6 square, but white doesn't have a white squared bishop.
I would probably be more attracted to knight e2. Knight e2 myself. Inviting the trade. Knight takes, knight takes. But I also find myself drawn to queen d3.
Queen d3. Yeah, I like that too. A long think here for Duda. It is a critical moment. What do we do?
Queen d3.
I keep setting you up, yes.
I know. How do you make progress? One of the all-time classics. Oh, you push your best pawn. And he's played knight f5 after a very long think by blitz standards. Knight f5. Inviting knight takes f4, rook e2. Wow. Knight f5. Oh, pardon me, there is a knight d4. Apologies. Okay. Magnus has said, look, there's an open C file. Let me oppose the open C file. Rook c8.
What do we do now? I still want to take on e6.
Knight takes e6. Well, in this case, since you've generously put your knight on f5, the idea of recapturing with the pawn is much more attractive. Knight e6, fe6, knight d4, queen d7. You could jump to g6, yeah?
Yeah,
Queen
but I
g6.
think it's like an empty threat. Queen g6 is not actually creating anything.
Agreed. Knight takes, pawn takes, knight d4, queen to d7. You could bishop g3 or take on c8 and bishop g3. None of the above.
h3, I was, what?
None of the above.
I did not see that coming. Now knight takes f4 looks good. What's up with the white's pawn structure on the king side?
Well,
It's
Magnus
not
has
looking
looked saying.
so good.
I mean, Duda, in his mind's eye, he's saying my bishop on f2 is passive. I want to turn it into an all-star by posting it on d4. Magnus says, good for you, but haven't you weakened your pawn structure?
Yeah, and I think queen can come to e2. Can be unpleasant as well. Not anymore.
A tempo against the queen.
Queen d7?
Queen d7. I was thinking f5, g4? I don't know.
You want to go all in, but
I'm not
my
sure I'm
bishop will
happy.
come back to life, bishop d6, and I'll be controlling those dark squares.
Bishop d6. How does
Yeah,
the
this
song
is-
go? Back to life? Back to reality?
Back to reality, yes. I like queen.
I like queen d7.
Yes, he's probably considering trading one pair of rooks first. If you want
Okay.
queen d7. Because now white can take on c8, and then you don't want to move the rook from e file.
I kind of like, so you're saying if you're
Yeah.
going to trade rooks, don't allow the option of queen
Exactly.
takes. The desirable g3 hangs the h3 pawn, and that is why I
You'll
thought
have to start with f5.
f5. But you made a very good point that had me stop in my tracks. f5, bishop d6, and you were about to tell me that you were hitting some very important dark squares, sorry.
Yeah, and we have this position here. You could also play queen b8 immediately, because I want to play knight g3 and then put the bishop behind the queen and just play for the checkmate.
You're going to have to speak a little softer. Magnus is hearing you. He's in Zagreb, we're in St. Louis, but...
I liked queen b8 more because now white has queen c1. And I feel like I have to waste the tempo.
C1.
g4, this cannot be a good move, and engine agrees. Now after knight g3
I'm
or
shocked.
knight f4, black should be so much better.
I like knight g3.
g4 was a panic move.
Yeah,
for
king
sure.
g2, knight e2? Yeah, Magnus also says, wait a minute, wait a minute, wait a minute.
Yeah, Duda is getting outplayed here.
King to g2, more or less forced.
Knight
e2. If we have to trade and allow the rook coming in, that's got danger alert written all over it. No,
Maybe-
g4 was just wrong. Oof.
Maybe he missed knight e2. That's why,
You think?
probably. But after knight e2, can he try queen c2? That's like the only hope, right? To trade queens.
Not going to let you do. How do I avoid
Actually, you
it?
can still do it and still be much better in the endgame. Knight goes to f4.
Yes.
Ooh, and h3 is hanging. Yeah.
I was thinking queen c2, knight f4 check, king g3. I didn't
And
have.
Duda's fallen behind on the clock as well. 40 seconds for him. More than 2 minutes for Magnus.
Yeah, this is. It happened so suddenly too. It was just like white was okay. He had just played the move knight f5. He could have played knight e6. We were looking at it, felt pretty even. Now I'm looking at queen
e5?
c2, queen e5. Okay, queen e5.
Queen e5 looks.
Black's the one with the passer, right?
Yeah. I mean, ideally, he wants to keep both the rook and the queen.
You mean something like rook c2?
Rook c2, something like that.
I like rook c2.
But
Rook
maybe
c2
I'm
kind of
allowing
blocks the queen.
Rook e8 or something. He just takes. He's confident he can win this endgame with the d pawn.
You know, rook c2, rook e8, queen c5.
Oof, yeah. And now if you take with the queen, there's queen c2 coming, and
True.
you don't even have bishop d4.
No. Just in time, by the way, queen c2. Okay.
Can take.
Duda's just hoping against hope that...
King g3, but there's d4, and I'm just blocking your bishop.
Exactly, that you'll get to play bishop c5 in some iteration.
Although, let's be careful, on d4 there's queen e5.
By the way, breaking news.
Wesley has won his game against Anish Giri.
Queen c3 stopping, bishop c5. By the way, a4, b3.
I don't know which pawn to push. I want to start with the d1. Just to block white's bishop.
So we can go queen to c2.
King g3.
And then a4, because we're defending. We're defending against bishop c5, and we want to play b3.
That looks very good.
I like queen c2. At clock times, if you don't mind.
1 minute for Magnus, 14 seconds for Duda.
I just don't think you can afford to be that far behind against any of these world top players, and Magnus, not this guy. Queen c2, followed by a4. That's got my stamp of
Because
approval.
he was just on c2, so maybe that's why he's hesitating to go back. But what other ideas could there be? I don't see another way to start pushing the pawns. Magnus is also approaching time trouble, so yes, he went back, and now a4.
Yeah, that's just such a straightforward idea. You want to play a3 and b3 and then, a2 and that has desperado written all over it.
b3 or a3? Which one do we push?
I'm thinking b3.
Oh, he's taken.
Whoa.
Computer. Oh, he missed bishop c5. He forgot about it. Now, it's
a draw.
It's
perpetual.
equal if Duda plays correctly. Oh
yeah,
my
you
God.
don't go to h6 because you don't go to the h file because of queen h6 check and g6. But he didn't have to allow bishop takes c5. He
Not
could have
at
played
all.
b3.
I think there was just momentary glitch. He forgot that bishop was hanging.
Hold on, he took with the bishop? That is cute.
It's nice. Engine still says it's equal, but anything can happen in this
King
position.
H7.
Magnus needs to not take too many risks.
Clock time, sorry?
Just 10 seconds for both of them.
For both sides. Whoa, where did that move? Queen F5. Magnus is playing for a win, a piece down.
He believes in the B3 pawn. Queen C2? Maybe that is winning. I don't know.
Wow.
This is an interesting endgame, actually.
Crazy.
Because if white is passive, of course it's black who's playing for a win.
The pawns have been marching.
3 seconds for
ants.
Magnus. King E3.
That was a good move.
It's king. It's kind of easy to blunder here, so maybe take the draw at this point. King H4. Yeah, I think now pawns will get traded and it'll be at F5, G5, and we'll see a draw. Wow, Magnus was so close to winning.
Wow.
And this was the last game.
Very frustrated Magnus there, because a victory would have been an emphatically first place. Miro, throwing it to you. Big missed chance.
Yeah. We should see it. We have a replay to see how.
Of that crucial moment where
Magnus
Magnus could have played B4, B3.
Or A3, or there's many moves, but he made this huge mistake, blunder.
Queen takes F5.
Allowing bishop C5, losing a full piece.
I think he just had that temporary spasm of forgetting that that bishop, the queen is stopping bishop C5. The only threat, by the way, that Duda has in the position.
Yeah, it just happens sometimes we forget about the threat. Over to you, Miro.
Right, yeah. Inexplicable mistake in what otherwise would have been like incredibly well played game.
Right.
Anyway, Magnus remains in the lead, and I've got a couple of other games to show you guys. And I'd probably start with a shorter one. Wesley So winning against Anish Giri in a very, very, well, I don't even have the word, like, what's that? You do not see Anish losing in such a way, normally. Because what happened, at some sort of King's Indian setup, bishop G2 doesn't change much, you would think, and you just play a quote-unquote normal move, which happens to be double question mark. Because this bishop G2, a sneaky move, in fact, white created a very, very straightforward trap. Yes, attacking the queen, attacking the bishop. You have to take the knight. Guess what? Pawn takes, the queen's attacked, and the bishop on b7's attacked.
Oops.
And there was no way back from here, so that's the game itself.
It's
one mistake on move 18, and I understand it's a little bit of a tricky, tricky threat.
You should see it.
The bishop does not come to G2 from F1, where you say, oh, okay, this bishop developed, and it probably attacks something. It returns from H3, so you think, okay, perhaps it's less dangerous, and you just play your program move.
Yeah.
By the way, just to mention, like, one of the funny moves that never would cross humans' mind would be to take on D4. No. That's how computers play nowadays. Like you exchange your pride and glory, the dark square bishop. But I imagine knight E5, and because H4, H5 is included, whenever you try to drive this knight away, it would go to G4. So this is computer chess for you. And the other one was actually quite back and forth game between Nodirbek and Saric. Started as the King's Indian. I'm not sure how this line goes. Is it a Makagonov line against the King's Indian, the H2, H3 system? Anyway, we've gotten here, and black played the move which normally any King's Indian player is proud to play. Knight F4, if you want to take, I'm just not bothered at all. I don't even think you play F5 here. You just go A4, and the bishop is so strong. You're so happy to play these positions with compensation. Anyway, knight F4. Well, the recipe was to go to F1, which once again you do not expect people to find such moves in blitz. So rook to G1 was played. Knight takes, queen takes, F5, and here we feel like black has fantastic position. Castles, and then like one remark to the previous games from the Rapid we had. Remember Magnus against Pragg had this idea of going f4, going c6, developing the queen on b6.
Right.
So that was apparently the strongest move, and it actually took me some time to understand why computer is so critical of b6. Because b6, g4, and you can still do your f4 if you want, but there is no c6, there is no queen b6. You don't even miss the moment. You could have played something else, but b6 was a bad move. Anyway, that's not the most exciting what has happened. We fast forward here where h4 starts to attack. Okay, and apparently black is still much better. You just had to take, okay, just maybe is not an easy word to, yeah. So you open the G file with black, and you claim that the king on h8, as long as the bishop on e5 is alive, the king is relatively safe. Believe it or not, but it's almost -2. So black is much better. Instead, black goes rook b8 and opens the h file, which you would think you are safe. Bishop e8, knight g3. Then a funny moment where went unnoticed by both players. Bishop g6. There was a check. Bishop f7, and then you just target h7. And there's no way to defend. I mean, you can go rook e8, check here, and knight f5 or rook f3. It's a disaster. Then fast forward here. I know, and then I guess somewhere around here, it's already there is no way back. It's gone. Yeah, there's no way back for black. It took Nodirbek some time to convert, but basically black missed a couple of opportunities to get like serious advantage. So a bit pity, like Saric, he fights very well, he gets promising positions, and it's just like this final touch is missing.
Spoils it. Thank you, Miro. Let's take a look at the standings as Magnus Carlsen leads the proceedings.
Yes, he's still in clear first with 15.5.
Oh, but another painful defeat for Gukesh.
Yes, Duda in clear second.
I hadn't realized that. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, Gukesh lost to Alireza.
Exactly. Fabi?
Fabi true, so he remains in fourth. It's still hard to catch these three players for anybody else.
Somehow Alireza, we said that Magnus started 4 points behind. Alireza started 6 points behind. Don't forget, Alireza is like the third highest rated blitz player in the world. He's catching up, but Magnus is just extraordinary. And
we have this clip of Magnus. He gave a kiss to his wife before going to the game. That's so cute.
A little good luck. Go get him, Tiger. And let's throw it to Zagreb, Anastasiya and Cristian for their insights.
Well, thank you very much, guys. And speaking of that game of Gukesh losing yet another time, tell us a bit about that, Anastasiya. You were watching closely that game.
Yeah, I really feel sorry for Gukesh. You know, it's really hard when you are losing so many games, and especially after you had such a great tournament yesterday, such a roller coaster of emotions for him. And yes, and this game was also against Alireza. Firouzja was actually developing quite well for the world champion. Here he spoiled the pawn structure of his opponent, but we know that even black has these double pawns. These pawns are controlling the center, so it's not that bad actually. So after a few moves, I really was curious how Gukesh played it. Here at this moment, for example, he decided to give up the central pawn on d4, but to get more active pieces. Just you don't see it every day. Move like knight d2, allowing knight d4, and then coming back with his knight.
Maybe not the right approach.
Maybe not, but still you can even see from the evaluation that even this pawn is not given that much advantage for black, and perhaps he gained a little bit easier play compared to the game, so he decided to bring his knight to the center, and we know that d5 pawn and d6 pawns can be weak at certain points, so this file is open right now for white. And yeah, I mean, position was pretty good. I mean, lots of course, exchanges, and this moment was quite interesting. After move g5, this bishop has no square to go, and actually it doesn't need the square to go. He immediately played b3, threatening the knight. I really like this b3. And then Alireza took. Actually, Alireza could go away 6.
So many pieces under attack.
Bringing all the pieces under attack.
I like a6 actually.
But he decided not to go. Yes, he just took the. Maybe he thought it's too much. You know, he just took the bishop, and after white took the knight again. I mean, position is dynamic, but it seemed to work quite well for Gukesh. I just want to go to this moment where Gukesh had actually 4 pawns for 3 pawns of his opponent. But you can understand that these pawns are running very fast fast. Yes, the knight may not be on time to stop them. But
and they're also supported by the bishop. I think Gary was mentioning, we were watching one of the games, I don't remember exactly which one it was, but it was a race between the bishop and the knight, and he was always favoring the knight, the bishop, excuse me,
yes.
whenever we have pawns on both sides of the board.
Exactly, because bishop is such a piece which can go everywhere so fast. And but in this case, it wasn't that bad for Gukesh, but, you know, to defend this ending with seconds when your opponent is just simply needs to push his pawns, it's not so easy. And I just want to show you the ending here. After a3, Gukesh made the final mistake in this game. Once he would have played rook c1, it's still fine for white. You can see it's still a balance. But he played move rook a5, probably simply forgot about the answer of Alireza rook d4 with the idea to play rook a4, and it's just game over. You don't have simply a move to play.
No way.
Like rook a3 is still rook a4, and this pawn is going to just be promoted in a couple of moves, and the knight cannot really stop this pawn. So it's such a crazy loss.
He doesn't have the flow, right? He doesn't have the flow, and he doesn't have the confidence right now.
Yeah, he lost the confidence, and it's really bad. I don't know, Gary was trying to give him an advice how to deal with the pressure, but it's really hard. Every player finds his own way how to deal with such a situation.
Absolutely. It's a very personal thing, and it's easier said than done also.
Absolutely.
In the heat of the battle, it's so difficult to psychologically recover, especially when you have games every 10 minutes. You know, you don't have time to recover is the problem, or you cannot go back home and speak with your support system. You just have to keep going, and that's exactly what's happening. Praggnanandhaa with the black pieces was putting a lot of pressure on
like
Fabiano.
these pawns, you know, on the
fourth rank.
Yes.
Yes, for white, absolutely. But you can see the pressure that's coming from black on the g file, and this knight on f4 is such a tremendous piece. And in fact, at this point, this was a critical position, because I was looking at queen takes e4, and if you go knight takes h3, then I can go knight to e3, defend my rook on d2, and then get the knight in play. The problem is, after queen to e4, I can just simply go back knight to h5, and then there's no way to stop knight to g3. You're going to lose material. Yes. So he took with the pawn, and rook to f3. You're trying to say, you know what, you're going to give me a check, that's fine. I'm just simply going to go king to g1. Still, black is in pole position to potentially get the advantage. Knight to e3, but now you can see finally the knight got back in the game, and in fact Praggnanandhaa had to settle for a draw after rook to d3, and we see somewhat of a repetition, an equitable result between Fabiano and Praggnanandhaa. But right now is Magnus all the way. It's a race between Magnus, it feels like, and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, who's also playing tremendous chess so far. It's the final two coming up shortly from Zagreb, Croatia. For the moment, back to you in St. Louis.
Thank you, Anastasiya, and thank you, Cristian. Indeed, it is the Magnus Carlsen show. As you look at the standings once more, you see that he has closed a 4-point gap over Gukesh at the start of today's action.
And he's leading the event now, half point ahead of Duda. They just played each other, and Gukesh still remains in third, despite him getting only half a point out of 7 rounds.
And let's take a look at how Magnus got here, because his line score is very impressive.
In Blitz, yeah, he started with a draw, then 3 wins in a row. Draw, win, draw.
Yeah.
Next is a win, if he follows the pattern.
If the pattern. And in fact, tell us about the pairings coming up for round 8. What pattern who will he have to victimize?
Well, Magnus is playing Prague. We haven't been following Prague recently.
Who has been Mr. 2025, by the way. Praggnanandhaa has done incredibly well this year, but not incredibly well in this event.
Not in this event. And then Duda is playing Saric, and Gukesh is playing Fabi.
I see a big pairing between Alireza and Wesley So. In a different statistical model, that game might be for first prize. Alireza at the moment, he really needs somebody to stop the Magnus train, and he's got to win a couple of games to get back into contention in the fight for first.
There's still 10 games left, right?
Yeah, there's a lot of games still to go.
A lot of games,
but it's a 2.5-point gap for Alireza. But it's Duda and Magnus, I think. It's going to be a two-horse
Duda and Magnus for now,
race.
and if my math is right, it's 11 games left, because 2 today and 9 tomorrow.
2 to still to play,
yep,
including
2
round
today
8.
and 9 tomorrow. So I was thinking, if something goes wrong for Magnus, even those players who are 2.5 behind, they still have theoretical chance.
Right.
So it's not impossible. Yeah.
Miro, I mean, we're witnessing it, and we've seen it so many times in our careers, but Magnus does the impossible. He made a 4-point gap just melt away like nothing. It's incredible.
Well, he had some help, though, from
What was
Gukesh.
Yeah, so it's
Yeah,
Magnus's
Gukesh had
achievement, but it's also
So
partially Gukesh's fault, so to speak. That
Right.
The gap was closed that easily.
Yeah, that a 4-point gap.
Yeah.
But now with Duda just drew with White. What do you think about
Yeah, and I mean,
Duda's
he was so
perspective?
close to losing, so he
Exactly.
survived that game. He should be quite happy.
Indeed.
And with now Magnus out of the way, he can start winning.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Well, as the players get their taking their seats for this, the penultimate game of today. Again, we're playing 9 games of Blitz in this day 4. Tomorrow, day 5, we'll be starting our coverage 1 hour early. Set your clocks an hour earlier for the final day, 9 rounds of Blitz tomorrow. And we are, of course, at the Westin Hotel in Zagreb, Croatia.
You know, even though Magnus is now finally in the lead, he's not converting all his advantages like last game we saw.
Exactly. That's
He also got lucky against Wesley. It was a completely lost endgame.
Yes. By the
So
way,
we're-
it feels like Wesley is also having a bit of a, roller coaster
A
ride
lot of
here.
blunders
Yeah.
in Wesley's games.
We will be, our marquee matchup will be the game of Praggnanandhaa and Magnus. See, Prague like Gukesh, slightly earlier than his opponent, and jadubing all of the pieces.
Will Prague play the spoiler?
We're about to find out as Magnus takes
Is
his
Magnus
seat.
playing 2 blacks? No, he was white last game. Never mind. Thought he had 2 blacks in a row.
By the way, what's very interesting is you've seen Prague make the adjustment of all of his pieces. Oftentimes, I see that the players start Magnus's clock, and then he adjusts everything, and then after 12 seconds or so, makes his first move. He has adjusted all of his pieces. So B3.
Ambitious.
Very ambitious. B3. Shout out to friend Dwayne Polish, also known as Superfish. B2, B3 was his go-to opening.
And then E3 follow-up. This is quite rare, even for the B3 opening.
What do they usually do instead of E3? Knight F3 or?
C4 or Knight F3 is.
Yeah. Okay, so quick. F4? F4?
That reminds me of
Pressure.
the King's Gambit.
Pressure. Knight F4, Knight F3, Bishop B4. Train all your guns on the E5 pawn. What do you think? What do you think?
I don't think we're going to see that, and
No?
C4 has been played.
It's too naive?
Against Magnus, maybe that's a bit much. C4.
Sorry. So he did play C2, C4, Bishop G7, Knight F3. Okay.
Knight E7, D6.
D6 would
English
be...
setup for black.
Yeah, I have had this position on multiple occasions as black, not as white. When I play the English, I usually play with the knight to C3. And usually what I do is after D7, D6 as black, my go-to move,
Oh, you don't go to E7. you
knight
go to
H6. I like the idea of playing castles, F5, and knight F7.
Well, Magnus
He went
wants
knight
the
E7. Oh, well.
more natural way, knight E7.
It was a great learning moment that has passed us by.
He was definitely considering it. He took his time, yeah.
He played knight E7, took on D4. Now he's thinking, should I take, and then play D7, D5?
Right, yes.
And play for what really is a kind of a stale equality.
Yeah, he's done this, and it looks quite equal. Well, knight C3.
Knight C3, we take on C4.
Yeah, on queen C4 we play bishop E6.
And
yeah.
more or less, it's pretty darn balanced. I want to say the early ambitious B2, B3 did not pay off for Pragg in this particular case.
Not yet. Can he be creative here? No. Okay,
That
he's just
is not creative.
He just wants to play the endgame. I mean, White has maybe slightly more pleasant endgame.
Don't see it myself. I
Nothing
think that
serious, but
yeah, I think you know you just deal with this knight, right? You go knight e7, knight. You bring the knight to a good square. You play c7, c6. You put your bishop on f5, and I think you're more or less.
Yeah, normally when we have this 4 versus 3 on the king side, you want to play e4, f4 and show your advantage. But
Right.
here, if we're leaving the king in the center with king e2, if you don't want to play e4 and f4.
Again, I just found the knight on e7 to be more or less passively placed. I'd rather play with the king on e7, put my bishop on e6, maybe on a good day also play my pawn to c6. There is a queenside majority. You know, it's a long time coming, but the queenside majority is usually favorable for
Knight
king
to
pawning
d6
games.
has been played. I don't
Especially,
want to allow knight c4.
right?
So bishop
Mess it-
d3, just come back.
Yeah, you've kind of messed up your pawn
Now
structure.
maybe Magnus can play c5 and create something?
Okay, why not?
I mean, of course, again, that's completely equal endgame, but we're trying to find something.
Right, trying to create an imbalance. I mean, that's our jobs as commentators to take a complete desert and turn it into an oasis. I'd probably play knight e4. Pragg said,
For that reason, I think Magnus should play f5 just to not allow knight e4. Because
Yeah.
after that, it'll be just too dry position.
too dry. Yeah, exactly. Rook to d1, okay, and f7, f5 is a little disconcerting because it does mean my pieces are kind of gummied up a little bit.
He's done it.
Magnus. Talk about one who very rarely misses his chances, his opportunities. Rook c8, c5, we talked about rook c8. And
Starts with c6, bit of
kind
a,
of improving, incremental improvements, I would
yeah,
say.
no rush.
A good general should lead his army to battle. What do you think about king e5?
Oh, nice. I was actually going to ask you, do you think Pragg should try to play e4 and trade some things in the center? Anything, honestly, a pawn, knights?
In the immortal words of Robert Hubner, I don't know. I do not know. Well, there you go. I asked and answered. Trade a pawn and bring the rook back to the h file, perhaps?
Perhaps.
I can't help but feeling over the last 3-4 moves, Magnus improved his position.
Definitely.
His king was on g8, it's now on f6. The pawn was on c7, it's now controlling. This knight moves, the bishop comes to d5.
Yeah, white pieces, especially knight and bishop, there's no way to maneuver them to better squares.
Exactly, and Pragg has not made any inroads himself. Okay.
Up h file might backfire eventually. Rook h8 for now.
Rook h8.
Okay, Magnus played knight f7.
Look
I
at
like
this.
that move too.
Well, Magnus is saying, rook d7, rook d8, it's your king in the center. And by the way, I might be able to kick away the knight. And your rook on h file, obviously it's on the open rank, but your business squares,
Business squares.
the h8 and h7 are going to be covered. As soon as Magnus plays rook to d7, doubles rooks, pardon me, rook to d7, doubles rooks and plays knight e5, the rook on h1 is ineffectual.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely easier to play this position with black. We can see
Exactly.
the eval bar saying triple zeros, but in blitz, triple zeros doesn't mean much.
I've got a feeling that Pragg has played this slowly.
A little too passive.
Well, I meant on the clock.
On the clock as well, yes.
Has Magnus gained a lot of time, or
He
is
has
it
an extra minute on Pragg.
only? Okay, I thought that it might even been more than that. Okay, here we go. Rook to d7, rook to d8, double up. Let's do it.
Rook d7. Do we play bishop c2?
I would. I would indeed.
Yeah.
I'd want to get rid of that open. Check it out. After all of that, the business squares on the D file are covered pretty well as well.
So that's what I meant earlier when I said it can backfire opening up H file now. Black can take advantage of it.
Yeah.
F4. Oh, G5? This is getting uncomfortable for white, right?
I was
thinking...
thinking...
Can't play G3.
Again, I was thinking that this knight on C3, now most especially, you're seeing the restriction of the knight, and you start to think to yourself, okay, let me put my knight on better squares. We have to take with the pawn now.
Definitely.
We do not want to see a knight
King F4
landing.
or G8 would be unpleasant too.
Yes.
A5. So Magnus is balancing play on both sides. If you move the knight at any point, A4 will be coming.
As well as bishop. Nonetheless, hold on. If I go knight E2, and
Check.
you go bishop to D5 check, and I go king F2,
Aren't you worried about your G2 pawn?
I'm worried about knight actually coming to G4.
Yeah, white king is not happy on the king side.
It certainly is not.
I think we can never move that knight from C3, which begs the question, should black play B5, B4?
I'm thinking everything's
played
good for black except this knight on F7. I was thinking knight to D6.
I think he's saving that knight for G4 square at the
Possibly.
right moment.
By the way, I think the advantage
And
is
now
growing.
time advantage is also growing. 44 seconds against 2 minutes.
Even I can see on your monitor, the eval bar is saying even, but I'm saying it's so much easier to play Magnus's position.
Absolutely. And that's what matters in Blitz. That's what matters in time trouble.
And are you feeling comfortable? And look at Magnus. He's just advantages everywhere. A5, A4.
And if you take, he wants to just play B4.
Yes, that is precisely his intention. And to snip the A2 pawn. And at the end of that...
B4? Yeah. Pragg has played B4.
Okay.
A3.
By the way, very uncomfortable move A3, not allowing white the opportunity of playing A3.
Yeah, Magnus can shuffle this for a while, and Pragg needs to play accurate moves for the rest of the game.
It feels like it, right? Okay, now having said that, sometimes force moves can be good moves. You know, he wants to put his bishop... Is there a breakthrough based on C5 and B4?
I would be afraid to sacrifice a pawn here. I might never see it again.
Okay, suppose we start with the move rook C8.
Yeah, threatening C5.
Precisely.
Yeah, he's done that. Very nice. Rook D2 quickly played.
By the
Protecting
way,
E2.
yes, that was exactly what that was all about.
E7.
And I think it's about bringing this knight, by the way.
Where are we going from D6? E4, C4?
I think I'm playing for C5. I want to play knight D6 and C5. So I'm protecting B5, you know, like making incremental advances.
Yeah, I'm honestly surprised to see if Albert's still giving triple zeros. Black must
times
be a
again.
little bit better.
Clock
5 seconds for
What?
Pragg.
5 seconds. That
This
went
is
by
a
fast.
big time trouble.
Okay, knight D6. The improvements have been very, very impressive. Knight E2.
Knight C4 now looks fantastic.
Knight-
C5 looks so good.
C5 looks fantastic.
We're again seeing Magnus just outplay his opponents in completely equal endgames, over and over.
And his virtuosity in so many different positions when he's playing strategical chess, somehow he finds the right. When it's tactics, he calculates, and his judgment is fantastic.
30 seconds for Magnus.
Uh-oh, that went fast. C5. C5, let's go.
I think he's choosing between C5 and knight C4.
C5, let's
20
go.
seconds and dropping down. Yeah, C5 looks very... Maybe he doesn't want to take knight D4.
And then bishop to D7. And there are
played this
immortal
quickly.
words of Dr.
Magnus
Elad
completely
Mashkowski.
caught up on the clock. He's also down to 7 seconds.
Same move faster was better.
Check.
King to D7.
Knight B8 check. You can go
King
to C7.
E6.
He's played knight before. We can't guess the moves at this point. One
Well,
second.
Who had the 1 second?
They're both so low on the clock.
Rook.
Such a tricky. Oh, where the pawn is gone.
He should have gone back to.
Is Pragg just much better now?
Yeah, he just blundered the pawn.
Wow.
Oh.
What just happened?
Here we were singing his praises, and he fell asleep on the position.
He took too much time and then blundered with 1 second on the clock.
Okay.
Pragg is playing for a win now.
How
Knight
bad
E5.
is it?
Oh, B4, very nice move.
King.
Magnus is back in the game, no longer worse. Actually,
wow.
it might be. He's winning. He is winning.
No.
Well, if he didn't play Rook D1 and pushed A2, he was completely winning. What is happening now?
A2, knight takes A2, Rook D1, and the bishop goes.
Yes.
Oh my goodness. Knight C4 check, he swindled. Rook D2 check.
Things are
And now
so
he's
fast,
a piece
but
up.
this is-
Now he's a piece up.
Wow.
And Magnus wins. Pragg, after Rook takes A3, he was better, much better.
Gukesh has won his game.
Congratulations,
And
the world
he
champion.
defeated Fabi with the black pieces.
He needed that.
Not easy. We see Anish here playing Nodirbek. Oh, it's a
Let's
pawn end game.
Jump to that
Looks
game.
like a draw. Maybe we should watch.
Is there
it's over.
another
Wesley
choice?
just won.
Wesley just won.
He beat Alireza.
The players are about to play the Naked Kings.
There we go, and that's a draw. Wow,
Okay.
that happened so fast. Magnus winning.
Miro catches up on the other games.
Well, Wesley.
Yes.
Alireza with Wesley was Wesley winning at the end, but Alireza till a certain point he played an absolutely fantastic game. So I even feel pity for him. That was a position where Alireza clearly understood how bad the bishop on b6 is, and with material equal, and especially after Wesley went g4 and h4 clever move, computer, despite material equal, computer says white is completely winning. And up to a certain point, Alireza was brilliantly exploiting the fact that the bishop on b8 is not doing much. And over here, for instance, is +4, rook check, rook f8, and one last missing piece to the puzzle was take on f5, don't take the rook, take the bishop, rook e8, knight d7, and you get to this king and the bishop on b8 still cannot participate in the game.
A piece down.
Yeah, so knight f6, h5, white would have been completely winning. Then at some point, table started turning back and forth, queen a5 here. White's winning again, just go queen e1. Instead, queen c3 allows black to take. It was still equalish till this moment, and this was still equal, but then somehow bishop c5, maybe the last mistake. Anyway, giving away a fantastic game, Alireza, and Wesley perhaps is getting on track. Maybe Wesley's going to fight for this top 3. You know.
Wow. Thank you, Miro, as we throw it to Anastasiya and Cristian in Zagreb.
Another super engaging round here in Zagreb. Only one to go. You had your eyes on this game between Ivan Saric and Jan-Krzysztof Duda, one of the chasers behind Magnus. How did that play out?
Yeah, it's an important game for the standings. Of course, Jan-Krzysztof Duda is still trying to, fight for the first place. And I would like to just draw your attention to one moment in this rook ending. I mean, before that, it was, of course, a long fight with chances for both sides. But here, at this moment, white is trying, yes, to do something on the queen side. Rook is on a4. The last move of Saric was b4. And here, Jan-Krzysztof Duda decided to go all in and played move f5, which is probably is a mistake.
He wants to win.
But at the same time, yes, he created the chances for himself, because after b takes c5, he had this move f4, trying to create a pass pawn, and white, of course, has to be really careful. So, of course, king needs to move towards the pawn, and he managed to stop it. But later on, of course, got really huge material advantage. So look at this. I mean, white just simply has this pawn in the ending, and this ending was actually winning one, but he missed the last chance. I just want to show you the last moment where white missed the last chance. So after a4, rook a7, now he had this very tricky move a5. With the idea, if you take this pawn, you can play rook e5 and convert the game into this pawn ending, which is obviously winning for white. Then the king just go all this way and take all the pawns. So he didn't see it, and after rook a3, the pawn was blocked by rook a5. Also a very nice move played by Jan-Krzysztof Duda in this time trouble. And after that, okay, they kind of agreed for a draw. Christian, what did you check during the game?
Oh man, it was a crazy game between Fabiano and Gukesh. And Gukesh, in fact, finally got his first victory of the day.
No.
And it wasn't easy. In fact, it was at this moment, it feels like white is having an advantage, right? Because the black king, despite the fact that you are a couple of extra pawns as black, your king is much weaker. Not only that, but you're also stuck on this pin down d file. So after rook to c6, king to f7, what he had to do was just simply start collecting the pawns. Rook takes b6, then get the knight back, and it does seem like the b pawn is going to make all the difference in the position. He did not. He started wasting a little bit of time. Queen to d1, king e7, queen to c1, you can see it. And after knight to e8, there's no more pin down the d file. And right now, I'm just simply going to utilize my pieces, try to disrupt your position of the king, and a huge mistake. King takes g2.
It's such a natural move. I mean, I was about to ask you, why not king g2?
There's
because
a big threat, right?
Yes. So what you had to do instead?
What he had to do was queen to a3, not easy
it's
right
not
now.
really easy
Not
to find
easy.
with seconds, right?
Probably not the only move, but probably the best one, just because you need to keep contact with the square a1. And at this point, he had 6 seconds. He played the most natural move.
Of course,
king takes g2, and after the forceful queen g7, a backwards move, rook to h1, and I'm just picking up your queen with a decisive advantage. Gukesh gets his first victory and derails Fabiano at the same time. So definitely a very intriguing penultimate round. And take a look at the standings. Magnus Carlsen, 16.5 points. Just an incredible victory against Prague. It wasn't easy. In fact, he was worse against Prague as well. Jan-Krzysztof Duda with a draw is following 1 point behind. And Gukesh right now also 1 point behind. We're going to go on a short commercial break before the last round of the day. Stick with us.
"10 years, one legacy." The Grand Chess Tour marks a decade of mastery where only the strongest chess minds carve their names into history. Each piece has its role, like soldiers in a grand army, with commanders to lead them into the tour's 10th year and a prize fund of $1.6 million. The Grand Chess Tour starts in Warsaw with the Superbet Rapid Blitz Poland, immediately followed by the Superbet Chess Classic Romania in Bucharest, then off to Zagreb for the SuperUnited Rapid Blitz Croatia, followed by back-to-back events in St. Louis, Missouri with the St. Louis Rapid Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. And the culmination of the grand finale in the city of Sao Paulo, Brazil, will determine the 2025 Grand Chess Tour champion. Fight with every ounce of strength for victory. This isn't just a moment. This is history.
just had our grand opening of Paws and Pawns Exploring Animal Chess Sets. This show contains over 50 chess sets, sculptures, photographs, and other artwork exploring the connection between chess and the natural world. We have sets and boards that date from the late 19th century all the way up to the present. You get to see a little bit of how artists have reinterpreted familiar chess pieces using the imagery of the animal world. The World Chess Hall of Fame's collection has over 800 chess sets, and as we were going through this collection, I noticed so many different ways that people integrated animals into these artistic chess sets, and it just seemed a natural fit to make a whole show of it. We reached out to some really wonderful lenders, including from Chess Collectors International and some great artists, and we even reached out to local artist Justin King to create a giant T-Rex especially for this exhibit. At the opening, people really enjoyed seeing their favorite animal in the show, whether it was something in the Cats vs. Dogs chess set section or the set that we have from the local artist Sophie Bender. And that is a woodburn chess set that has different animals engraved on each square. We also have really wonderful, elaborate chess sets from the artist Laura Sturtz. One has kind of creepy crawly creatures, chess bugs. And then we have another one that looks at the beauty of sea life, and so there are manatees, walruses, and other things. If you'd like to learn more about this exhibition, you can go to the World Chess Hall of Fame's website at worldchesshof.org or check out our social media channels.
Ladies, are you looking for something fun to do? Do you want to make new friends and broaden your horizons? Ladies' Night is the premier all-female chess event in St. Louis. Every Wednesday night, you can meet and play with new people while learning one of the world's most popular games from a certified woman grandmaster. Plus, St. Louis Chess Club members can attend for free. Whatever your age or skill level, you're welcome at Ladies' Night.
If you love playing chess and want to put your skills to the test, the St. Louis Chess Club welcomes you to our monthly open tournaments. This is your chance to compete in a 5-round Swiss system tournament with 2 sections, Open, which is FIDE rated, and Under 1800. Feel the thrill of competition as you contend for a share of $4,200 in prizes every month. To learn more and to register, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
You know Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame has the region's best selection of chess sets. But this store is so much more. Discover our masterfully curated selection of unique jewelry, clever kids games that nurture critical thinking and creativity, quirky greeting cards, books for all ages, and a wide variety of locally made goods. Find just what you're looking for at Q Boutique at the World Chess Hall of Fame.
Mark your calendar. The 2025 Strategy Across the Board Gala is Saturday, August 16th at the Chase Park Plaza Hotel. Enjoy fine dining and world-class entertainment, all while helping to support chess education, cultural exhibits, and public programming at the St. Louis Chess Club and World Chess Hall of Fame. To learn more and to purchase tickets and sponsorships, please visit stlouischessclub.org.
Welcome back, everyone. We only have 1 round left today.
Yes.
Let's take a look at the current standings after 8 rounds of Blitz. Magnus Carlsen now in the clear lead with a full point ahead. And sharing second, Jan-Krzysztof, Duda, and Gukesh with the same points, because Gukesh won a beautiful game against Fabi. And Wesley jumping up to the 4th place.
As we keep those standings for just a moment, let me boldly point out the obvious. Pragg in 7th position. He had a winning moment against Magnus, but he let it slip away, and that is why Magnus has a full 1-point lead. Tell us about the pairings for round 9.
Let's see who the leaders are playing. Magnus is playing Ivan Saric. It's a good chance for Magnus to make another point. Jan-Krzysztof Duda is playing Anish, Giri, and Gukesh. Wow, we have all Indian matchup, Gukesh and Pragg, and all American matchup, Wesley and Fabi.
Exactly, Wesley and Fabi. I'm going to say Magnus, the marquee matchup, because he's just doing something amazing. The Gukesh and Pragg and Wesley and Fabi. I'm going to use Wesley and Fabi as our second game.
I'll keep an eye on the games, and whatever's interesting, we'll go there.
But Magnus has done something just absolutely remarkable. The flip side of that coin is Gukesh has 1.5 points out of 8. That's painful.
And that's
but
after the
won.
win.
He won a game. But Magnus is doing fabulous. I mean, we saw his line score. He was like +4, +5. I think he's +5 now. You were telling me about a pattern, right? You
yeah,
were saying
there was
that
a pattern. When we saw the line score, those
exactly.
win.
You draw, 3 wins, draw, win, and then we're gone. Magnus has just been amazing, remarkable. For those of you joining us late, you're missing history when Gukesh went on that 5-0 tear in the Rapids, just dominated the field, actually. But in turn is being dominated here in the Blitz.
Yeah.
Wow, tough.
And a reminder to everyone that tomorrow,
yes,
last day, will start 1 hour early, so live coverage will begin at 6:55 a.m. Central Time. Very early for us.
I live for these moments.
And that we start early just in case of playoffs.
Yes, that's exactly right. And well, I'm sitting here looking at this, and I'm just saying, you know, Fabi and Wesley, this is actually a pivotal moment for them because they're at 13. And remember, it's the Grand Chess Tour, everybody. They want to go to the playoffs. They want to finish in the top 4. They need those Grand Chess Tour points. And you never want to be in a situation where you miss the playoffs by a half a point. And then you think to yourself, you know, in that blitz, if I had just gotten that last round win, I could have been in the playoffs. So
even the players here who are not fighting for the top 3, they're still fighting for those Grand Chess Tour points.
Precisely. Yes,
everybody's arriving.
Yeah, and maybe you don't mind Magnus, as a say, tour competitor, maybe you don't mind Magnus winning, other than like one of your direct rivals. Magnus is a wild carder, to remind our audience. Yes?
Exactly.
Magnus might win, grab those 13 tour points, but they don't go a long way because that's his. He's not the tour participant.
Yeah.
So who's currently those?
Duda.
Duda, and yes, Duda in second place.
Right. He's picking up 10 Grand Chess Tour points by taking clear second. Duda would be picking up 10 Grand Chess.
Yeah, rest of the players who are in second and third are full tour participants. So for them, those 10 points means a lot.
Important.
I have a great deal of sympathy for Ivan Saric. He has been playing a very, very nice tournament, and you saw a King's Indian where he had actually really, really outplayed his opponent and spoiled it badly.
We're seeing another Jabava London.
Right.
But this time with G6.
And knight b5 again.
Knight a6.
And
I think this is more common response from black against this opening, the G6 line.
Exactly.
Than the one we saw with Alireza, right? It was Magnus Alireza, yes.
Yeah. H2, H3. Well, I want to say that the move knight H5, chasing after the bishop on F4, induces white to play the move H2, H3, just so that the bishop has a retreat square. C3, I didn't realize that you were voluntarily playing the move C3.
Yes, you're creating space for your knight on C2. Eventually. I don't know. It's such a symmetrical position on the queen side.
Yeah. Okay, the knight on C7 is headed to greener pastures. Knight or even potentially E8 and F6.
In your entire career, Yasser, have you played D4, Knight C3?
D4 and Knight C3?
Yes.
Absolutely not. No.
That was my guess.
No, I mean, you know,
it feels wrong, right?
We had rules of play, and Bent Larson famously said about a particular opening, "This is not the way I play chess."
I've done though, yes. It's just I played it delayed. You go E4, and when your opponent plays E6, those are not two bad moves. D4, D5, Knight C3.
There you go. There you go. And I have played the French on the white side with Knight C3 as well. Bishop E2, what are we doing here with white. Are we playing for c4? I suppose, right?
That's the only active thing I see for white.
Exactly.
f6.
f6,
So
an
he's
indication
hinting at e5.
that he wants to play rook e8 and e5.
And actually, white cannot really stop it, so maybe it's a good plan for black.
And Ivan said,
But we
having said A, let's say B.
we can play c4, so that when e5 comes, we can completely open things up.
c4, e5. I'm assuming
Take?
we'll... Oh, you want to capture? Okay, in any case, e5, Magnus intended to drop back with his bishop. He's done it in advance.
c4
and
now?
well spotted.
Do we take on d4 and play f5? We need to open up the
Makes
bishop.
sense.
I don't
That
like
bishop?
that bishop being locked up by its own pawns.
No. Any reasons that we might just develop a piece? No. Just blasting open f5.
Yeah,
F5.
seems like the only natural move, f5.
Blasting open this bishop.
We could go play Isolani, right? Take on c7, take on d5. That was an option. He wants to take on c7 now and win the pawn.
And win the
d5.
pawn. I'm expecting knight e6. Likely we would see cd in that case, and then knight takes d4. Feels
Right,
rather...
because if you take queen
rather
d5,
evil.
bishop c4, very uncomfortable, right?
Unpleasant sensations, yes. Knight takes d4.
But this is now looking good for white. Knight d4, I take with the pawn.
Yes.
Again, you have to take with the pawn.
I do.
And then I control the c-file completely. I can
Well,
go
you
knight
control
b5.
knight b5.
And the
That's a
fork's coming.
different, yeah. And then you're coming to c7, and that suddenly starts to be something has gone wrong.
Well, looking at the eval bar, it's not saying white is winning, so black must have something. Maybe we do take with the queen right now and allow bishop c4 and then just step back.
Makes sense, because allowing the knight to come to b5, especially after the c file's open, that's just not good. It's terrible, in fact. So queen takes d5, bishop c4, drop back with the queen, queen to d, and he's done it.
Yeah, I think that was his only option.
I think Ivan reasoned that through rather well, that the alternatives were simply bad.
Absolutely.
So bishop c4, bishop to c4, bringing the queen to c8. The desirable queen to b3, placing more pressure, can be met by knight on e4.
What about knight d2? That looks a
Excuse
little
me,
better.
even better. Knight d2, forking queen, bishop, and rook. Sorry, I was about to say that the knight could go in either case to c5, but knight d2, much stronger, much better.
What else does white have? I mean, bishop c4 seems like such a natural move, but Magnus is hesitating, so what else could he be calculating?
I can only imagine that he's looking at bishop c4, queen to d8, and then he's trying to figure out, should he be playing knight to c2? You know, how does he bring his knight on a3 into play? Should he even be considering f2, f3?
f2, f3, wow. Didn't consider that move because it weakens the e3 so much, but
exactly.
He does have a good point.
Yeah, you're picking up a tempo or two. But yes, I would be all about getting the knight on a3 back into play. By the way, queen d8, bishop b3.
What's the idea?
Knight to c4.
Oh, knight. But d4 is, not hanging yet. We're pinned. The king has to move first.
Right.
We have to waste the tempo.
We'll go through our absolute pins.
I need a refresher.
Right. Knight c2. Clock times.
They both have about 2 minutes. b4.
b4.
He just wants to take up space on the queen side, not allow knight c5, the move that you liked. But
I'm
a little slow, right?
Confused. Yeah, b4. I think in so many cases, these ideas of b5 and a5, even at the cost of the c6 pawn, it's okay. You get to go b5 and a5 and...
yeah, I don't like this combination of b4 and knight c2.
Start with knight c2. start with knight c2. But okay, we are here. What can black do anything to take advantage
I'm
of?
looking at f4. If that works, I'll be very happy.
f4. I'm just getting the news that Gukesh is in trouble against his countryman Praggnanandhaa. f4.
It's interesting, right?
Yes, absolutely. You know, tactically, you'd like to get in that move f4 so that you have these bishop h3 ideas. Queen e7. Fair.
Good move. The only problem really black has left is the undeveloped bishop on c8. Everything else is looking...
Which is why you wanted to play
Yeah.
f4 as well. Yeah.
Yes. But at the same time, white doesn't have that much space for the pieces now, right? I don't like the queen on d1, but where do we go?
Yeah. I was about to say a5 certainly is, I find attractive, because if you do play the move b5, I play c5 and boot this knight. This is your gorgeous knight, remember that?
Yeah, I'm starting to like black a little more now.
Exactly. Grunfeld defense players would rejoice, you know, especially if you could induce the move a3, then after ab, one of the nice things is you've developed your rook without having moved it.
Yes.
You know, I always like, oh.
Magnus took it and played f3, very concrete line.
I was looking at f3 earlier position. This position.
Knight c5? We liked that move so much earlier.
Exactly. Knight f6. I want to go to d5.
It's too many options.
Too many options.
I think knight c5 looks good.
Most sensible. Desirable knight c3.
40 seconds for
Queen
Ivan
to
going down on the
d2.
clock.
Whoa, whoa, whoa.
You want the complete
Ivan
other
Saric,
way.
he's showing that he's not giving up on some tactical motifs.
Maybe still planning on some f4, but...
I mean, the rook is ideally the problem with f4 now...
No longer a rook was hanging, so it dropped down to a8.
The problem with f4 now for black is that the rook is vis-a-vis the queen. Okay, these positions...
Knight f7 played.
I love the move queen c5. Just, you know, making space, I want to say, for the pieces.
Look at that body language. Ivan feels time pressure. He only has 30 seconds and
30
complicated
seconds.
Position. No pieces have been traded, right? Just
pawns.
pawns. So that's just a lot to
E4.
calculate. I think I would close that immediately with f4.
Knight takes. Again, queen c5 has my attention. In this case, I'm attacking the bishop, but also pinning, very, very importantly.
10 seconds for Ivan, and he's made a bad move now. He takes f, apparently.
What?
Is available.
How could you not play queen c5? Oh, f7.
Oh, f7 was hanging.
Apologies. My bad, my bad. Then he should have played knight e5 and queen c5. Okay.
Yes.
Rook d8.
I think
so what happens after we
was a
take?
big mistake. Yeah, I think he wants to play queen c5 after.
Take on f7.
Take on d4.
And play queen f2 or
Now I was
queen
playing
e3.
bishop d4 check.
Bishop d4 check. Whoa. Okay.
Oh, now just take on f7? That's a blunder.
Hold on. Take on f7 now.
And on rook d4, there is e5 winning the game.
e5.
Yes.
Nice
Yes.
move. That closes
Magnus
the bishop.
spotted that instantly.
The pride and joy of black's position is suddenly frozen.
How do we win this? Bishop
e6,
bishop
e7.
f4?
Bishop
Oh, nice
b3.
inclusion.
Useful.
Oh, just a3 is enough here.
Maybe f4.
Just a3 wins material.
Oh, excuse me, a3.
Yeah, it wins the exchange. And not just that, look at black's last rank. I think you're losing everything. Rook b3, rook d8, and game. You're winning both bishops. And he wins.
Bravo.
Magnus.
Where are we going? We're going to go to Prague and Gukesh. There's a pawn on c2. That's a mighty frightening beast.
Yeah. Very passive position for white. And
4
it's an
versus
extra,
4. Pardon me,
it's
it's
an
just
extra pawn as well.
an extra pawn.
Oh, knight d1. Look at that move.
Oh, that's nasty. That's just nasty. Pawn on f2. You can't capture on c2 because the pawn on f2 is hanging.
Rook c3.
Ooh, rook queen f2.
Oh, there's checkmate coming. Black wins.
Impressive
Let's jump to
finish.
Fabi? Wesley.
Let's do it. Wesley So, the All-American matchup, big matchup between these two great rivals.
Wesley's position looks very nice.
Dominating.
Completely. Look at that bishop. And the knight cannot move at all. It's pinned in 3 different ways.
But Wesley just allowed the knight to move. I was thinking.
But he can take on d7 and pin the other rook with queen g4. Yes, exactly that. Yeah.
Queen to g4 and queen f5 check. I see. Oh, you're hitting. So you take on c6, you take on. Oh.
I see the Valbar says white is winning.
Queen f5 check.
Rook e6 and rook e5. That's it. Game over.
Yes. Yes. Queen f5 check, g6, queen e5.
Yes. That
But your
also
rook
is
takes
winning.
e5 is definitely.
I like rook e5 now.
Game alert. Yep.
Bishop a3 and that's it.
Beautiful play.
I think Fabi lost a lot of games in a row. We haven't been following his games, but.
And do we have a remaining game, or was that Jan Duda, who is in second place up against Anish, Giri, bishops of opposite colors?
Yeah, this is
the player's
just a
about
draw.
to make a draw.
Yes.
There you have it.
There's a handshake. So how many decisive games? 4 in this round. Just this was the only draw.
Always a wise guy, huh? Wow. And Amira, we're going to toss it in your direction. Catch us up on the other games.
Well, I would think that you guys covered 2. Right, Magnus's, which was a spectacular win, and to be honest, there's not much to add. Nearly perfectly played by Magnus. Right, there was one game which caught my eye, was Nodirbek Abdusattorov against Alireza Firouzja, because, there's a lot of stuff that I do not understand, even with the help of an engine.
Wow.
So, first of all, it starts with, some would say, very unusual bishop d3, even though it's a latest trend, but back in the day, knight c3 would always be the automatic move. And very soon, over here, knight g4, and we are arriving to this very original position. Very, very original position. Well, we go on, f5, which computer awards a question mark, bishop d7, rook c1. I wouldn't trust this computer too much because it shifts evaluation all the time, but basically what black had to do to go queen e5, castle long, play on dark squares, black is better. Bishops.
We're just going to interrupt you, if you don't mind, Miro, as we throw it to Zagreb, as Cristian is with Magnus. Over to you, Cristian.
Thank you, Yasser. Magnus, first of all, congratulations. Things couldn't have went better for you. You came in down 4 points, now you're ahead 1.5 points. How are you feeling right now?
Yeah, of course, that's a lot more than I can hope for. I actually felt really good going into today, but I still feel like I'm getting a bit too nervous, playing sort of purely by instinct a lot in time scrambles, and that could have been punished, I think, quite severely in a couple of games. But it's been a good day, and of course the score is, score especially relative to others is not something I could have dreamed of.
You said something that surprised some people. You said that you're not enjoying your game as much, but right now it feels like you're back in flow. Are you feeling like that as well?
Yeah, it's nicer to play a blitz. Honestly, when you're sort of not feeling totally in shape, then these rapid games are really, really long, and that's kind of what I was feeling. Like there was no flow to my play, and I was kind of sitting there just wanting most of the games to be over. Blitz, I am obviously enjoying more, but it still feels like it's not coming easy by any means.
There was something different today as well. Your wife was with you in the playing hall, and it felt like it gave you a boost of confidence and a boost of energy as well. Tell us the insights about that.
Yeah, she decided to come to the games today, and I'm very thankful for that. You know, who knows how my score would have been otherwise. So it's obviously very nice to have her there.
And I think this game between yourself and Fabiano, you made a conscious decision very early on to play quite aggressively with the black pieces. Why did you take that decision? Obviously, it paid off. And did you feel like this one was perhaps the tipping point that gave you the energy for the day?
Yeah, I mean, the first game against Anish, I was kind of struggling a little bit. And then against Alireza, I was also struggling, like trying to hold on for most of the game. And at some point, like I think I had 4 seconds left and we were kind of in the middle game, and I realized I could have just as easily lost on time because I had no idea. But then I kind of managed to hustle, and that's when I felt sort of this could actually be a good day, because that was a very important game to survive. And then, yeah, of course, against Fabi, like I knew I probably would have to win a lot of games, so I kind of went for it from the start, and yeah, we got a nice fight, which is.
When did you feel like you were taking over?
Yeah, I sort of felt already early on. I mean, G5 was apparently poor, but that was not so easy. Like it was not so easy to judge. I think positions like this, for instance. Sorry, not G5, but H5, G5, and you know, bishop comes to F6, knight to B6, and so on. It wasn't obvious, I think, to either of us that white should be better here. And then, yeah, with this, I already felt quite good about what was going on. And yeah, obviously, you know, it's a blitz game, so things happen. I would say Queen C7 was a particularly weak moment, since I've been kind of focused on rook on this, king here, and then I thought maybe, oops, and then I thought maybe queen back or something. Oh, I didn't see queen h8. It's hard to see the whole board.
Everything, yeah.
Whole board in blitz. But and then I went for this instead, and I was thinking if he does this, yeah, I can bring the king over here. But then of course queen f6, and then I was a little bit out of control, but I managed to get it into an endgame, and then yeah, that was, even though he blundered at the end, I should win it gradually. So I think this was definitely one of my better games, and it was also important. I mean, you kind of look ahead on the table, but Fabi is one of those guys who can kind of get on a streak. I think he generally played a little bit better than what his 50% would suggest in the rapid, and yeah, of course, beating Fabi and Alireza back to back, that was huge, because those were definitely capable of doing well today.
And finally, obviously, Gukesh came here with a huge advantage, but he struggled mightily. Are you surprised by that?
Yeah, I mean, obviously, the score is shocking, and I mean, from what I could see, the games weren't very, very, very good either. So the good thing for him is it couldn't really have gone any worse. So he, it's never easy to have an overnight lead in these tournaments. 4 points to me and 3 to Duda is a lot, but it doesn't feel like that much when you don't have the experience. And yeah, so far it's been poor, but hopefully for his sake he can sort of calm down and play with a different attitude tomorrow, because now he doesn't have anything to lose, really.
Thank you very much for joining us, Magnus, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Thank you, Cristian. And we have a very, very happy Magnus Carlsen. As you take a look at the standings, you'll see immediately why.
He's extended his lead now. He has a 1.5 lead over Duda, who's in clear second, and Gukesh remains in third with 15.5. Wesley in clear fourth, and now Pragg in clear fifth.
Wesley, because of his victory over Fabi, it's kind of...
Our picks are sharing 6.
Yeah, I know. It's been very, very sad. It was the best of times. It was the worst of times. For Magnus Carlsen, it's been the best of times.
It's a beautiful line score. Just 3
Isn't
draws
it?
and rest. So he got 7.5 out of 9.
Correct. I asked you 14 out of 18 for Gukesh. Who could score 14 out of 18? Magnus is on schedule. He's ahead of schedule. He scored 7.5 out of the games today. By contrast, poor Gukesh came in today and lost his first 5 games. He did finish with 1.5 points out of the 9 he played, but
I think he
it was a
felt
terrible
just
start.
Too much pressure, I feel.
Yeah.
And maybe tomorrow he'll come in and he has nothing to lose.
At that
and
point.
he can play more calmly and just play good games.
But as you saw from the standings, it's a 2-horse race between Magnus and Duda.
But Cristian is with Duda, so over to you, Cristian.
Jan-Krzysztof, first of all, congratulations. You came into this one in second place. You're still in second place, but you cut the lead with Gukesh right now. You're trailing Magnus. It seems like it's going to be a race between the two of you. How are you feeling about your performance right now?
Yeah, I'm pretty happy. Actually, I was more proud, of Rapid stage because I didn't lose the game, even though I was close in several ones. Okay, in Blitz, everything can happen. Like, you can win against anyone, you can lose as well. So, yeah, I mean, it was up and down, but overall, I think the result is quite okay.
I think a very good game by you was this one between yourself and Praggnanandhaa, because it felt like it was a race, a back and forth race. He was trying to checkmate you on the king side. You were trying to break it open on the queen side. Take us through this game.
Yeah, I don't know. It was, a blitz hustle, basically. No, in the opening, I think it's pretty nice version for white, because usually they get this with knight on f3 instead. And like knight on h3, I mean, it's much easier to attack, like play f4, g4, like in the game. But okay, here I was kind of happy about this position, to be honest, because I didn't quite see the checkmate and my counterplay was going fast, and yeah, I mean, okay, bishop c2, like it wasn't an ideal move to make because like rook takes c2 would have been better, but actually this knight takes h7 is an issue in several lines. I think that's why I played it. Okay, here it's pretty straightforward. Yeah, I mean, if I'm not checkmated, then I win. So and that's basically what happened. Yeah, I think he rushed a bit with this attack. So yeah, I mean, it was a nice game, but yeah, really, I mean, very solid. Yeah.
Yes, quite a well-executed game. I would say you've been in this type of races with Magnus before. I remember in Poland as well, you guys were very close and it got all the way until the end, until the final round. How do you see tomorrow play out? What do you need to do in order to cut Magnus's lead?
Yeah, I'm not sure I can do anything, to be honest, because Magnus, I mean, it's mostly about Magnus, because once he's on a roll, it's like, and he makes like, I don't know, 9 out of 9 or something. Yeah, I mean,
we've seen it happen before.
Yeah, it's like, you can't really do anything. Yeah, I just have to focus on my chess and try to score as many points as possible, obviously. Yeah, and we'll see. I mean, I don't really believe I will be in, fighting for the first place, but we'll see tomorrow.
Thank you very much, Jan-Krzysztof, for joining us. We cannot wait to see you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Guys, back to you.
Our congratulations indeed to Duda there, as he is in a horse race with Magnus. But you had a wonderful point that you'd like to share.
Yeah, hopefully I'm back to this Nodirbek with Alireza game. And while there were interviews and so on and so, I was thinking how to explain the amount of mistakes. And it perhaps really is that people at home are, say, chess lovers who follow these games. They do not understand how hard it is to play, especially those complex tactical games, that it's the end of the day, 9th game in a row. So basically, we've gotten to this position, I remember, yeah? Bishop to c6, which computer questions, but still okay. Queen e5, king f2. Will not explain why it's not so great. Basically, starting from here, castling, and then every move flips the evaluation upside down. That's incredible when you're dealing with 2750, 2800 players, but it is what it is. Okay, castle here, white wasn't better, but had to play something. After b4, white was supposed to be worse. And maybe that's the only moment where I'd like to show the variation, because the variation is quite fancy. h5, Now, well, computer says you go g5, you start sacrificing your pawns. But what's with the idea that happened in the game? b5, kicking the bishop away from c6. Well, it refused to leave. So black captures on g4. And then you would think, okay, let's trade the rooks just in case black takes back, and you end up taking the bishop. And this is where it gets funny, because it's g3, and apparently there is nowhere to go. So objectively, you have to go to e1, where black, I guess, just takes here, piece down, but with the king on e1, you will not survive for long. But much funnier would be if you'd go to e3 and run into knight f5 check. That's very pleasant. Or you'd go to g1 and say, I'm safe because the rook is not threatening. Well, you know what? Rook is not threatening, but the queen does. So rook h1, king h1, queen h8, and queen to h2, and queen to h1 checkmate. Nice. So that's the only line I'm going to show. But I would like to click through this move. So e6, white's better. Queen e3, black's better. h2, g8, white's better again. B5, knight b5. b5 had to be played. White would have been almost winning. b5 back to equal. Bam, 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 bam. Rook c8. Here I couldn't figure out myself. So rook takes f7 apparently was winning for white. But rook c8, rook c8, rook f7 was not. And the reason for that black had knight c2. Okay, maybe this is something that Alireza could have had found. Yeah. Knight c2 is a difference. There is no rook on the c file. White does not control c2. Yeah, and after black's g5, there is no way back into this game for Alireza. And ironic part is that over here, okay, it's long in the game, queen h1, and that was white who checkmated the black king.
With flair.
So that's
crazy game.
It's not a game of a very good quality, but it shows you how tense the tournament is and how one mistake can actually flip it upside down for you.
A last round game as well. Thank you, Mira. It was the worst of times, best of times for Magnus, the worst of times for Gukesh, and let us show you why.
Not in Rapid. In Rapid, he started with a loss.
Absolutely fabulous.
But then
result.
he won 5 games in a row, only 2 draws, and won again. Finished with a win in the last round yesterday. But let's take a look at today. It's almost like the exact opposite, because he had 5 losses, only 1 draw, and only 1 win.
It's
like 2 different Gukeshes in Rapid and Blitz.
Absolutely. Wow. As we throw it to Zagreb for final thoughts about day 1 of Blitz. Over to you, Anastasiya and Cristian.
Yes, it was just simply a disaster for Gukesh. You cannot put it in any other way. And of course, an incredible day at the office for Magnus, but he's generally, and all his fans are generally used to this. Whenever Magnus is trailing you, you should always pay very, very close attention. And Jan-Krzysztof has been doing quite well as well. It's going to be a very tight race. Anastasiya?
I also feel the same, that it's going to be a race. And as Magnus said, it couldn't get worse for Gukesh. And I think, yes, after now he can actually relax, something what Gary recommended him, and just play chess and just enjoy playing chess. It's very important to find a way. And we know how important it is to have a family and friends next to you. Even Magnus mentioned today that he doesn't know what would have happened if his wife was not here today at the playing venue. So we all know how it's important to have people around you at different moments, which can happen always during the event. Expecting a really great day tomorrow.
And I think his wife, it was her idea to come and support him. And obviously she felt like something needs change. And she was very much correct about that, because Magnus, he was Magnus, the Magnus that we all know. And take a look at that. That was before the first round. Obviously nobody knew how he's going to perform, and he delivered. He delivered an incredible performance.
He couldn't do anything different. You know, when you have your wife in the playing hall, also, you know, expecting the baby, you don't want to disappoint, right? You want to do your best, right? At this
From
moment.
not wanting something and actually getting it done, it's a large gap, but he definitely did it, and she was also to blame for it. That's for sure.
Exactly.
Guys, how about predictions? How are we doing on predictions?
Fabulously. Thanks for asking. Good night, everyone.
One happy guy over here.
We were not allowed to choose
We were not
Magnus.
allowed to pick Magnus.
That's right.
really?
We were not
No,
allowed to
we
pick
weren't
Magnus.
allowed. That
Yes.
so for our
Everybody
audience,
understands.
don't think we didn't want to. Our producer said, "No, you can't," and that's what we got.
All right, well,
Duda.
I think Miro is still in this one.
Not bad.
Yeah, you're walking away with this one.
one more day of Blitz tomorrow. Don't
Yes, we
forget,
do.
tomorrow we start 1 hour early. Join us. Live coverage will begin at 6:55 a.m. Central Time. It's going to be an exciting day.
Yeah. Well, Nazi and Miro, thank you both for hanging in there. It was
Wow.
rather
Thank
warm
you.
here in St. Louis. Thank you for joining us. Tell your friends where you're hanging out. And remember, 1 hour earlier. We'll see you for day 5 of Blitz tomorrow. Good night.
Thank you, and see you tomorrow.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.